fellow babies, and welcome to the show with kahunas so fucking big. If you click them together 3 times, you'll find yourself at my house. It's a fundraiser. What do you think, everybody? Here we got Shayna, one of our head mods, in, and of course Annette, who is the beneficiary of the fundraiser. So, do you want to start with telling everybody how it's like to be in tornado hell, or do you want to start with how much you want to get back over to drier, flatter, nicer Western Coast places?
Well, I'll give you an abbreviated version. We could go into a longer one later, but y'all know that I came here to Iowa because my mom broke her leg 2 weeks into the pandemic, and it was a nightmare. So I relocated here and have been. Let's see, I think this September was 4 years. And the first year, lots of tornado warnings, lots of wind, lots of trees down, but not a lot of damage. Then the next year we got so lucky. I'm like, yeah, I was not so bad. Then the 2023, not so good. And 2024 has been a nightmare. And my decision to leave here was the F1 that hit us in July. And I knew by the sound and by the whole house shaking, we were taking a direct hit, not as direct as a block or 2 down from me. It doesn't really matter. You're in it. And I think I might have texted Dick on the phone and says, I'm done. I'm so done. I'm so scared.
You came within like 2-3 blocks of losing your home, and you're in the basement wondering if you're going to survive.
Yep. I was worried because a tree partially came down in the back, and then my neighbor's tree came down on the side. So every window I had was actually covered with trees, and I couldn't see out anything. Went out the back door was blocked by a tree, ran to the front, and I opened it. And luckily the neighbor's tree that had fallen over into my property partially, I could get down the steps and kind of wiggle my way around. But by that time, everyone's running around screaming, are you okay? Are you okay? And
yeah. The GoFundMe link we have is direct GoFundMe. It's not yours. We have to fix this link before we go any further.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's unpin that message and pin a new one up.
Right,
I just opened the green room link, and I'm like, it's just GoFundMe. That's not going to really help.
Okay, sorry about that. Rush. And that's my normal job.
Yeah. Yeah. And if we can fundraise an extra $1,000, we're going to send Shayna over in her Hemi powered monster to give Annette a ride as she goes through town there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I got it. Now, sorry about that, everybody.
Yeah, no worries. We'll get this all sorted out.
Here. Skits is in the chat. Hello.
Hey, Skits, here, I'll send you the link. I'm trying to remember who I'm supposed to send it to and whatnot. And well, I'm stupid. Okay. Sorry, everybody. I know we're just doing bullshit here that is not overly entertaining, but I just had to send links to more people. Who the fuck did we just say that I was supposed to send a link to? Skits. Okay.
I told them where it was.
There we go. All right. Okay. So let's see. Yeah. And so there's going to be more people popping in. We're going to have some musical breaks of songs you might not have heard, songs that you might love. I definitely won't be playing any Meatloaf because I don't like them, but they also block your stream if you play them. So I have a reason not to play them. It's not just my own.
Yeah. We want to have fun, but we don't want to kill the channel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We can slap it around a little bit, but we don't want to kill it, Well,
and I want to I see so many familiar names in here. Thank you guys for being here. It means a lot. And we support each other. And I've got when we get more people in here, because there's going to be a little announcement, but I'm not going to do that too soon.
Okay. Yeah, and I think Dunk's popping in, Slavy's popping in, who joins us on Saturdays, right? We got it's a little bit late for like Greg Terry and a few that are in Ukraine. I might try to get Starsky to haul his punk ass out of bed and see if he can get over, but he might be cuddly by now. Who knows, right? He's still way over there. We'll see. Starsky got cuddly. I bet 4 or 5 people just got a wet spot because I said that. Put your hand up if you. Yeah, I kind of did. Yeah.
It was not good today. It was, well, always have a great chat. Always have amazing people. 99.999. But man, we had one in there today, which he's been in our chat before, but he had something up his wahoo because the bad stuff he was saying, and Starsky it's no secret what he has done. He's told his story over and over again. And these people that continue to say, go to the front line. He's done his time. He's been infantry. He's been a commander over there. He was the communications officer. He was like really responsible for spreading the word about the Ukraine war for the entire time. Yeah. And he even said that he doesn't say specifically, and he doesn't have to, that he's like, dude, I medical something, and he did his time. He has paid, just like America, vets from US who go out on disability, and they've got, you may not look from head to toe, you got something going on, but man, you got stuff going on. And I just wish people would take a step back and just be like, man, that guy deserves so many props and respect. But yep, had to shut that one down today.
Yeah.
I was not in the mood. And then Starsky was like hearts and we love you. And yeah, he got cuddles today from the entire chat.
We got both Sakai and Duncan now.
Hey,
Dunk. Oh, and he's gone. Oh, dear God. Well, Sakai's in, it's a start. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, not bad. I took my mask off because I think I was a little muffled on the last stream.
Oh, yeah. I had your bass rolled down, your mid-range rolled up. I had you EQ'd all crazy style to get some enunciation out of it.
Right? Yeah. Hopefully it's easier right now.
I didn't have to do a thing, so I think yes is the answer. In the chat, the AI Alchemist sent in this. This is the new, I'm going to redo the thumbnail for this stream and whatnot, but this is the new image for the fundraiser. That's Annette right there getting out of a tornado's way.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that's awesome, right? So good one. I just had that sent to me in the background. I'll do that in the background here in a minute. I'll change the thing. We've got a couple of shout outs here. So our own super chat, Matt, super crazy username with, like doily characters or something on the side there, has up to Shills Master, and Yaya as well on the Shills Apprentice. So 3, 2, 1. Wait for it. Thanks, everybody. Very cool. Let's see here. I don't even know what we should do. It's one of those days. It's Saturday, so I think it should be, go on the Ukraine stream. And I think I could just relax a little bit right now. Kind of calm it down. More like an evening midnight DJ who's going to play you some soothing reggae to make sure that you roll your next spliffy oh so correctly. Maybe not that mellow. I did fill my little fridge, so I don't have to get up.
No, we need mellow. I'm still wired. And in fact, I don't know if you guys, new sponsor. Oh, just kidding. I wish they were VA Energy. And these are now my go-to, because we have weird weather here now. It gets a little warm during the day, but in the morning it's cool. Evenings are cool. Like you can tell, I have a little air on, but it's also getting cool. And I like those things. They don't taste as vegetable-y as the other stuff. They're black cherry. And yeah, I grab one of those and it is like 2 cups of coffee.
I liquefy vegetables about 4 times a day at home, like on my own, but I do it in my garburator, so I'm not sure that counts.
That's the first time in a while I've heard it called garburator. And I love it.
Why? What else? What, is there another term?
Wouldn't it just be garbage disposal?
Well, no, the garburator is the thing that goes in your sink that, pulverizes it into nothing. A garbage disposal, isn't that like more of a trash compactor or something?
We call them food. Oh, hello, my brain's not working. Food disposal. I've always just said garbage disposal.
They work the same way that it does when you put a fact into a Republican. It destroys it and becomes something else. So,
yeah, we do. Sakai's right. We do say garbage disposal, even though it's not garbage, it's food. Yeah. We do.
Yeah. So like
emulsifier, that's a good one.
It's a really uniquely North American thing, though. You go outside of the North American continent, people will be like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah. I've noticed that too. But yeah, I don't even have one because I would rather, deal with, I think the garburator is an old idea and compost and things like that is the better idea now. I don't have one of them either, though. I'm in a townhouse. I'm not allowed to. No.
They can really screw your pipes up, though. It's always one of those things where you're in a hurry. And like my biggest thing that I've done with those, and I always regret it, is potato peelings. You peel a potato, those will screw that thing up so fast. And
I remember being a child and I was mesmerized by them. I was like, I the first time I encountered one, I opened the kitchen counter because I was expecting like a waste basket for it underneath, and there wasn't one. I was like, but where does it go? And I remember my dad explaining it just gets turned into such tiny pieces, it goes down your drain after. And I remember thinking to myself, even at the time, that doesn't sound right. Isn't it supposed to be only for water? But then I get older and I realize we wash all these chemicals down the sink and all this other crap. And,
Yeah. Well, and eventually you start to see stuff like that catch up to you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look at a few years ago, Flint, Michigan. It gets
or the
bad.
Tims.
Yeah. Or I was going to say just for the last 50 years, Appalachia.
Yeah.
Carl Jacobson, he's Incinerator. I think that's the actual brand. Like if you go to Home Depot or Lowe's, that's the brand Incinerator. Yep, he's right. Yep.
Yeah. I almost want one now.
You can say garbage disposal on a box.
Garbage disposal. That's the inbox of a Republican's,
Well, as an alternative, if you have a neighbor you really, really don't like, maybe they support a particular orange man, just throw it over the fence into their yard.
You know what we didn't do today? We didn't do one Starsky stinger. What do you guys think? You guys want me to hit one of the buttons now for a Starsky stinger just because they're funny as all hell and we screwed up and didn't hit one?
Were you reminded because of the cry? Oh, hey, Dunk.
Hey. You're in.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're in. I wonder if I can add an avatar for you. Because I could add the version of your avatar that you did for Nick. Wouldn't that be funny?
Put that on.
I'm trying, but I can't seem to find anything. Let me see if I can do it from over here. What was I doing? I was about to do something, and then some snapper. Yeah, okay. So we'll leave it to the viewers. Do you guys want hashtag Shark Week or hashtag Baby Starsky? Let's see it.
I'm gonna go with shark only, so there's not an association with the last crying baby we had on the screen.
What about that one we've got with him scaring the horses with this massive, what do you call it? Cock.
Oh, the rooster. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I don't think we ever used it.
Yeah. I think there was something to do with royalties and rights. It still was undecided, so I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, his cock is under copyright.
So what do we got here? Baby, shark, baby Commander McMillan. Shark because the baby's scary. We got baby. Okay, baby wins.
Funny. If it gets cool enough, I'll throw on my baby Starsky hoodie.
Yeah. But you know what? I think it's not fair to just pick from one. So we tried and tried. Remember, Dunk? We wanted to use the Jaws theme, but man, do you get in trouble? Oh,
yeah. They wouldn't. They didn't like it a bit.
No, you can't even use a variation on a theme. They flipped out. Oh yeah,
we got a lot of mileage out of those.
Oh yeah,
and still do.
Yeah,
for sure.
Half the time I forget now. Because we get going so fast from thing to thing and response and stuff. Half the time I'm more worried about getting the damn shout outs in than playing any of the funny button games, you know?
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on in the background for sure.
Yeah. I got to use the honesty meter on the show with Nick. That was cool. That was cool.
That was a great stream last night.
It worked.
Yeah, it was. Dunk, no one will ever replace you. We love you, but it was
very well. I hope so.
It was
That's not what Nick's contract says.
And I have to say that Nick gave a great to me, and then there's so much going on from Friday, actually Thursday night all the way through Friday and Saturday to Sunday. Nick sent me a note and said, thank you very much. And he gave props to the research team because we did assist in some of the research for the Trump stuff he did. So props to all the team. We've got the best research team, the best people. It's amazing. But he had fun and it was a fun show. And just, his dry sense of humor is a good addition because you just don't quite tell if he's saying something funny and then it comes out.
Yeah.
I hope he sent a message to Donald Trump thanking him for all the brilliant material he gave him.
Yeah.
Can you... how do you think Trump's campaign people feel at this point with all this stuff on social media?
When you were after last night's show?
Everywhere. It's everywhere. Every short there is some Trump stuff.
Yeah. It's got to the point where this is the average Democrat's reaction to when Trump speaks now.
Shut up, Meg.
I have a feeling it's going to be one of those nights where even if we don't break copyright, there's no hope in hell this show is going to stay monetized. Oh, and remember, most important is to hit the link above. Put a message in the donation to the fundraiser, and we'll be shouting them out in much bigger ways than any other things that's going on here. We've already got some in too. Look at that.
And the more money you donate, the more clothes Annette will take off. and when she's run out of clothes, we're moving on to Shayna and then Dick.
Yeah, no, trust me.
I'm already naked.
Oh. And on that note, thanks for joining us, fellow babies. Just kidding.
Yeah, people don't like some of our newer viewers don't know that we had Dick and Dunk used to have under desk cams that would have these cameo appearances, and I actually did get them to disable those, but then they went to OnlyFans, and it's like a whole nother battle. I just said, forget it. Let them do what they want.
You know, it's the old thing though in show business. If the cam is above or below your desk, either way, never let them see you sweat.
Oh, was that sweat, was it?
Leave it. A couple of shout outs we can do here. Papa Touch. I once knew a plumber who said the only thing he puts down his sinks is coffee grounds. Thanks, Papa Dutch. And coffee grounds, I always used to get in shit for that as a kid. But when he put, I once knew a plumber who said, I thought it was going to be a pornography joke. Like he was going to talk about, who said he was actually my father.
Yeah, I'm here to sort out your plumbing, madam.
Yeah. But Papa Dutch in the chat, you knew a plumber who said that coffee grounds wasn't a bad thing? Because to be honest, I've been in this townhouse for like 7 years, and I do my coffee grounds from my coffee press down my sink because they're a nightmare to try to get in the garbage. It's all wet and sticky and horrible. So I just rinse it and put it down. And it's never clogged my sink, ever. I always thought that because they were almost like little granules of diamond and sharp and stuff, that they would actually help get rid of detritus.
Yeah, you chuck them in the toilet after you've had a really monstrous poo. Just to help clean it out. And it also with a nice fresh coffee smell.
Next time the Bigfoot that attacked PJ CNET comes around, I'll make sure to do that then. Good call.
Well, much better than trying to shove poo down the kitchen sink. That's a lot harder. You have to use your fingers and everything and start squishing it through the holes.
Isn't that like a reverse plunger?
Yeah, pretty much so. Yeah.
Somewhere there's a joke in there. What can go down a kitchen sink but can't go down a toilet? Nothing. What can go down a toilet but not down a kitchen sink? Well, I have your answer.
I know. What can go down the toilet that can't go down the kitchen sink? Dick's career.
No, but see, I would have to have one first, so I'm not,
All right, Trump's campaign. How about that?
Oh man! After that debate, his campaign is still going. It still exists. If he actually were to win, then Idiocracy is now a documentary.
Yeah.
And
I still want to see him do a debate with a flat earther. The debate with the shape of the earth. That'll be hilarious.
He'd probably just agree with them. There would be no debate. He'd be like, "Yep, I believe in flat Earth too. They're great. They're wonderful."
We have the roundest Earth. It's the best Earth. It's the most roundest. I made it round.
I invented round.
Yeah. Oh, he'd be the first person to say, the Flat Earth Society has members all around the globe.
Yeah. Much bigger members, huge numbers.
Yeah. We have the biggest members, the biggest rallies, the biggest pizza to live on. It's just, okay. I got to fix a thingy here.
He'd probably say his round Earth has a higher population than our round Earth or something. So he'd
less illegal immigrants and less illegals.
Somehow he would have an Earth unto itself.
I will build a bigger ice wall to keep the illegal aliens out.
I'll make the Mexicans pay for it.
And the only thing I want to say to Trump's televangelist buddies is the only wall we need is between church and state. God damn it.
That's a good one. That's a good one, because no offense to anybody that's religious that I know, and there's quite a few of them out there, but you know what I mean? That's a good one.
No, what I like to say is, because a lot of people get the idea of being a secularist wrong and think you have to not be religious. I know a lot of Christians who agree with church and state should be separated. Yeah. And they have a right to have their religion back from some of these nut jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I myself, I'm not a religious person, but I don't have any problem with it in any way until it becomes ridiculous. But that pertains to anything in life, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. You know?
I mean, even beer drinking. I believe in beer drinking, but I don't believe in beer drinking to the point where it starts to affect your life and stuff. That's stupid, you know?
Yep, precisely. Man.
And you can't thump a beer like you can a Bible, so don't even try.
That was good.
Yeah,
that was good.
Man, I really wish I had a beer right now.
You know, I have Walmart Plus. I could have something delivered, I suppose.
We should almost play Kim Mitchell. Might as well go for a soda now, just to balance with the other half, right? You know,
right.
Chris,
well, I'm only drinking holy water tonight, so that's all I'm saying.
Are you enjoying your vacation, Dunk? Is it
that's
nice?
why I'm sitting out in the car talking to you lot.
Where else would he be? They're in-laws. That's funny. Oh, we have our own Shayna in with a $26 direct drop donation for Annette's move. Yeah. Thank you, Shayna. UTV and Ham threw in a note here. Donated what I could. Been a tough month. I know that feeling all too well, UTV and Ham. Thank you there, buddy. And then Papa Dutch is in again. What it should say is separation of the church, big business, and state. That's not a bad call either. You know, funny enough.
I agree. I 100% agree. I grew up Catholic. I'm not Catholic now. I still am a person of faith, although I'm not attached to a brick and mortar anything. And I'm the first one to say, separate this stuff, because people, they feel weird. You know, it gets icky. And I'm a lot more private person than a lot of people are about religion, you know, and a lot of people just, especially Facebook, they write it all over there. But yeah, I believe in keeping it separate. And you know what? If you want to have a group around you that have the same beliefs, go with your group, talk about it amongst yourselves, but don't argue to have it plastered all over, you know, schools and stuff like they want to do. I just think, let's just put that line in there for sure. So, hey, Dick, how do you want to handle, like, there's people, Heather, recovering Catholic. Exactly.
Oh, hold on, Annette. I know what you're going to go to, but check your DMs on Discord first, and then we'll regroup and reshuffle and go about this, because I'm going to do the first announcements because I know the thingamabobber.
Yep. And every single person is going to get doxxed, and we can't do that. So all I can say is those of you who have donated, we do see you. But
there's one guy on the list, Nicholas Suter, and he sounds like enough of a putz that we could fucking dox him. But, you know, otherwise, you know, we won't do it to other people, just Nick, you know.
I hope he joins. I sent him a message.
What, Alcoholics Anonymous?
No.
I'm just kidding. If you don't know, I literally have, like, you remember when Moses came down with the 10 Commandments? Well, there was a third tablet that he dropped about halfway down, and it said on number 16, Dick shall pick on Nick. So it's just what, you know, it's, I wasn't, you know, it's not my call, you know. I'm just doing my part.
It's a message from God.
We're on a mission. Yeah, Chris Lundy.
Wasn't Nick the one responsible for the burning bush as well?
Yeah.
But that was a a real tough case to crack, that one.
It just
took
goes
a lot
to
of
show.
cleaning.
Well, it just goes to show when you're smoking a joint, you put it out before you flick it away, because then that way you don't have burning bushes on a path that create religions.
I thought it was a horrendous case of herpes, but never.
Oh yeah, the old fingernail scrape.
I don't know how many people saw this, but I had stuck it. I messaged Dick and Trump, another one, and I don't think this was I didn't see it plastered all everywhere, but he came out with a thing that said for California, if they don't do something or probably support him, he's gonna never send fire aid to them ever again. It's like, really? Has something fire aid and he's gonna cut their water.
Yeah.
Water, but he has no idea. Hello, it's about climate change. It's not about that everybody's starting fires and
he just thinks it's deadbeats and Boy Scouts that got drunk and
illegal aliens. And I lived in San Diego for a long time, and I traveled all the way up and down that coast. And I will say that I didn't meet one illegal worker there. They all had. I had a guy who
they don't carry signs, do they?
Yeah.
I'm illegal.
No, but they all had exceptionally good fake papers.
There's, if you have someone just have you, I mean, they'll do a lot of them. It's the cliche, but they're landscapers. But they're legal. They have businesses, and there was a guy I saw 3 of his kids born, not directly, but the whole time, and he would be babysitting. He'd come out on a Saturday and help me with some stuff, and his wife would be with him with the baby, and I'd be like, hey, come on in. We'd have some coffee, and I'd practice my Spanish, and but he had his green card. He was totally. And I think that now I will the exception might be that San Diego, I think, is a lot more friendly and welcoming. I don't know if it's sanctuary state, but I didn't know anyone that had any bad experiences there. And I lived in an area where illegals could cross. I have to say that I saw evidence, but I don't know. I think things will get better. But
I know someone who lived in San Diego, and he was a right unkindly person.
Okay.
So that says it all. He's American.
Yeah. Was that Darren from San Diego?
No,
everybody knows that guy. Fuck him. No.
Yeah.
Oh, PJ, you got up, or you're here. Oh, thank you.
Are you talking to your cat or the moderator?
PJ came into chat. PJ CNET. Oh. PJ's a good guy. He's a lot of help. He's a hard worker. So happy to see you're up a little bit, but don't overwork yourself. We have so many people on the injured recovering list. We got PJ, we've got Commander.
I'm always on it.
So anyway, happy to see you.
That's what happens when you're old and you hang out with people,
Yep. One thing I was going to tell people, it's not just, part of the reason I have to get out of here, and I don't want to get all serious, because I am a more serious person. That's why Dick's like, you're not going to be on our show. You're going to have your own. Buzzkill, give her own stream.
At least I didn't have to fucking say it,
But but one of the things about being in Iowa, the part of the reason that the whole team is so great, and this is such an amazing channel to be a part of, is the whole time I've been here, because I started with Shills shortly after the war started, and little bitty jobs and stuff, and then got to where I am now. But I had horrible allergies, which would affect my eyes, my skin, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. I've had 4 eye surgeries, basically 2 surgeries, but they had to separate them. One got botched, had to have another surgery for that. And then I had appendicitis, botched, and then had a hernia surgery because of that. And then it was like, 6 months ago, I just had another one. So we're talking 4, 5, 6, 7 actual surgeries I've had
like
here.
Jamie fucking Summers.
Nothing.
Between you and the commander, you know.
The healthcare here is so bad. In fact, people, if you talk to them here, they'll because I mean, I could say where I'm at in Des Moines, they'll say, "Oh, really? I don't go there. I drive to Iowa City where there's a university and real hospitals and good doctors. Nobody in Des Moines goes to Des Moines doctors." And I'm like, I can't drive up there. I don't have anybody, but okay.
Is Des Moines the kind of place where you get a little corn cob in a martini? Is that what they do?
I'll give you a corn cob somewhere.
Well, they're known for hogs and pigs here too. So you get bacon and everything. So yeah,
that's Nesman's favorite place, I'm sure.
I would literally write my brother. I would say, "Yep, got to have another surgery," and then I would just say, "This place is going to kill me. I'm telling you, it's going to kill me." And I think he's like, "Yep, you got to get out of there. They're going to kill you."
It is, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I've never been at a place that,
human beings should not live where Mother Nature wants you dead. I mean, it's like up in the Canadian North, we have this town called Sudbury, and it's nice in summer for about 6 weeks, and then it becomes fall, and then all of a sudden there's 6 feet of snow everywhere, and it's like minus 40 degrees Celsius. Now, when the homesteaders first were coming across from the east to the west, they probably stopped in Sudbury and went, "Hey, this is a cool place. We should, put down some roots. This is awesome." And then winter hit. Why didn't they just fuck off? Why does that town even exist?
It is the cornfields, though. Something made this land. I don't know. I'd have to look. Maybe it was the glaciers that deposited a bunch of good stuff in the soil, but the soil here is like super. It's like the soil here is like Ukraine. It's really fertile. And I think, but it doesn't mean you have to live here. You could like drive in, plant your corn, drive away. That would be how I do it.
Yeah.
Just like prom night.
I've said it before. I mean, if this is all about, because it's a great place to plant corn and all that kind of thing and whatnot, why is it that, why is it so, lethal to live there? Like, why don't you dig underground and live underground? So when the tornadoes come by, you can just go, "Oh yeah, okay, there was another one, but yeah, we're good." Like, to me, I would live underground, man. I just, it blows me away. How's it going, Skits? We should have here in just a second.
Are you wearing your banana shirt?
I sure am.
You have to tell everybody a story about. I don't know. I didn't know about the Bananas baseball team until Skits said he's a fan. It's actually pretty cool.
What the fuck are you talking about, Willis?
Savannah Bananas. It's presumably you've heard of the Harlem Globetrotters. Okay, so it's sort of tangential to that in the fact that it's like very fun baseball, but the difference is when you watch the Harlem Globetrotters play, the Globetrotters always win.
Isn't fun baseball when all the fat folk just sit down and start drinking?
There's a lot of that in this, but this is like, the umpires are twerking behind home plate. You got the outfielders doing backflip catches and throwing between their legs.
Sorry, hold on. Everybody's saying there's an echo. I bet I just fixed it. Sorry, everybody. I didn't realize it. It's a glitch with the thing every now and then. Sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
It's real great. I think it's going to save baseball for the kids. Like, I know a lot of kids like, "Oh God, baseball, this is the most boring thing on the face of the earth." But, when you got, a a lot of interesting things going on, and getting the crowd involved to the extent that like foul balls caught by the crowd aren't out. So like, the crowd is part of the team.
Wow.
The crowd has,
okay, that's cool.
They have things called like the fan challenge, where they can like pop a thing and then like they have to do an official challenge on the play. Like if it was close and nobody's challenging it, a fan can challenge it. Yeah. There's all kinds of good stuff. And besides just the players themselves being extremely talented, athletes, being very, very good at baseball. Like, you don't see, Barry Bonds out there in left field, doing backflips, catching the ball, it's...
I like the idea of if someone in the crowd catches it, then it counts as an out. But then I just know about all of the people who take it too seriously, who'd be like, break his arm, make sure he can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, because it is funny though, like, because sometimes like when like somebody will catch like a home team, a banana ball, and they're like, oh crap, I just got my team out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They bring them onto the field and they introduce them, and like, this is the guy. Da, 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 and,
yeah, because you could get all wrapped up in the moment and catch the ball when you're in the stands, and then go, oh shit, I just screwed my own team, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
They are so popular that there are no tickets left for 2024, and 2025 is a lottery, or you have to buy them through a second party. And yeah, they're cool. They're as popular as a popular baseball team to go to one of the
That's cool.
games. Yeah, I had no idea about them. I tuned in a couple of times just while I was doing other stuff, and they are funny. They are really funny. We should have a watch party just for everybody one
That'd
night.
Be easy to do.
Yeah. Then they're good fun, and they have specialty players. Like they have his name is Stilts, and he comes out there on like 6 foot stilts, and he plays like he's either the pitcher or he bats. His batting average is not great because running on stilts is pretty bad, but he's a fairly decent pitcher from 10 feet tall.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. We've got some good donation action going here.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We've got some names I can read. We've got a few that I'm a little nervous about. I know one that I definitely can't because it's come up in my sphere before and I know better. And there's a few anonymouses, but the total is pushing on $3,000 at the moment.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2,900 plus at the moment. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, we're only 44 minutes in and we've already actually made a difference in the total. So
very cool.
Yeah. And remember, if we can get this up to like $5,000 by the end of the stream, Secular Sakai is going to show us what he shows everybody else on OnlyFans. So let's try to get this going.
That usually costs extra.
I've been paying $60 a month, dude. I can't wait.
The perfect recipe for gourmet prison ramen. Yeah.
Hey, I like a good spread. Don't do bad talk.
Too many innuendos. Let's move on.
Yeah, that got there. That got there. We've got a
jailhouse Fifi.
Yeah. We got a couple of super chat shout outs I'll do here, and then we'll flip the script. So Papa Dutch, he says, I love it loud. No, he did. He said, I love it. The Shills reminds me of every single really good draft beer bar I ever went to. Now that's about as high praise as it gets, right? That's the whole idea. We've always wanted it to be like you're in a pub when things are going down. Even when we're doing the 42 show, we try to keep it a bit as much bantery as we can while still delivering our thing, because that's the whole idea, right? Look at me, I'm a full Italian now, Exactly, right? And then we also had the AI alchemist come in, and that's who did the image here. The Annette running from the the tornado there in full DC comic style. Well, almost, right? You know, like she's about to break into the Supergirl outfit and go and defeat that tornado, you know?
Yeah, as soon as you said that, I was thinking, man, that looks like it could either be a poster for Supergirl or for Twisters.
Yeah, it's really cool. And AI Alchemist's message there was,
good luck on the move.
no, I'm embellishing, but when he's throwing in an image like that, I got to do something, right?
Yeah,
thanks.
he is really talented. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
we are
I is, I'm just kidding.
I'm going to throw the word blessed around loosely, but we attract some really, really good talent here. And I honestly think that we are we're not the only channel, but in the Ukraine group, we're the only ones where our team members actually stream together with us so that everybody can get to know the whole team and the moderators. And by the way, everybody, we might call them mods, but we're all team members because everybody that you see, whether they're in the chat or live anytime, they all do more on the background. We don't just show up with wrenches. Everybody's got something that they're doing to really make the show amazing, all the streams amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a very cool dynamic. So it only bound to get better.
What was that, dude?
So when are we going? You said that you're going to make all the shows amazing. When are we going to start doing that?
We got it planned for 2027. So
I just like how creative they were with naming the sequel to Twister.
I know. Oh, yeah. We just need to put a letter on the end of the word. What letter could we use?
Yeah, it should be like James Cameron style and just put a dollar sign on the end of it when he did with Alien.
I'm just waiting for Twisters with a Z, and the zombies coming with the Twister.
There you go.
Yeah,
or Twisters.
That's when Brad Pitt will do the movie.
Yeah, or even worse, a Z army of orcs.
Oh, yeah. Not good. Well, I don't want to put that would turn the whole place around. I just want to refresh this again because I thought there was some action going on. Sometimes even when you refresh, GoFundMe's just like, no, you will get a new total when I am ready. I am not ready now.
You're ready.
Yeah. It gives you some attitude now and then. Yeah. There's a couple of really nice, big, fat donations in it, though. So we have to,
Nice.
Yeah. Secular Sakai right here on the channel threw $100 in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well,
and on the last stream, I invited anyone who can, try to join me if you're able to financially. And if anyone else donates 100, then I will match that again. So
thank you. And thank you for your previous donation too. You've been very, very supportive. And we are finally streaming together.
Yeah.
Throwing it out there for something on Sunday to find a common topic that we can both make amazing. Yeah. Let's overuse that word a little more and do something with news, so yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll get something good together. I've been drowning in so many things that I forget, even where I am half the time. I feel like I'm so tired.
Yep. I agree. In fact, I was going to take some pictures,
I'll be calling this the Kraft macaroni and cheese stream. One for the tired people.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, my house literally is dangerous right now. I don't know if anyone's ever moved, but where you pull everything out and you have to sort it and put it in boxes, and then you don't have room for the boxes. But that's gonna. Because I have
so bad for your lower back and stuff because you're always, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate moving. You
Liz-
should just light it all on fire and we'll up the fundraiser to get new stuff.
I'm selling a lot of it. In fact, some neighbors were like, "Oh, are you selling your sofa?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And a lot of stuff is going because it's not worth hauling it. It's just not worth the money to haul it. So you bet. Absolutely.
You might want to interview them first to make sure they're not going to go all JD Vance on the sofa, because you don't want that in your mind. You want to make sure you get it some good owners, right? It's like taking care of a cat, you know?
Yeah, that's me, 2 dogs and a cat and me and the pandemic. So no, that thing is, I'd pay someone to get rid of it.
Pandemic on your sofa.
That's where it started.
2 bouts of COVID. I've had 2 bouts of COVID here. Hey, Sakai, Liz Mailer asked if you're somebody asked if you were in Ukraine. You're not in Ukraine.
Oh, not right at this moment, no. I finally am making some plans for that, although the person I was going to go visit is going to be at the front line soon, so I may be changing my itinerary, but at the moment I'm not, no.
Yeah, no, he's in a bunker consulting with people, and so far there's no red buttons or keys being used. So
he met. I'm not sure if I had this right. The German finance minister, is that?
Are you talking about me or someone else?
You.
Oh, no, I know who you're talking. Someone else had met with the German finance minister. It was not me though, but they were actually in my channel talking about it as well.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw something saying that you got a chance to thank him or something.
I wish that'd be really.
I think I was sleepy when I read it. I'm sorry, but yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, if that was in the last stream, that was news about the Polish finance minister.
Oh, sorry, wrong country.
Yeah, recently he recently went to Ukraine.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll
not to jump off topic too much, because we're here
because we have one so set in stone.
Right. But it's coming up real soon. Another thing I've been keeping my eye on that I've been talking with people I know on the ground about is the election next month in Republic of Georgia. And I can tell you several people I know are scared, pretty concerned, pretty scared about what the outcome is going to be.
What's the chance of actual democracy?
Well, I'd say it's more of a rock versus hard place situation because the chance is low. So there's unfortunately it is predicted that the authoritarian pro-Russian party will probably hold on to power. But even if they don't, if they lose, the expectation is that it could lead to another invasion, just like what happened in Ukraine.
Right.
So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Well, that's awesome. I gotta pick Jaina's hexagon thingy here. The donation count here, I'll just give you a little update, everybody. We are at 2943, so it's about to cross 3,000.
Hey,
that's cool.
I got 3143.
Oh, you do? See, I told you. GoFundMe just decides no. You will get an update when I say you can. I'm telling you, man.
Your refreshing is a little odd, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So,
both Skits Crasher and Blonde Bombsheller gave 100. So you know what? I'm gonna do 200 more, and that's it. I'm cutting it off now.
You guys are also wonderful to me. I don't expect my friends to be floating me. It's just, so.
Oh, yeah, no, but I mean, I like to do matching because honestly, if I'm sending, I encourage other people to do matching. If you're in the chat right now and you could only match $20, you could match $50. Do it, guys. Let's start a trend. Let's ping pong back and forth, but only give what you're able to,
No,
exactly.
You know what?
Don't put yourself out at all.
I'll match the next 100.
Yeah. No, don't put yourself out when you can put out somebody who's close to you, like a family member. You could right, sneak into their room when they're asleep, grab a couple $100 out of their wallet, donate.
Or that in-law who's in the basement, you can sort of get out of their wallet.
That's why Dunk's waiting in the car. He's trying to let them fall asleep so he can get the money for his donation.
With no point, it's my money. It's in their wallet.
Doug he has donated though. Thank you so much, Dunk. He very early on he did. You know, when I first started the channel, we weren't quite as big, and when you guys would do fundraisers, I did matching myself, even being on the channel, and it does work. There's a lot, and I just don't advertise what I support, but there's a lot of Ukraine stuff, and I think I didn't anticipate being in this position because a lot of my money was getting donated and a lot of stuff was going to my mom.
Yeah.
And it was sort of, in hindsight, I would have not done it. Double negative. I would have done it, but you don't foresee where you're going to be and really say, you know what, this is not a good situation here. You can't foresee the future. I don't regret supporting Ukraine. I don't regret supporting anybody on the Shills or other channels at all. When you give, it comes back 1,000-fold.
Annette, I mean, I've been supporting, technically, this war started way back in 2014, but since the full-scale invasion, I've been a lot more committed in supporting Ukraine from day one of the.
Oh, I thought you meant that cool jacket with the long sleeves you have that does up at the back. Committed, right?
I probably should be, but no. And I mean, like right now, I can give a little bit more, but I mean, I've gone through several job changes and 2 years. Yeah, there was a time when I was still giving money even when I had like almost nothing in my bank account.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. I here with the member money and all the stuff we get. If there's no like immediate need for somebody that's like helping to run the channel and stuff we'll try to pad and take away the few bits of loss to the service payments and stuff, right? Like if I've got $400 to put into the Project 22, because I know the service fees, I try to figure it out and I send like 426 or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, precisely. And
unless like I had to, had a fire and had to replace things. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. But my only point was I got no regrets either, It's the right thing to do is the way I look at it.
Absolutely. Well said.
Yeah, dude.
If anybody has any recommendations I'm still figuring out the whole, like, how am I going to get myself to the West Coast? There's obviously the
wagon train.
FedEx
went well for the Donner Party.
But there's U-Haul, and and I have had some some friends help saying they will make the trip if I want to do that, but I'm not sure that that's the best way because it might be something that equivalent to that money. I could do a pod, and I have not got any professional mover things. This is what I don't even know that the team knows about this so much. Some of you do because I've been sorting and boxing, but during the pandemic, and I used all my that stimulus money, I used that to get out here because I didn't have the extra money, but thank goodness I used that. But what happened was, I had this movie company and I loved the rep on the phone. She was wonderful. And they were nice to come and do the estimate. It was manageable. Like, okay, I could do that. Came and got my stuff, did a good job loading it. They had this thing where they were, in 30 days, you'd get your goods. And I thought 30 days, that's not much. Got here, and I had some stuff in my car, bought a lot just to live for 30 days. 30 days went by. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 days. And finally, I get this call saying, oh, we have a truck coming to deliver your stuff. If you're not home, we're going to put it in some random place. Oh, and guess what? Like, I think I was supposed to owe $1,200. He said, you owe $2,400 to get your stuff. That made this move over $5,000. So I called the lady on the phone and I said, they're extorting me. This is horrible. And she called them and she said, no, you just owe the $1,200. When they started unloading my stuff, I would tell them, okay, yep, they're all labeled bedroom, kitchen, and glass. And stuff started pouring out of broken boxes. And it literally was that bad. And the driver said, yep, everybody on this shipment was like that. You are the fourth person, the last one in this shipment. And I said, oh, Noodle's here. Yeah. And he said, everybody's shipment. And he said, what they do is they throw your stuff in a warehouse, they toss it around, they stack pallet on pallet on pallet, they crush everything, even though it says fragile, and everybody's stuff was destroyed. And I didn't bring out much, but what I did bring out was a lot of my mom's stuff to give to my sister's kids for perpetuity and because it meant something. And so much was destroyed that I actually just stopped opening boxes. And it's stuff. I keep telling myself it's stuff, but it was stuff my mom wanted to give to her grandkids. Right. And that hurt. And I had to tell those guys, you can't drag that stuff through my house. It's glass everywhere. I've got pets. Go in the back door, take it all down to the basement, and I'll just start opening. And I still, to this day, have boxes that I'm just now getting to because it was just too much. And now after years, I can open it up and it kind of hurts, but that was another thing about why this move is a little bit traumatic.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I don't want that to happen again. So, but again, I've let a lot go. It's stuff. You guys and all the people that support Ukraine and the team, you guys are what's important. It's people and memories. So I got my team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Noodle's here.
How's it going, Noodle?
Everyone knows
Hello.
Noodle Cat. He's in Oregon. Tell us your story, Noodle Cat.
Well, let's see. I'm down here in Oregon in the Willamette Valley, and I'm sitting before you on our pollinator strip over here. And it's planted.
That's
with
the best green screen I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
It's all AI. It's all AI. It's the wind blowing, the sun, beautiful day. Just figured that we would try really hard to get Annette over to, West Coast, Best Coast over here.
Yeah, baby.
And get her on the late show time format, staying up later and later and later.
If we could get enough motherfuckers to move west, we could do a proper after supper show, right?
Everybody, let's go.
I thought you were going to suggest you actually move the west over towards Annette to actually move the land over.
Well, I would just cut out a chunk, and then that way, it would be like if you had two tables and a tablecloth over them, and you took a cane and just pulled the fabric between the two, right? Call it a warp drive, if you will.
You just need to bend space-time and just bend the whole country in half and just have it intersect in the middle. Just crash. No problem. Problems at all. Those Rocky Mountains, they wouldn't miss it. They've had that high and mighty position for a really long time. Maybe bring them down a notch.
So smug.
I love it when people say, "Oh, I'm headed out west," and they're going to like Colorado, because here we are on the West Coast. Like I'm like 50 miles from the ocean, and it's like, there really isn't a whole lot more west before you get a whole lot more blue. But
yeah.
Anyway, I grow hazelnuts. This is a terrible example of hazelnuts. These are baby trees that are freshly planted.
Stop salivating, everyone.
The sunflowers are way prettier, so I figured I would go with the sunflower look rather than the hazelnut look.
Well, the sunflower has that whole Ukraine thing that people really like,
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Sure.
We're trying to draw attention to that problem. There are about, I'd say about 200,000 sunflowers in this pollinator strip.
Oh, wow. Cool.
We are trying very hard to draw attention to that. And
Awesome.
these little insects and various other birds and stuff like that act as a really great buffer for me. They allow me to not have to spray as much in my production hazelnut orchard. And so, they're little hard workers and they work around the clock, and therefore I can be lazy and, just relax and enjoy the sunshine.
Are the flowers strictly for pollination purposes, like to attract the pollinators, or do you actually have a practical purpose for them? Or other practical purpose for them?
There's a number of different benefits here. The first one is definitely to attract beneficial insects. We have a number of invasive species that are currently attacking various different farm crops all over the globe. And the idea is that we're planting more and more to the periphery, to the edges of our fields. And the idea here is to add a corridor, basically a laneway that allows insects to travel back and forth into my crop. They've got a refuge where I'm not spraying. It's a buffer. It's maintained, but it's preserved. And so it provides habitat for them that's a safe space, basically.
Yeah.
And so they work round the clock. They've got a room to nest. They've got room to eat. They've got different little insects and all kinds of that to have a whole ecosystem to try and build. Rather than have a farm where you're growing a crop, you're trying to build it like an ecosystem.
Yeah.
So you're going to have like your beneficials. You're going to have your
You
things that eat the pests, the aphids, the other creatures.
You got to structure it so nature works for you, right?
Exactly.
Is
Rather
it the
than
new
thinking
style?
rather than thinking what do I need to kill, like there's a pest out there and I need to kill it, the idea behind it is what can I add to the system that means I don't have to spray.
That's right. We back in like 1993 when this dude taught me how to grow green flowery plants really well. We did this. You would bring in predator bugs, but they couldn't, mate and stuff because it's all sealed and indoors. But instead of having to use spray, this and that, you just bring in the thing that kills the thing that you're not happy with. Done. Right?
Like ladybugs and whatnot.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're just alone. That was a honeybee that just whizzed past my head. But just alone, there are 1,000 different individual species. That is just one of them that's super common that everybody knows.
Yeah.
But there are 1,000 different species of just pollinating insects. That's not even including the assassin bugs and the snake flies and I don't know.
Friendly named bugs.
And that's not even covering the birds. The
Right.
birds are a great benefit to me. You can see, maybe you can see, I don't know, I'm on mobile, so it might be low quality, but there's a power line above my head. And quite often I'll see like a American kestrel or some sort of raptor up there. And that's sitting there picking off the grasshoppers and various other insect pests. So it's also scaring the rodents, the voles, the all sorts of other stuff. The higher you get on the tree, the more diverse you need in all of these different species to try and cover all of these different little niches.
Yeah.
So what would happen if you got a T-Rex?
Jesus Christ.
Well, my neighbors would probably look at me even more strangely than they already do. So however, that would be also par for the course for me too. They would be like, oh, well, that guy, right? I mean, look how there's a lot of people that look at this and they go, look how weedy it is. There's a weed over there that's, oh my gosh. And, wow.
You know how big companies pay to put their name on like a stadium? So instead of Shea Stadium or whatever, now you've got the Staples Stadium or whatever. How about I give you like $50 and we call it the Shills Big Fat Nut Farm?
Interesting. So, Noodle, and most people, when they hear pollinators, they think the bee, the honeybee, the bee. What percentage of pollinators would you say are actually bees versus non-bees? If you know.
Well, I got an
That is
interesting
a very,
fact here.
very interesting question. I'll have to think about that for a minute. There are, like I said, there are 1,000 different species of insects just in Oregon that are solitary, semi-social, and I mean, if we're just looking at pollination services, like some of the bees only have a flight range, and I'm just picking on bees for a minute. I'm not even covering like different insects that are like bees. Like hoverflies and stuff like that eat aphids in addition to providing a pollination. They eat the nectar from a flower and then they go over and they eat an aphid. And I don't like aphids because the aphids get into the leaf of the hazelnut and they cut my yield down. Otherwise, I'd have to spray, right? So, like, the more complicated you look at this picture, the harder it is to just simply say, well, what benefit are you providing? You got some flowers there and the bees are eating it, or the pollinators of various kinds.
Yeah.
It's really a dynamic ecosystem here that we're trying to mimic, rather than just a single crop that we're growing and then we have this yield and we get paid on this yield. And,
Right.
you know, that's the sheer economics of it when you look at it. That's why people don't do this. It isn't necessarily the most economically viable way to do it.
Right.
Is it more interesting to try? I think so. I'm also getting benefits from putting a cover crop like this in the soil. This edge margin here, all the runoff from my neighbors when they have a huge rainstorm come through, all that rainwater is coming from up. There's mountains over there just off to my side there.
Yeah.
But basically, like, all that rainwater and all that, it's all filled with nitrates, nitrogen, right? Basically stuff that makes, you know, plants grow. Like Rondo, only it actually works.
Damn it, I was just about to make that joke.
And it's not going into the river, which is causing giant algal blooms.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, that can screw shit up so bad, right? You know.
Right.
Dunk.
So,
one second, little Dunk. I just want to try a trick here because I think I can inject your avatar.
Ooh.
Kinky.
Hello, me. Hello, me.
There he sort of is.
I think you're possessed. I think Nick Suter is taking you over.
It can't be. It's not funny enough.
I was playing with it in the after show. I just wanted to throw that in before I forgot there.
Somebody spent so long on it.
Dunk, knowing him, he probably did it in about 3 minutes or something ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't take that long. No, this is the reason why, I'm not. I realized yesterday when I ran out of data, it's because I was sending fucking video to you. There was no need to do that. It was just my avatar.
Yeah.
It was like chewing up some of my data. So I'm using my wife's phone at the minute. So I'm being more kind of economical with data.
Oh, okay. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah. It's spending all that data to send your picture at 1080p. Right?
How stupid was that?
Yeah, not really worth it. Yeah.
Ooh, I gotta hop off, guys, but I went ahead and matched those donations on the GoFundMe, and yeah, please keep donating, everybody. Let's get this closer to the goal.
Oh yeah,
appreciate you.
Thank you so much. You're such a good friend. And, I've told this to a lot of people, but when things get smoother, when I'm finally relocated and I can get back in the swing of things and just don't have my mind in a million places, we'll get something going. I think I'll be
ice cream bars for everyone.
You get a top.
Sprinkles on top. So, no, but thank you for all your support, and I will continue to support you too. We have that special relationship.
Shut up. Let Sakai get off because he's got to go to OnlyFans now to raise that money back again.
I thought he had Tinder date. Hey, I don't know. He's telling me Tinder date.
He's going to have to get the purple dragon out and everything.
OnlyFans a Tinder date. That's cool too.
I'll just take the fact that no one said Grindr is a win, and I'll go ahead and get going.
I realize you're multi-streaming.
Yeah. All right, later, everybody.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Take care.
That's funny. Okay, hold on. Here, I'm gonna move Noodle.
Here, David.
That sounds like a euphemism.
Yeah.
I think David's still in the United States working on his master's. Are you still here, David? I think he is. David
Dave's not
Worley.
here.
He's working
David
on his
Worley's in the
master.
chat. I know. I wanted him to answer because he's had a whole summer long project that he's been working on. And it goes from places, yeah. But I haven't really. Yep, he's still in the U.S. So okay. He, you know what? He breaks hearts wherever he goes. Yep. Tinder's broken because of Dave Worley.
Yeah, every time they meet him in person and see what he really looks like, it's just. You know, he uses my picture for his profile, right? That's what he does.
Too hard when he wasn't on the Ukraine stream anymore.
That was just a perfect moment.
We are selling rubber dick masks in the Shills store if you actually want to look like him at the same time. So, get it while they're
It will be
hot.
silicone, easy to clean.
Yeah. Or and there's going to be extenders, and you can have Dave's face right on the end.
Oh, no.
And we do have condoms with Skits Crasser's face on the end of those.
But there's also condoms that say David Worley. How many letters can you make it show?
And he's not here to defend himself, poor guy.
Oh, that's one of those amazing moments that can just not happen if you plan it.
Wouldn't it be demoralizing if you got condoms that actually had like inch markers as you pulled it on?
That'd be so fucked.
You're either going to be really happy or not so happy.
Yeah, I took 2 Viagra and got to the Y, and wow, did my wife have a good time. That's the kind of reviews you get for the David Worley condoms, right?
You get the condoms, but they have like, I remember I used to have a little ruler that was called a fisherman's ruler, where every inch was marked out as 2 inches. So
yeah, the whole
the 6-inch fish, you have a 12-inch fish.
yeah.
Dana, aren't we lucky that we don't have these problems?
Oh, I can make some for you if you want them.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on a minute here.
We measure you by echo.
The worst it ever gets for us is we get this voice. Baby, not sure if you can handle me. I think maybe I probably could.
I'll say this: women have a scale, just like men have a scale. They don't use inches or centimeters or any duration thereof. It's all about the old joke. When they skydive out of a plane in a skirt without underwear on, it's all about the tone produced, right? It's the pitch.
High C.
and the fathoms.
I think for girls, we have that old saying, it's not how much you have, it's how you use it.
We have that saying too, but it doesn't make it true.
Yeah.
Greg C in the chat, camouflage condoms, no one sees you coming. That's a good one. Oh, David Worley said special edition condom comes with this little name.
Yeah. We that's the endowed line.
We've seen only on porn channels.
I swear, if David actually gets on a merch store and puts condoms out right now, it'd probably make $1,000 in the next 30 minutes. You know, I'm sure my neighbors can hear me out the window and they're thinking, I wonder if he has a set, you know. Could be.
I swear, I wonder about half the streamers that I watch, like do they have neighbors? Like, I swear, like,
I know. When when the newest girl that's corner to corner over there just by me, when she first moved in, it was about 20 days after she moved in, she was like, do you have a podcast or something, or do you just have a few friends that you're not really fond of?
all Tourette's, baby.
All of the above.
Yeah, but it was funny. Yeah. And then all the kids think it's cool. Oh, he's got a YouTube thing. And the parents are like, you're not watching that. You know, I won't even let the kids know what the channel is because, you know.
I don't even let my kid watch this.
Neither would I, and mine's 17. You know?
All the kids in your neighborhood, they probably like think you're like some kind of like Mr. Beast or something. Like, you know, it's like, oh,
right.
Oh, the Shills? Oh, okay, never mind.
Is that Markiplier's like dirty uncle?
Yeah. Oh, and man, you know what? That reference has never been made before. That sucks.
I mean, let's be fair, Dick. You're never going to become a famous YouTuber until you got a real sickly coloured Maserati and everybody hates it.
I would only buy a Maserati if I had the the $5,000 a month it takes to keep one on the road. You know?
Oh, hey, tell you what, driving up here, right, I saw quite a few, Lamborghinis driving around, and there was, like stupid lime green ones and orange ones. But there was this one on the back of a trailer, and it was just white. It was just pure white, and I've never seen anything so beautiful in my entire life.
Was it new or older?
Brand new.
Because even like in the Countach days, in the late 70s, 80s or whatever, the pure white looking one was so sick.
It just looks like it's like he doesn't even have to try. Do you know what I mean? When you get one with a stupid color and stripes down the side, it's like you're trying really hard. It's like pure class.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
When you own the white one, you don't start it for people that are standing around looking at it because that's what the other people do. Right?
Dude, why go white? Just go primer. I mean,
yeah. Why paint?
Well, funny enough, it costs you more to get the bare carbon fiber car than it does to get the one that's painted.
What?
Yeah. That's weird.
I don't quite get that. Oh, we're going to do less work? Oh, that's going to cost you a lot more.
Probably because it's just fiberglass and someone has to paint in all this.
Yeah.
The little squares.
Yeah.
Actually,
how labor comes in.
My wife, she had a wheelchair that was, came like that. It was like, oh, it's all carbon fiber until it got broke and I had to repair it. And I realized it wasn't carbon fiber at all. It's just fucking fiberglass. And you just painted the carbon fiber.
Yeah, it's got that dip thing that makes it look like it, right? You know?
Fiber's all good and fine until you try to take it to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is that a dated reference yet? Too soon?
No. That's totally on point, I think, at this part.
That's a very deep joke.
Yeah. It really shows the cracks that are inherent in the entrepreneurial system.
Good one.
I wasn't sure where I was going when I started. I had to, fill in the blanks as I went.
You got there, though. You got there.
Yeah.
As soon as you started talking about cracks, I came up with an amazing joke. And I thought, no, I'm not going to say that live on air.
We already put them out the way. We already had them jumping out of a plane. Stop it.
Jumped out of planes. I used to do that for a living.
I just recently in my YouTube recommended feed caught a video of a guy that hikes around the Grand Canyon and finds like old cool archaeological type sites. I watched one video for 4 minutes until I was bored and stopped. And the video's like 24 minutes long, right? And now YouTube thinks I am addicted to him. And all I want to do is have his fucking children. Because every time I refresh my main feed, I get like 7 of his videos. How do they get me watching 4 minutes of like a 28-minute video to equate to he loves this guy? How I didn't click thumbs up, I didn't subscribe. You know, how does this even?
Yeah, I started getting some advertisements for some Hatch chili sauce stuff, right? No, I had no idea where it started coming from. So I was like, okay. I go to Google. I'm like, what is a Hatch? This is like pure curiosity. What is a Hatch chili? You know, not a brand. I didn't look up their brand. I didn't even look up the sauce. I just type in Hatch chili. And, you know, surprise, the chili pepper that they grow in Hatch. But now I'm getting emails. Like all of my emails are now getting flooded with advertisements for Hatch chili sauce. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah. The targeted advertising thing has gotten so out of control, it's not funny right now. And like some of you guys watching might know, and in the Shills, you guys know, when it started getting hot in my area, I splurged and bought myself a new fancy badass air conditioner. It's quiet, it's powerful, it's awesome, right? And I still to this day have ads plastered over some websites for that very same machine. I own it, you morons. You're all wasting your money. It's so targeted now that they don't see an air conditioner and go, I wonder if he's also in the market for a washer and a dryer or maybe a dishwasher or something. No, he needs more air conditioners. He must fill every window with 7 air conditioners. You know, like it's ridiculous.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing when I fixed my fridge, and I had to Google search a particular part for that fridge. Yeah, and it's like, oh, this guy loves repairing fridges.
Yeah.
And of course, YouTube does the same thing because you look at the YouTube video and how to do it and all that kind of stuff. So YouTube goes, wow, this guy loves repairing fridges.
You literally have to have like 4 accounts now so that you don't fuck up your actual YouTube account by looking things up that you need to know in life, but only once.
Sometimes they get you though. Like I don't know how I started just going down a YouTube rabbit hole. And one day I was like, oh, lock picking, that's interesting. And I started watching it. Like 2 weeks later, I have a lockpick set and a bunch of practice locks. I'm like, how did I get here?
Why am I in jail?
Yeah, that's funny. Oh man, you know, for the next like 3 years in your part of town, everybody who has their lock picked, you're gonna get a knock on the door, right?
I'm not that good.
You better say that a few times.
You just ran the neighbour's house, you're like ticking the locks. Well, I was just practicing. I saw a YouTube video. I had to come and try it. I was just trying.
Yeah. But while I'm here, I'm gonna grab that bottle of wine. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we're at $3,350 on Annette's fundraiser. And, for me, it's only like 4:30 and I've already got my son's supper waiting to be heated up. I think I have enough alcohol, but there's enough people on the show. If I have to get more, you'll all be okay. So stick around and let's keep it up. What?
I've got to raise another 1,000 just to stock you up with beer.
You're probably not wrong. Oh, do we have an echo? Okay, hold on. There. Okay.
And and we have this amazing group that keeps, that donates for beer money. What an amazing audience we have.
Every time I see somebody put in a thing for the beer fund, it's just unbelievably cool, right? I've never had a job where somebody walked up to me and said, hey, here's for your beer fund.
Right? Like it was funny. I was on Twitch the other day, and some people were coming in, and some guy did something cool in some game, and people were donating bits to him, like 200 bits. I'm like, can you imagine this in real life? Like every time you did something cool for your friends, like here's $2. Here's $2. Good job. Here's $2. Like,
Yeah.
That's called being a tramp.
Yeah. I got another image in here from AI Alchemist. I'm sure everybody will figure it out. That's awesome. Here, let me zoom this in for everybody.
it's a little worrisome that there's no chest strap like going across. But yeah.
Yeah, but that would get in the way of the view.
You must lift and suck.
Good one, dude. Good one. Oh, it's awesome.
He's really talented, Mr. Nobi. Let's enable Annette. I know. I don't know what I would do though. Hey, don't send beer money to Dick. Send wine money to me.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm kind of a lightweight. I grew up in Wisconsin, so I could definitely drink beer, but it's about pacing yourself. You don't go out drinking and then get blitzed. You pace yourself so you can last 10, 11, 12 hours.
It's a race. You fucking grab it and run. No.
I was always that person, though, where...
I set a timer. 19 minutes for each beer. That's all you get.
Yeah, go remember, Dick used to be in a band, right? So if there's beer, you've got to get to it before anybody else does.
Or no, but the other thing is if somebody buys you a drink when you're on stage, you can only get to it between songs. So you learn to guzzle a half a beer. Just there you go, right? You know.
I was part of an investigation once when I was in the Army about one of my roommates did something silly, got drunk driving, incident. And they were, my command staff was like, why didn't you? And I'm like, I was drunk myself, but I wasn't stupid enough to go driving. And he's like, but I wasn't that, I wasn't, completely annihilated. And he's like, oh yeah, how much did you drink? I'm like, just 6 beers in like an hour. And he's like, don't you think that's a bit excessive? Don't you think that's a lot of beer? And I'm thinking like the correct answer is yes, you're absolutely right, First Sergeant. I blah 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 blah. But it's like, not really. Like at that time, that was chump change.
You just bellow back. Army training, sir. Army training.
Yeah, good times. I was with
Somebody was interested in they had a question in the chat, just to totally non sequitur back into farming. Somebody was asking, hey, you grow like so many freaking hazelnuts. What on earth do you do about squirrels? And one solution that we have here on the farm is to provide this, what we call a landscape of fear. So the idea is that they never really get settled. They never get into a place where they're comfortable and they're happy. The idea is to constantly change up the scenario of what's going on out here. So doing a live stream from the field is all part of my squirrel management program, in addition to raptor polls and various other solutions, because me being out here is completely random and unpredictable. You can occasionally see me over there waving at people. That's the neighbors who are just driving by going like, what on earth is that guy doing now?
You should get some kangaroos and put big bushy tails on them. So the squirrels look at them and go, I'm not fucking going down there. Have you seen those squirrels?
What the hell?
That would be good. Like maybe some remote control drones of some sort that people can fly around. Like, you just like link those up onto the internet and you go, hey, fly them around, like be random, be crazy. That would probably scare a lot of people and a lot of squirrels. So, that would at least be entertaining. We could put that out on the internet, I think. That'd be effective.
That reminds me, before the days of drones, back in the early 2000s, I used to duck hunt a fair amount. And what was kind of fun was they got these little remote control boats that you would put a little duck decoy on, and you could just drive it around to, kind of make your decoys look a little more lively, make it look a little more real to the ducks. But like sometimes I'd be out there hunting, I'm having just so much fun driving around the little duck. And then one time my buddy was flying, then for some reason looked away, looked back, thought it was a duck, and then blasted the hell out of my toy boat. And that was the end of that.
It's a horrible way to go down.
Short life of the SS Duck.
So I wonder how the laws are with the a drone, but with the duck decoy on. So a duck drone decoy. I wonder what the laws are on that. That might be interesting.
I think there's a ground weight thing, like a weight limit issue. I think if you keep it under about 150 feet here in the U.S., I think, and it was small enough, I think you could get away with it.
Interesting.
But doing it for commercial purposes might also be different too. Don't know.
When it comes to public owned drones, not more commercial and approved things and whatnot.
Predators.
When it comes down to it, in the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, drones are pretty much not legal to operate if you truly read the rules because of public space and privacy concerns and whatnot. And there's more and more push for drone operators to start having it in their firmware where they're not allowed to be operated. And if you're a drone enthusiast, I highly recommend that you get ready for that switch and buy into the last generation technology where you still have some freedom, but don't be a creep. But I think it's coming. I've been expecting it for a while.
Yeah. There's definitely a ton of weird stuff that you can do, where technology has not been pushed out to that particular niche in the world. So there's plenty. You don't have to be the next Google or the next Amazon or whatever. There's plenty of stuff where today's technology that's on the shelf, literally nobody has pointed that technology at that particular problem that you might be facing.
Yeah.
And so, it's an interesting time to be alive in a lot of ways. But I use my drone to determine whether or not I've got a sprinkler that's turned off, or and it's just simply faster than driving around in the orchard. Every acre of tree, if you go along both sides of a hazelnut orchard, every single acre, if you were to traverse that in a vehicle or walk it, is a mile.
But here's the thing: a lot of times people look to legislation, but in my mind, for the most part, with these new things that come up, we already have legislation in place, right? Is it legal for me to spy over the fence and watch my neighbors through their window into their house? No. As such, it's not legal for me to do the same activity using technology. To me, we don't need to waste all of this time crafting these new laws when it's the same privacy concerns we've had since early society.
In Canada, is it the same as with the United States? Because I know you guys are busted up into different whatevers. Is there an overarching federal laws and then each individual state?
We do have separation where the provinces have some leeway to do things and whatnot. But when something's a federal law, it's a federal law. And in Canada, we're quicker and more likely to put something in the federal sphere just to make it uniform and easier. But crossing provinces in Canada can even screw up your government funded healthcare, right? There's little hoops to jump through. It's not perfect. And I understand that different regions are different peoples and stuff because, in Canada, we only have 10 provinces and our freaking landmass is massive. Everybody's so different as you cross the country. It's not funny. But things that are applied on a federal level benefit the country as a whole better for the most part.
Yeah, because for example, when I was working law enforcement down here in California, I had a concealed weapons permit and I would carry it around, for whatever. And especially when I was out hunting, I always had it with me. But often, at least once or twice a year, I'd go up to Oregon, in the Klamath area there, and they had great duck hunting. But Oregon did not honor or recognize California concealed weapons permits, even law enforcement weapons permits. So it was like I had to make sure anytime I would cross the state line, like my weapon was unloaded and blah 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 blah. And it's like if there was like an overarching laws and overarching things like that, but with the United States, it's just it's an inherent thing. It was state rights, and the federal government since its inception was meant to be small, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just typing a thing out here.
But that also, like it leads to like crazy, like huge differences between, like the state of California versus, the state of Alabama, how like they can be so, like we're part of the same country, yet so different in a lot of things.
I know if you're not somebody who pays attention to that kind of crap, and you're like 17 years old and you decide that you're gonna go on a little road trip and have some fun because you just graduated or whatever, you can just cross a state line and get yourself in real shit for something that you would have done on a daily basis. It's kind of strange,
Oh yeah.
Let's get
Hi,
Commander.
Yeah,
okay, buddy.
in here, yay!
Yeah. Let's welcome somebody that's let's welcome somebody that's clearly higher than I am right now.
I know we all got a little catching up to do.
Oh, is he muted?
It's higher in rank.
No, I hear him.
I don't
Do you?
want to hear him.
I think he's got to rejoin. He's got that thing, Commander. It's being a little bit of a jerk. Just try jumping in again. Remember from earlier? Yep. Okay.
That's weird. So you can hear him and I can't. That's
I
weird.
couldn't hear him either.
I think maybe I heard somebody else, like two voices that together that maybe I thought was his. So, and I'm wearing the good headphones. So
No, the system he's using is all the defaults are set wrong, and sometimes it takes a couple of goes to make it work. We had this earlier.
I blame Canada.
Yeah, for all their hockey hollamagoo and that bitch Anne Murray too.
Such a great song and will live on in infamy.
I remember the first time I heard it, I was laughing so hard I had to rewind and listen again. But then I was laughing so hard I had to rewind and listen again. It took me like 4 tries to catch all the lyrics, man. Yeah.
Still don't hear you.
Seriously, hold on, Commander. Let it settle in for a second and see if I can refresh it over here. Remember, don't let it rejoin the last one, right? Oh, you didn't. I can tell. Yeah.
we can't hear your voice, but we can see you playing piano.
Oh, you can see us and hear us, but you just can't.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay.
Mr. Noe, thank you so much. You've been such a blessing in the chat to.
Oh.
Let's do this. Really, really appreciated so much.
I think we're getting somewhere. Hold on, it's settling in.
Yes, and let's not forget while we're here, we are here because we want to make sure that our dear loved one here, Annette, gets somewhere safe and somewhere that she needs to be. I know it's been tough for a lot of people, but this is very important to all of us here.
Yeah, because if they find out she did it, she could go to jail. We got to get her out of state. Oh, shit. I'm not supposed to say. Okay, hold on a second here.
I know, and we haven't even touched on the MAGA community here. So, when you move to a new place, and if you're lucky enough just to move through town, you take all your cleaning supplies. You could just throw them in a box and put them under your kitchen sink in the next place. Well, not so much here because I only had so much room in my car. Plus, also, I knew I was going through different elevations across the country. Cleaning supplies can go and make a big mess. So I just came here without anything.
Hang on, steady up, girl. You started talking about MAGA, you started talking about cleaning supplies.
No, I'm getting to that. So I'm setting the story here. So anyway, I go to and realize it's a pandemic. At each store you go into, you got the mask and all that. So I go into Walmart because it's pretty close to me, and I'm in the aisle, and this lady, I don't know anybody, and she just said to me, if Trump were president, Mr. Clean wouldn't be this expensive.
What the hell?
I'm like going like this, like.
I think we've got Commander in the show proper now.
Nearest me.
Yeah.
Oh, I can. How about
There
that?
we go.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Oh, puppy dog.
See, I was able to fix it over here. That's the thing about this service. It fucks up, but it lets me fuck it up even worse. So,
Hey, talking about MAGA, I was thinking about this the other night because I was just like thinking. I mean, I was really fascinated about this because, I mean, once upon a time, MAGA, Make America Great Again, was just like a slogan. It was a slogan for Trump, yeah?
Yeah.
To make America great again. That was his plan.
Now it's
That's
a
what he
group of
wanted to do.
assholes. Yeah.
And now it's become his own solitary movement.
Yeah.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah.
When else has a slogan become its own flipping movement?
I blame Marjorie Taylor Greene. She should be tarred and feathered right now.
I don't know. Have you ever tried to give a Pepsi drinker a Coke? They're pretty hardcore.
I think part of it, though, I think part of the reason is that it was just simpler for them to co-opt that name into the GOP to be able to differentiate the moderate faction of the GOP from the cultists.
So they
Like how the Tea Party did for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when they were the extreme of the right. Now the Tea Party people would look like softy liberals compared to the MAGA crowd.
I've tried to remember to make the Tea Party reference a couple of times on Ukraine update shows over the last few weeks, and I keep forgetting to make it. Thank you.
They're not really around per se anymore, are they?
Think so, right? At least
it wasn't really much of a party, though. I mean, how many parties do you go to? Here's some tea. Oh, no thanks. Where's the bar?
all the British ones?
They got thrown in the harbor because everybody was sick of the heroin trade.
We're sick without the heroin. Yes. Like,
Yeah, you never heard stories about sharks being high on tea?
they're all amped up.
Oh, we need
Is that
sharks with the laser thing still. We really need that. Let me get a shout out in here. Let me get a shout out in. Crazy Cat 1 came in with a super chat. My bank is awful with payments outside Ireland. I might be the user. Pass this on to Annette, please. I will indeed, brother. No worries.
Thanks, Crazy Cat. Should I tell the funny story about him last week?
Which one?
So Crazy Cat's part of our research team, and we have this room where and they know what articles to
He
throw
calls
in.
it the dungeon, but
So and PJ is basically in charge of that room, but with PJ out, I was stepping in. Because I made the system for that, so I know it. But so I'm in there, and Crazy Cat wasn't really used to me being, at the party anymore. So things came up, and it was all in good fun. And I'm like, honestly, I was so busy, and I was looking like, what is he saying? Oh my! And so.
Oh, I thought this was the nude photo one. Okay, yeah, keep going.
So there was one thing. Oh, I know what it was. And it was really funny. I had gotten done helping with some research, and I had notes done for something else for the show. And then I said, I have to go out. I'm going to try to go mow the lawn quick before the stream. And Crazy Cat puts a superwoman meme in there, like, with the thing waving, and I'm just like smart ass. So I ended up just making him a room in Discord that he could see that just said smart ass room.
Yeah.
And I just put him in it.
Can I
So he got out of it though.
Can I ask everybody watching, am I the only one when you hear a woman say mow the lawn, you think Birkenstocks? Is it just me?
I was thinking something completely different. Manscaped.
I think we're on the same path. You just don't understand the reference to the sandals.
Yeah, I gotcha.
We're going to set it straight now. I don't mow, I wax. Now that's been no more questions. Alchemist, not where my mind was. Every once in a while, you have to crawl down to where Dick and Doug live.
Oh, yeah. It's a good place to be. It's kind of fun.
Oh, Andrew Petrie, yeah. Andrew Petrie, it's a funny story too about him. When Manscaped was all over YouTube and we were just inundated, everything was Manscaped, and we made him the Manscaped spokesperson. Yep.
Oh.
That'll be forever for Andrew. Good going, Andrew. Manscaped.
Remember, you got to oil that razor once a month,
Tonight's sponsor. We've got a new product on the Shills. The Shills category of products. We have got the clit brush. They can get into the deep cracks and clean them up just sparkling as new. Just get the clit brush, also available for penises.
Oh, okay. Here, I want to get my reaction to that proper. So,
I would have thought the screaming goat would have been the one.
Yeah, I was figuring we've held back on Donkey, and it was time.
He's a good fellow.
Yeah.
Hey, good fellow. You want a funny story? We'll talk about funny stories. So up here with the mother-in-law, and so Kelly's getting all these little knickknacks from mum. Just little things that from the childhood memory, little like objet d'art and stuff like that. Little boats with spoons in them for some fucking reason, I don't know why. But I also got this little bronze statue of a man. It's like carrying a boat on his back. It's like what they did back in the day. It's like a medieval thing. And I said to her, "Oh, finally, I can find your little man in the boat."
No, that's funny.
Where's your man in the boat? Oh, there he is on the mantelpiece.
Yeah. No,
Next one,
yeah. Wife says, "I'm going to bed." Oh, you got your little statue? Yeah, okay,
Man.
Yeah, I'll stay up then, honey. Good night.
Oh, that's why they're
Holy.
being so quirky. It's dinner time at the zoo.
We just had the loudest thunder hit I've heard in a long time. So if everything drops out on my side, small town life in the west side of the Rockies, it happens. We'll see how it goes.
I hope not, for your sake.
Yeah. Especially because I got to heat up Felix's pizza in like half an hour. So I need at least 45 minutes or so here. We'll see.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on the tornado things, normal we have the horrible internet providers here. Google just buried. It's so funny because the tornado hit, and then all of a sudden there was all these crews out there digging up the street. I'm like, what the heck? And they put about a week after the tornado hit, they put in Google Fiber, and it's like all this time, and that's all I've been saying is you guys bury this stuff.
Yeah,
it's logical, bury it so a tree branch doesn't fall, come down. I can't tell you because the chat doesn't know, we don't go telling everything that happens, but my internet has been out so much, and just from a tree fall, one small branch falling on the line. But I will tell you that the week of when the tornado hit, of course, it was declared a disaster area here, and it allowed internet providers to literally just cruise the blocks and say, do you need help? And this guy was so nice. He was my neighbor across the street, a lady, the tree fell in her house, fell in his house, took all the lines down. And I just went and said, hey, are you doing everybody's line that's down? Because mine's down too. He said, no. He goes, I think you had fiber, because he looked up my account. And he said, but I have a friend. So calls a friend. Within 10 minutes, this guy's out here. He goes, so show me what's going on. And I said, well, a whole tree in the neighbor's yard came down and it took the whole line down. I don't know, because the house is empty. I don't know how you're going to manage that. And he's like, listen, he goes, because you've been declared a disaster area, we could do things we normally don't do. If I can safely string it, I will string it through the tree that's all smushed apart. And he did. And that house did sell, which has been vacant for 2 years. And I said to that guy, oh, please, if you start taking trees out, look at my line. And he was so good. He took his chainsaw around the whole thing, and he said, well,
Did
your
he carve
line
it into like a bear or something?
I had one of those in California.
Nice.
They're kind of cool. But no, and honestly, the way people come together during disasters, and then I think I told you, what was it, on Thursday? Was it Thursday or yesterday, where I said the technician was coming and going to lift the line up because the line was strung through a broken tree. So it was so low and he's like got it done in 3 minutes. And he didn't even hook my internet. He just wound it around and attached to the house and said, you got a little extra line here, a little slack if something were to happen in the future. I'm like, not going to be any future here for me. I said, thank you anyway. But no, and I was, that's the one thing, they say you have to find a silver lining in everything. And there's 2 silver linings. Dick, when you said, why do people live here? In Iowa, they are deniers and they are prayers. If you pray a lot and think stuff's going to happen, you think, oh, well, it's going to fix it. But also, if you deny it long enough and say, no, that won't happen to me. And if it does, I'll just pray about it. That's the bubble they live in here. Not in reality.
How many times do the prayers have to result in a tornado before people go, I think God had better things to do or something
People are praying for tornadoes than people are.
Yeah, I mean, in this day and age, there's how many billion people on the planet? If dude's just sitting there checking his email, he's seriously busy. There's got to be other things going on. There was a Demonicus in the chat. Is Dunk using the blue dot thing like Republicans that are voting for Harris?
I
That's
saw
funny.
that too. What is that?
What?
That's what happens when you're on Video Ninja and you don't upload a picture, but you don't have your camera on.
Yeah, it's a picture of my left breast, including the nipple.
I guess your left testicle.
I thought it was your third nipple.
Yeah.
Third nipple just happens to be on his left testicle.
That was after the surgery because his wife did not want more children. So that's what the pixel is.
Is your surgery in Iowa?
The left one? You sure it's the left one? It could be the right one or the middle one. I'm not too sure.
I think the right one's square, so it's pretty sure that's the left one.
Oh, Commander McMillan, you've landed in that spot where you never thought you'd want to ever be again.
Yeah, stoned on the shills.
You see?
You're muted.
What are you referring to?
The general environment here where we're talking about nipples and penises and testicles.
No, we never had any talk like that in the wardroom when I was there. Never.
No, you're just talking about semen all the time.
I mean, it is the Navy. What else do they talk about?
Yeah. No, but he's waiting for the conversation to get raunchy. I mean, he was in the Navy, right?
So this is actually my dad, who was in the Navy. So ashamed. But he was in the Navy during Vietnam, and he was on an aircraft carrier, the Coral Sea. And to this day, he refuses to acknowledge being called a seaman. He's like, nope, I was an airman. I'm like, Dad, you're in the Navy. Just because you're on an aircraft carrier, you're not an airman. Yes, I am. Dad, you're a seaman.
Well, it depends on what his rating was, because probably half the crew on an aircraft carrier are, in fact, seamen, or at least from that rating.
Squirt, squirt.
Because they have seamen and airmen and hospitalmen and construction men, all the different subgroups.
I always love the fact that they had an able seaman. What happens to the unable seaman?
They take Viagra.
That's an interesting question. I mean, it's not officially a U.S. Navy rank, but that's Merchant Marines. But yeah, I think able seaman is referring specifically to somebody who's had a certain amount of time at sea. So they're like a step up from just your regular guy that swings a mop.
Actually, I do actually know the technical reason for able seaman. It's just not so funny.
It's so funny.
Oh, do
I
it,
thought able seaman
Enlighten
was an
me.
actual British Navy thing, though. Was it US too?
Yeah.
It's a British Navy thing. Able seaman is somebody who actually knows the ropes.
Let me explain it properly. An able seaman gets paid for his donations at the sperm bank.
Boom.
The other ones get a letter in the mail saying, "Yeah, you should probably go set up a visit with your primary."
Hi, silly dog.
I don't know if you guys are you
I
guys
look
in
so
video?
ridiculous here with my little blankie all cuddled up in my chair with the heater running. Of course, what you can't see is I've got 2 ice packs down there.
Oh.
You could be worse. You could be what are those things? The ones like the blankets with the little armholes in it. What are those called?
Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I actually have one downstairs. My parents
As seen on
some
TV
decades
things.
ago.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Snuggies. That's right. Yeah.
Snuggies. Yep. Somebody.
Yeah.
What he doesn't know is that he's going to look like that again for 2 weeks when he has to come off the fucking oxycodons.
That's what heroin's for.
Yeah.
The bugs.
His wife already has a bottle of methadone waiting.
She's drunk, that.
Yeah, trying to keep up.
What do you think's in that water bottle next to him?
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny.
Commander, have your dogs been sticking extra close to you like most pets do when they know that you're a little compromised?
Yes and no.
Waiting to eat you.
You'll be dead soon. I know it.
Are they
The
from
big issue
Columbus?
is that the dogs have their own certain social dynamic going. And so if one dog comes over here, then the others are likely to come over. But if nobody's here, it's like, oh, it's him. What the hell? Who cares? Unless it's like, oh, Dad has the cookie jar. He's my best friend in the whole world.
Yeah, they only give a rat's ass when it's competitive. Like, oh, you're petting that one? Not a fucking chance, right?
Or it's a case of, oh, he might die soon. He looks delicious.
Yeah.
Barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how are we going to get in the fridge to get the sauce?
Lack of opposable digits, the one thing that's held them back all these aeons.
You know, if dogs knew how tasty barbecue sauce was on humans, they probably would have evolved thumbs by now so they could get in the fucking fridge, right?
What do you think, Coco? Would you do that? Would you chew on my finger if I put barbecue sauce on? She's looking at me very intently, going, "Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, go get the barbecue sauce, Dad."
You know, speaking of pets, we haven't shown the video yet. So here, we have to show the video of the cat that's just the biggest Trump fan. We have to.
I love this one.
Yeah.
A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, They're eating the
They're
dogs.
eating the
People that
dog.
came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live.
One more time, because it's just the funniest thing ever.
It's
man.
too good.
A lot of
Yeah.
towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. People that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
It's a low resolution version of Buddy.
That is priceless. That is gonna live in infamy. And
Oh
you
my
know,
God.
the girl that posted it, or whoever posted it, they deserve to get rich off that one, because that
Yeah.
video might have
Oh,
just
they will.
turned the election. More
Yeah, they
power to them.
Yeah,
Make
we're-
them rich. Yeah.
When Dunk's back home, I'm gonna get him to re-edit the video on the TV so that the cat lands on Trump's face. Just shift him over a bit, right? It has to, you know. It'd be funny.
I just realized Noodle's in a vehicle now.
It started raining.
Uh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right down here.
I don't know if we'll see Buddy. He was getting. I posted a couple pictures in Discord where
Your lazy
Buddy will-
fat cat.
Well, he'll sit here looking at me, or he'll watch the screens, or he'll sit on my keyboard. But he was really getting obnoxious earlier, and I fed him again. His canned food, and I know that puts him to sleep. So he'll be up here in a little while, and he'll come in. But yeah,
Maybe you should get him some CBD treats. Why don't you just go relax?
he's a good cat, though. He's a sweetie, really, for sure. The looks on his face are just crazy. I want to put together a collage of. For everybody out there. If you have a cat, and I'm
have
a
a
dog
duck.
person. Oh, sorry, I got cat hair in my mouth. He's not even here. That's what
You guys,
Yes, now.
so you guys are close then.
I'm really a dog person. I've had my dogs my whole life, mostly because I'm allergic to cats. But cats and I were never that great together. But after my dogs were 17, they lived long, wonderful lives. But I had one pass away just before I got here. The second one while I was here, and then I went and volunteered for the shelter here, which is really good. And because my mom's situation, I'm like, I can't have a dog. I can't walk it. But they're like, can you take a cat? And I said, well, let me check to see if my allergy pills work. So sure enough, they worked. I got her on cats. So I brought him home, and that was the end of it. I'm a foster failure. But well, I'm like this person who's discovering this whole new world of animals. I knew what cats did because we used to have barn cats. When I was growing up, we had some horses, and I would just see them. They're mostly just mousing, but they were never cuddly or anything. And so I'm like, wow, look what he's doing. But I have these photos, a compilation, and I have to put them together of Buddy going in every box. And I have some video, and it's hilarious. He's been in the basement, in the kitchen, in the office here.
I love cardboard boxes. It's hilarious.
And he's like, are you going to pack this one? Because I'm in it. And, I hear, but if I can't find him, sometimes I hear him scratching around in boxes that I have stacked that are empty. And I'm like, where is he? He can't get out. He's drowning in boxes. And he's like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. So
we had that great story of the cat that got sent back to the Amazon returns.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
He got into the box and just fell asleep.
This is my fortress of solitude. You should not disturb me.
Yeah. Dude opens the box. Holy shit, there's a cat in here.
Have we thanked the? How we think the last it was about I don't know, half an hour ago. We had a couple of donations.
Oh, let me check things out and stuff and whatnot.
Hey, Skits, let Skits do because he's more up into the game than you are.
Well, my thing says we got $33.98, so we're $2 away from $3,400 in the fund now. There's a couple that I could do by name, like LWD Farm. I know that's safe.
Yeah, and the other one's just a name.
Well, the one I recognize the name, but I don't want to, and then did we get Blonde Bombsheller in last time? And Blonde Bombsheller in twice, actually. Okay, because I can do the whole conversion thing. Heather Wiley in the chat there. Nick Suter. I'm not sure who that is. I'm not sure at all. Nick Suter. Who is Nick Suter? Nick Suter. Nick Suter.
I like your new look.
We have Michelle Ferguson. We won't dox her. She's in there too.
Yeah.
You just did. Michelle Ferguson, 42 Acacia Street.
We can see everyone. We can see you. We can see you all. Thank you so much. But we don't want to dox people.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We appreciate everything. This is all going to help Annette here. And
damn right.
You have no idea. I don't want to I love this community, and I'm not one to ask for help. These guys know this. I will scrape. I will do everything that I can. And I was very hesitant to do this, but I thought to myself, you know what? I'm just gonna ask, and maybe some people will step up. And I really, 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 really appreciate it.
Damn right.
I have no idea how much.
What we need is everybody in the chat to go and wake up all their rich friends. Send them a link. Send them. Come on, watch these guys because they're funny. Sometimes.
You know what you do?
We're raising money. What?
You go caroling naked, and you write the Shills across your chest, right? And
again.
Yeah.
That's Are you offering as a reward for donations? What?
Or I could take off all my clothes and walk down the street saying, calling out people with wheelbarrow money.
Wheelbarrow money.
No, I don't. I won't do that to people.
Have you
without clothes?
Have you been lucky enough not to be hit by a tornado in the last 30 days? Can you help me get the fuck out of here?
For real.
We have the
seen the damage, seen the photos of the damage, and from around her community from these things, and it is horrific. It's trees, whole trees, just into other houses, and it's like there's no place, there's no way to live.
Thrown like it's nothing, right? It's crazy.
Wait, we're not blaming the tornadoes. This is the fucking trees. Cut the trees down.
Burn all trees to the ground.
Burn all trees.
Rake the forest floor first before you cut the trees down.
Well,
I think it was
go ahead.
I think it was a Ron White joke about tornadoes. It's not the fact that the wind. It's not how fast the wind is blowing. It's what the wind is blowing, and it's trees.
Yeah. And they're like LWD Farm. She's had buildings destroyed, and some people are a lot better at coping with that stuff than I am.
I wouldn't be able to.
What set me the time that I said I will never live in Iowa, and it was quite a few years ago. Some relatives were living actually over in Webster City. And my sister lives in Des Moines, and we were kind of making the rounds, and staying in a hotel, and one of the relatives' house didn't have a cellar, or had a very small cellar, not a basement, just a place where could fit two people. And so we're like, okay, we're going to make it back to the hotel, which was only 10 minutes away. Got to the parking lot, and you could see the tornado coming, and I'm just like, I know I'm going to die. And then the car started being like this, started floating and going like this, and then between the hail, which comes usually before a tornado, people who are LWD Farm, it's that growling sky, the hail, and then you may not have rain. It kind of comes, sometimes it is, sometimes it's not, but the wind just starts, and it turns so dark. And the car literally just slowly started going across the parking lot, and I felt like if we don't hit something, we're going to be picked up and rolled. but the tornado came and it was just a lot of this, and we slid across the parking lot into a mowed cornfield, and then it went by, and that was it. But I was like, I'm done. We're done. Thanks.
Yeah.
Called my sister, I love you. We're done. And after that, I in my head, I said, I'm never expletive moving to Iowa. And guess what? Here I am.
Yeah.
But no, that's scary. And I had been in a tropical storm, which everyone knows is a precursor to a hurricane. Those are horrific, but those are just pelting rain. Rain, you can't see through it. They're so strong. And I don't know what was scarier. I was with my brother when that happened, but I honestly think the tornado is scary because it does pick up more crap and it does blow things so horribly.
Throws it around like Zeus, all drunk and in a bad mood,
Yeah, I had other people's shingles in my yard, and I was looking and going, did those come off my house? But no, they came off from houses that were, the tornado grabbed it and dropped. I found all sorts of stuff in my
They always seem to find trampolines.
Yeah.
Like trampolines, don't they?
Yes. My
We all remember
brother,
the flying cows and Twister.
Yeah.
my brother who lives in Wisconsin had a tornado, because they get tornadoes too. His neighbor's trampoline went airborne and landed on his roof, and he had
Holy.
taken all his trees down. He goes, I'm not taking a chance. But it was prior to this, I'm like, I know it went through your area. You okay? He goes, yeah, but my brother's pretty fun. He goes, yeah, but we're still trying to figure out how to get the neighbor's trampoline off my roof.
No shit.
But why? I don't understand. Trampolines seem to be like a massive problem as far as tornadoes are concerned. Why don't they stake them down?
It doesn't
The
matter.
other obvious question is the legal ramifications.
Yeah.
Because when the trampoline lands on your roof, is it now your property because he's abandoned it, or do you have to give it back?
Yeah, like Trump said
Inquiring
to that
minds want
guy.
to know.
Like Trump said to that guy after Florence, the big sailing yacht landed in his front yard, and he was like, well, at least you got a nice boat out of it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he did.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Is that the same one? He was like, handing out paper towels to people? Like,
Yeah, well, no, he was throwing them out like T-shirts
So
at a fucking
empathetic.
rock concert, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, he had said, oh, you guys have done great. Only a couple people died. 25% of the country had no electricity. 65% had no drinkable water, and 3,000 people had died. It was not good.
Like, I haven't seen a natural disaster handled so poorly since Katrina. I think it's
Yeah.
Yeah, Skis was down there helping while he was in the military.
I actually got to shake hands with W that day.
Oh, did
I
you?
was, it was an interesting little tour we had. We were there for 3-4 weeks. We were there, and I was
Should have
running
asked
across
him
the
if he
tarmac.
got the weapons of mass destruction.
Probably had it in his pocket. But so I'm just running across the tarmac, and my first sergeant was talking to him for whatever reason, and they yelled at me, "Hey, Sergeant Skits!" Running over there. I'm just, another order. I'm busy. I don't have time to, I didn't know that it was the president. I just saw a bunch of guys in suits.
Yeah.
And so I'm running over there, and they're like, this is, and they introduces me and about, what we're doing here, and and then I realized, oh shit, stand and salute him and then shake his hand, and and he was with Donald Rumsfeld at the time, and this was an interesting point in my life when I actually was Republican, and but looking back, that piece of shit.
I'll say this about him. He seems to be an okay person, to just kind of hang out with or whatever. But as a Canadian with Canadian ideals as it pertains to politics, not quite my guy.
Yeah,
I always looked at it as he was somebody who probably could have been okay, except he surrounded himself with some of the most vile people in American politics at the time.
That's a good show.
In many cases, it's that inner circle that are really deciding things, and he's just a figurehead.
Yeah,
I think that had a profound impact. I think of him as kind of the useful idiot.
Yeah.
I do think it's kind of interesting, like Skitch saying, you were like a Republican. You probably still are a Republican in essence. But it's like there must be so many people like you that if you actually kind of embarrassed or kind of like have to apologize. Yeah, I am a Republican. Not that Republican, but I am a Republican. Yeah, it must be so fucking embarrassing for people like you now at this point in politics.
To be fair, I'm the most bleeding heart liberal you'll probably meet in a lot of circumstances now. I've changed a lot, based off of a lot of me growing up and
you
going
gotta shower.
Oh, this is crap. But what the hell? Like, yeah, for real. But it took deprogramming, if you will. Actually listening to okay, does this actually make sense, or is this just something they're saying? And and it happens so much in the military. My personal experience, no generalization.
No, but I think you're onto something there. So yeah, repeat that and keep going.
Yeah, we have so much. It leads to conservatism just by its pure essence. Of course there are and will be progressives in the military, but you don't see them advertising themselves very much. And it's
yeah. Commander, you're nodding. Commander.
I agree. I think by and large, I would say probably somewhere in the vicinity of 65 to 75% of the people would identify as conservative.
I would say that for Canada up here as well.
Yeah, yep. But at the same time, they are what I would consider the good kind of conservatives. I mean, I had lots of friends who were conservative. Yeah, exactly. And at some point in, 2015 was certainly a watershed part of that. Being a conservative transitioned from being somebody who wanted the same things but felt there was a different route towards achieving them to people who want distinctly different things from everybody else. And that to me is really an alarming development.
Yeah. Commander, I have a question. I seem to notice a trend that people who have been in the military tend to come out definitely on the other side, against war. And why do you think there's that mind thing? Because I didn't go in the military going, I don't even know if what Republican or Democrat was when I was younger, but my experiences, and there's something that just clicks your brain. It's not saying, well, I'm neutral about war. I'm not neutral about war. I don't like war, but I do understand there are adversaries. I do understand that there has to be something to keep people safe, and wars happen. But what is it about that so many people come out of the military going, this war is wrong and all this just feels wrong?
I think a lot of, and this is specific to America. I can't speak for other countries.
Yeah. No,
yeah. Kanukistan I can't talk to. But I think there's a sense that, it's the right and patriotic thing to do to join the military and go to war to stop all the enemies of the United States and kind of thing. And once you get in and you kind of get a different worldview, because you've expanded your horizons, not just in that you may have been stationed overseas or been deployed overseas, but also that you've been exposed to people from all across the country, as opposed to, a lot of people who don't honestly travel. Yeah, they don't travel more than about 50 miles from where they were born.
Yeah.
And that's why to me it's really interesting is you go onto a military base these days and you know that they're probably relatively conservative, well, you know, a lot of the people that you see there, but at the same time you see, at least in my experience, more same-sex couples, more interracial couples, on those bases than you do out in mainstream America. Right. And it's because as people get into those scenes, they start becoming aware of the fact that everybody's just like me. They have differences, but they're just like me. Well, and when you make that realization, suddenly wanting to go out and go to war to kill people just because they're different than me.
Yeah, well, Commander,
isn't part of what's on the menu anymore.
Did you, Commander, did you see the switch from when the American military was like, no, you've got to be straight, white, whatever, to, hey, wait a minute, they're actually good soldiers. Why the hell are we not letting them in?
And always raise money.
I have to make the confession, and I know that it will alienate a number of people in your audience when I say this.
I do that daily. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I've always been a little uncomfortable around people of the LGBTQ community because I grew up in a time period when literally the single most vile insult you could sling at somebody was, "You're a fag." Something like that. And it's hard to discard a lifetime of upbringing. And I didn't come from a household that was the message that was being portrayed. I'm just talking about the society in general.
Yeah.
It's hard to discard it.
Yeah.
And the longer I was in, the more it became apparent that was kind of dumb to have that structure on our part, because the only two sailors I ever saw get thrown out with an OTH discharge for being gay were two of the best sailors that I ever served with.
Right.
And yet at the same time, there were plenty of, great white Christian male types that were there.
That were useless.
A, were useless, and B, were just like, this is not somebody we want representing our country, even in a combat zone, because they're just detestable human beings.
Yeah.
And so, it was this kind of bizarre, weird mix of the hypocrisy of that, okay, we're going to persecute this group just because we've decided it's okay to persecute them. And we're not going to take action against these people who literally are violating on a daily basis the things that supposedly regulations prohibit us from doing. Why?
Yeah.
And sorry.
Go ahead. No,
Good words, dude. Good words.
I was going to to the point, also that so many veterans or so many soldiers that they go in with this chutzpah, with this eagerness to serve, to fight, to do this thing, to kill.
Gung ho.
And so many come out and afterwards take a 180 on those stances. I like to think of it because I live by these these words from a quote from Dwight Eisenhower, who's seen a lot of stuff, and he's just I hate war only as a soldier who's lived it can, only as one who's seen its brutality, its futility, its stupidity. And soldiers that have seen this, who have experienced it, has experienced the loss. Like, hopefully, so many of them come back. Like, was it worth it?
There was an 80s punk band. I can't remember who they are. Very early 80s, and the line in the song was, "Why do we have a thing called war crimes when isn't war itself a crime?"
That's a brilliant line.
Yeah, it was really good, dude. It was really good. Yeah.
Well, there was also like a bit in a movie. I can't remember which one it was. It's like, I think it was like Dawn's Early Light or something like that, where they're about to go to war, and they're thinking, right, you got the guys in the the airplane, what is it called? They call it looking glass, And, they're talking about, they're hearing from the other commander that, we might actually be able to do a nuclear strike and win. And we could win this war. And the other guys are going, but aren't we here to prevent this?
Yeah.
That's what they saw as their military role, was to prevent war.
Yes.
Yeah. I just thought, that's brilliant. I love that.
Yeah. That's the kind of leadership that can, help humanity, not, we must crush at all costs and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. I think the big difference too for me that, when I look at the difference between myself then and now is I am anti-war, but if something happened in the US, I would step up and I would fill a role where the military could use me. Obviously, I'm not the same age, so I'm not going to be running marathons. However, why is my camera fritzing?
I don't know. It's totally freaking out in the background.
Stationary traveler's comment is so on target.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
I'll reload it.
Okay. You can let it reload last session now. It should work.
Go on, Commander. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat stream, Stationary Traveler, if I can make this out, he said the very last scene in the last Blackadder episode is phenomenal. Yes, and that's exactly, I think that speaks to the whole thing. It's the guys are lined up in the trench. Lined up in the trench. They're going to go over the top, and they all know they're about to die, and they just kind of look at each other and go, "Okay, well, this is what we're going to have to do." Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to some extent, there's that futility of we're not able to control our own fates, and I think war, to some extent, is just that. It's when the situation has gone to a point where you can't control your own fate. If you're like Ukraine, trying to prevent the enemy from destroying you, literally existential destruction of what you stand for. That's the quote justified war. But the other version, which is unjustifiable in all meanings of that word, that I think is the key, is you have to get people to reconcile in their minds the difference there. So saying you want to go and, we're going to convert those godless commies into good Christians. Doesn't that make you the problem if that's your view of how things should be done?
Yeah. You get this said quite often in the Ukraine community. I'm not accusing anybody watching here, but I have heard it before that Russia needs to be forced into a democracy and stuff. I'm not sure on that, but they have to be forced into realizing that this is the modern world. We would like to think the borders are set and you're going to fuck right off and go home. And I don't think it's possible with the Russian mindset. Starsky talks of a word, and it's this whole thing where Russia sees themselves as superior. They don't see it as, doing anything wrong in taking territory, because damn well they deserve to. They are given the right to, as they see it. So when you look at
the Germans with "we are the Ubermensch," we have to make decisions for everybody because we're better.
Yeah. So when you look at it that way, I could see a call for, something that forces Russia to do better. But I'm not sure that you can force a theology or something on a populace. You could just force them not to.
Certainly can. Hello.
The thing is, we had years of Russia being, totally open. They were working with the West. Everything was fine. Everything was cool and dandy. It was just like great years. They had they were still who they were. They were still like a Russian federation. But, things were moving along. Everyone was getting along great. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's all fucked up. And, that's...
because of this guy.
Yeah.
Right?
But along those lines, I think you have to look at the situation, for example, at the end of World War II.
Yeah.
You took Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany, who had long established records of brutality, attacking their neighbors for no reason other than their own greed and desire for conquest.
Yeah.
And when you defeat them after they launch a war of conquest, and then you impose a period of, for lack of a better word, reconstruction upon them, where you put in place the foundations for them to build the kind of government that wouldn't do these kind of things. Right. I think that is justified. That's different than
I'm not
just
saying,
arbitrarily deciding when you wake up one morning, we're going to attack
but I'm not saying
because they speak Spanish and they ought to speak English, damn it.
Yeah, but I'm not saying justified or not. But I'm not saying justified or not, because I do agree it is absolutely at this point. This is a destructive regime. We have a couple of them, and it would be real
music.
You would, I've been playing that for a while.
See
and
Dick's flips moving.
You're not.
That's it.
Oh, you got to rejoin. Rejoin. Something's failed. Rejoin.
You can't hear me.
I'm on the show. I hear you fine.
Man,
you got to rejoin.
Okay.
Rejoin.
I see Dick gesticulating wildly. I can't hear a damn thing.
I couldn't reload last session. I had to just start all over, but it's fine. It's fine. No, it's okay.
There's just one of those
conversation. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
I won't go back and try to reconstruct what I was saying if you guys missed it. But I mean, I think
we got it.
I think there are times when you can.
Yeah, but
arguably justify going in and imposing your will on another country, but it's only after that country has demonstrated that it can't play by the rules.
Right, but Commander, I don't know if you can hear me, Nadia, yet. I think you have to rejoin the show, but I don't think at this point, because of the Russian mentality, that you're going to be able to do it. See, can somebody tell him to rejoin, please? He's not getting the thing.
I will.
Commander, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Commander?
I can hear you.
Okay, Dick's asking you to rejoin.
Yeah. But I think doing it now versus at the end of World War II, unless Russia was beaten to a pulp the way those countries were, it's going to be way harder to get the people to accept it as compared to then. Because at the end of World War II, Japan and Germany, inflation and stuff, they were just like, somebody please come in and feed us and whatnot. We don't have that right now in Russia, right? We don't have that.
They were demolished countries, and the only reason that World War II happened from both sides is because they needed to fight back. They needed to fight. They were boxing the corner. The same thing wasn't happening with Russia. Like I was saying, we were doing just fine with Russia. The West was, all the Western companies were moving in, and you got McDonald's in Russia, and everything with Glasnost, and everything was everything was hunky dory. It just all went fucking wrong.
Yeah. But Commander, can you hear me now? Okay, and now I don't hear him. For the love of fuck, I swear to God.
Well, we all have to rejoin.
Hear me either.
First of the Shills. But before my camera went wonky there, the difference between being young and being exposed to, war behavior is I wasn't really so willing to die for my country back then, have to say, but now I have a really deep appreciation for the freedoms that we have and what it means to keep them, especially since they're in jeopardy right now. And hopefully those days will be behind us. But Commander had said something to me a while ago. We were having a conversation about this, and I had just said, I can't wait till all this election BS is behind us. And he said, I don't think it's going to be behind us, because as long as the mentality exists, let's just call it shenanigans BS is going to exist. And he's absolutely right. I think I'm in a little bit of denial, but I just need a mental break from it too. But also, I think there was a talk today about, Putin could be gone, but what happens if you get someone just like him? And the people embrace that. This is a perpetuity thing that, who knows if it can be broken, you never know. It's just
the same argument was probably had for Hitler. Like, oh, what if there's somebody worse? Like, it's pretty bad.
Exactly. But, people say to me, or, I see people that, I guess I don't know how to process it when people say I would never die for my country. Maybe they don't have the same freedoms we do, and that's absolutely right. But as a woman, I serve my country.
But
as a woman, I would reserve, and so.
But the other side of that is, in some countries, you have people that are willing to strap bombs on themselves, and it's so.
Yeah, they're willing to die for the virgins that they're going to get in.
But the mentality that we have now, I know that people on the Shills team know the story, and I might have told it with Commander on a stream, but just on the block from us, we had this situation with a neighbor. There was all these EMS things there, and the guy across the street, I said, "What the heck happened?" It's all these vehicles, and it was huge. And this is just a regular neighborhood. And he said, "Oh yeah, that guy, he was MAGA, and he was on January 6th, and he was part of the first people in. They knew who he was. He was identified, and he was going to be one of the first people to get prosecuted. And he just offed himself." And so when they say when Trump says, "Oh, people didn't die people aren't dying for me," it's like they died on January 6th, and they died afterwards because you're not in touch with the families that it affected. It less than a block from me affected them. He left a beautiful wife and a little girl.
Yeah,
and it's just that these fingers of crap, that's mild, just extend so far in this situation. You just never know. And it struck me, it scared me too, because I just thought, it was still very early on. We didn't know how this was going to roll out. And I was just like, between the lady in the Walmart with the Mr. Clean prices and this guy, I was like, oh no. So, yeah, not a good thing. So,
well, it's one of those things with Mr. Clean, I know you're willing to clean my house and everything in it, but honestly, you better buy me dinner first, you fucking creep.
Every time I see that name or hear that name, it reminds me of that GIF that's out there with Mr. Clean, like sexily doing the floor. It's like, what a vision. But
a shout out to Heather Wiley in the chat here, who put us over the 3,400 mark with a little extra push there. Thanks, Heather. Awesome. I gotta run upstairs after. I'll bug Felix for a second when I need a break, and I'll bring down the cool painted skull she sent from Mexico for my son.
Oh.
And some of you that are watching, you'll know my son has this total obsession with Mexico and Spanish and whatnot. He loves it. So that was really cool.
Those are cool.
Is he an illegal immigrant?
Okay. What?
I said, is he an illegal immigrant?
I can't answer that on the grounds it may incriminate me.
You don't have the Fifth Amendment, you Canadian.
I was going to say those skulls are very cool. Those are commemorative for Day of the Dead, and they're lots of artwork. Lots of artwork. Thanks, Heather. That's really.
Yeah, he's got a special like 6-level shelf in his room where his collectibles go. Like he's got one of the expensive models of the DeLorean time machine from Back to the Future and a few things like that. He's got a VHS of the movie Hello Dolly up on that shelf because he loves the music in the movie. And he puts his special stuff there, and the skull went right on shelf 2. You know, yeah, he loves it.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna step out on a limb here, and there's a few people that are close to me that I have. Everybody's been really busy, so I kind of teased that there was going to be a big announcement, and I wanted to talk to the people that were close to me to actually tell them that things kind of came together in the last 24 hours. But
you're gonna take a ride on SpaceX?
You're gay. You're gay.
So this thing kind of came about really fast in the last week or so. But you all know Blonde Bombsheller, who's in our chat, and she also mods for Greg Terry
You're
now.
married.
She
Surprise!
There's a robot. Is there a robot? Is there somehow a robot involved?
Yeah.
No.
A big mechanical spider.
No, it's a little, I don't know if it's cooler or what it is, but you know, I think everybody who's been with the Ukraine support community for years has, knows how you can help. There's donations, there's spending time on streams, there's doing everything you can. Well, a lot of people know that she's had planned to move over there and do what she can and, make her place there. But she's got a couple of German Shepherds. And they have roles over there, and because she's my friend, I have traveled. When I went to Russia, I did take my dogs because it was an extended stay, and I know how to navigate that system. And she asked me if I would help her go and navigate that system. It's going to be pretty much a turnaround trip for me, but I did say, "Yep, I will go." So we don't dates yet. We don't have, we. Basically, none of the money that you're donating is going to be for that. This funding has been secured, but yep, I'm going to help her get over there and make sure those dogs get over safely. And she's settled, and we'll make a video or something. I don't know if we can go live because my phone's not that good, but yep, I'm going to go with her to Ukraine. So
you should send the dogs to Springfield. They're running out.
It'll be. I'm happy to. I'm not that person who can. I'm a really good support person. I'm not that person that can step up and say, "Oh, look at me! Look what I'm doing." I'm really good at helping other people, and I'm fine with that. So,
I do the look at
I'm
me
happy
thing.
to do it. And she's going to go over there and she's going to do really great things. And I'm happy to support that. And I'll be back over in the United States and cheering her on. And so, it's a pretty cool thing. And I'll be staying in my lane and doing what I know how to do, which is navigating these systems with animals and, say hello. And I'll be
That's cool.
coming back. So I appreciate everybody's support and I'm happy to do it. Yeah.
Cool.
So that's it.
Cool. That's awesome. So yeah.
So Shane, you got to step up, girl.
Should we sing "Happy Trails" by Van Halen? Everybody know how to harmonize here?
No, because we don't. This is a fucking song.
2 demerit points. Okay. I'm keeping a track.
2 points to Gryffindor.
Yeah.
If we go dark, we'll be back.
Yeah, no, we can't play it. Van Halen get very angry about
okay. I
things.
thought you were
He
going to
will
play
personally
something.
go to Canada.
Yeah, no, we'll get in a lot of trouble for that one. I wonder if there's. Let's see.
I think this is also a good reason why it's important to help fundraise and support people like Annette and by extension Blonde and all the other people out there doing small but beautiful and wonderful and unique acts of kindness, is that in this giant geopolitical conflict that oftentimes gets reduced to lines on maps or this or that update, there are a million different unique stories. And if you think back and you suddenly find yourself alone, you're not. If you look back on history and you think about, like, say, the civil rights movement, I dare you to think about 10 people that you can name off the top of your head in the civil rights movement. But of course, there were way more than 10 people involved in that. There were, millions. And they were all doing their own unique, small, wonderful act of kindness this way or that way, trying to make a difference on something.
Yeah.
And if we can just borrow all of what Mr. Rogers had said once upon a time, which is look to the helpers. And for that matter, help the helpers.
Yeah.
Well said.
Good one. I've got an idea.
Right.
I've got an idea. Okay, so hold on a second here. I'm gonna fade out the background music, and I'm gonna pause it for a minute so I can bring the volume up for something. I think I have found the song that is what Blonde Bombsheller should play in her headphones when she lands in Ukraine and gets ready to do something. So this is going to be it. I'm going to bring it up on the screen as well here. Now, I got to click it. Is it going to be muted? Oh, thank you, Lord. Okay, it wasn't either. Okay. So here, I'll bring it up on the screen too, because, if you're going to piss YouTube off, you might as well go all the fucking way and get it done, right?
Are you doing the DJ thing right now where...
I'm just playing one song.
No, you can play some music and then you go and fuck up and sort things out with Felix. And
no, you don't have to. Actually, I am going to put pizza in the oven, but I'm going to play the song. So, yeah, this is what you got to play there, Blondie. Here we go.
That was the ideal man back then.
Well, whoever you're attracted to, right.
So I took what I could get. Yes, I took what I could get. And then she looked at me with her big brown eyes and said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Here's something you're never gonna forget, baby. You know, you just ain't seen nothing yet. You need education. Gotta go to school.
Seems we're still on the air, so we're getting away with it so far.
Get.
It's so great that a guy with a scuff can put pop stuff.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the sheriff from Dukes of Hazzard. Get.
yeah. It's at this point the song Here, I'll fade it out. The song just keeps going on and on now forever, right? But
Well, that's what they did back then in the 70s. It just kept going on and on and on.
yeah, but I figure our audience probably has the attention of squirrels, right? You know, because they're on YouTube. So, you know, I mean, at this point, I'm surprised we don't have to turn our shows into like 700,000 shorts that you have to watch one and over the other to get there, you know?
Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm not editing that many. Oh, God.
I was fucking on with Dunk on U23 in the chat there. He was like, The Cure. And I was like, what? Are they Canadian?
Do they have floppy jaws and beady eyes?
Yeah. Yeah, I know The Cure, but I honestly don't really know their music. They were one of those bands that was always complaining and whining, and I was busy having fun, so I didn't really listen to them a lot.
Complaining you want. Sounds like Metallica.
Yeah, or Coldplay.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the lead singer of The Cure, but he's like, you know, he always like. That's it, Robert Smith. He was always there, like in red lipstick and big eyeshadow, and he's still fucking wearing it now. It's like, oh my God, he's still doing the same look, but he's now like, you know, 40 years later, he's just like, he just look like grandma.
Isn't that crazy? Like you look back at like the hairband or the hairband era, the crazy, the curly permed hair, the makeup, the wearing the tight spandex or whatever. It's like. That's what used to be an attractive man back then.
Yeah, boy. Hold on. I have to point out that Slash still wears that stupid fucking hat.
Fair.
He does. He's still cool, but he wears that stupid fucking Frosty the Snowman hat everywhere he goes.
What do you think gives him the magic that he has?
I always expect him to say, Happy birthday, like the cartoon, you know?
But weren't they, like, I remember reading a story where that they were so engineered. They set out to be a certain band. They knew it was going to sell, and they basically had a business plan for success, and it just all worked out.
Well, like most bands.
Yeah, the successful ones,
yeah. I mean, I know some stories of them. Like a year before they hit it big, they were sharing a little spot on the Sunset Strip that used to be like a laundromat, and they were all sleeping, and there was like roaches crawling over the sleeping bags and stuff. When you hear a story like that, I think that's more about the management who picked them up, not the band themselves.
Who do you like, Commander? Oh no, I can't.
Yeah, I don't hear him either. Hold on. Jesus Christ.
What do I get for trying to?
Lord, thunder and Jesus. Okay, hold on here. I'm doing the refresh of the shit because that worked last time, right? Let me just.
It's one of those situations where everybody else has to come back.
Yeah, here. Let me hit the button and see if I can fix this. All right, I'm not sure that worked. Oh, okay. Hold on. We'll try. Okay, I don't know. Commander, rejoin again because you haven't done that already. You know, maybe it'll work this time. You know, do the tickle the belly button, right? You know, do that thing.
Find the man, the little man in the boat. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's just going to be one of those.
I can tell you where the little man in the boat is. Yeah.
Hold on a minute here. I actually, I can one up you on that. Yeah, because
two little men in the boat.
No, but Due to the technology we have in the Shills here versus the average person that has to go find them for yourself, I can show you an up close and personal image of the man in the boat. That's him right there. All you got to do is tickle him, and he will cook you the best breakfast in the morning.
Nice hat.
Yeah, that was the AI alchemist again there. I've been waiting. I had that one loaded, waiting for that conversation. Oh, shit. Sometimes things just work out in your favor. So, Commander, can we actually hear you, or is it all just bullshit again? Yeah, no, it's bullshit.
Here's
Yeah,
We all need to learn to read sign language here.
right.
yeah. Commander, rejoin, but don't let it reload last session. Can somebody type that or something? So
He can hear you.
Oh, he can? Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
do that. Okay. So we'll try again, you know.
Little Morse code there.
Well, I figured
know,
I'd
I
just
had a-
start with the ship-to-ship communication. We bust out either light code or semaphore.
Yeah.
You know, we'll just get flags, and we'll just, he's a commander, so he's supposed to know Morse, right?
Yeah.
I was in the signal corps. I got some wig-wag flags here somewhere.
Or those the big round lights, and it just goes blink, 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 blink,
Yeah.
blink, blink.
Yeah.
I
On
only
the
have
ship.
one hand, so I can't quite.
Oh,
Yeah, so
there he
we're-
is.
yeah.
Oh, he's
All right.
back.
Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
We cannot hear
don't
him.
We
yet.
can't
Hold
hear
on.
you.
Give it a second this time, Commander. Let it settle in, and then I'll refresh your microphone request thing here. Here, this time I have the ability to request your headset. See if you get a pop-up.
I don't know what the light code means, but all of a sudden I have a sudden urge to buy Apple products.
Yeah. No, I think we got him now.
Hello?
Yeah.
he's back. All right. Light code worked.
Yeah. You know,
Oh, boy.
yeah, we're like the super friends. We don't give up, man.
No, we do.
Well, I think I might have to give up. I'm gonna have to get to bed. It's getting late, and I mean, I don't know what you guys feel, about this shitty audio situation I have. So this setup, I might be able to join PubChat on Sunday. Would that be useful?
If you promise not to keep doing it, then yes. But otherwise, I'm going to take issue with it, and we'll have to buy a mobile mic.
We'll take it personal.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Be in for sure. 1 second. Sorry, bad timing, but nothing I can do.
Oh.
Well, you gotta go.
At least he took off the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, Daddy, not the belt again.
Oh, God.
We're all that age when you just can't control your bowels. You just gotta go.
No, stop. Don't smell the chair.
Green brand diapers. Like,
So Commander McMillan, you can hear us, but we can't hear you. Is that what's happening?
I can hear you guys.
yeah, we're all good
Yeah,
now.
okay, we can
and I
hear you.
think you can hear me now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can hear you.
So the problem obviously was Dick, because the moment he left the screen area, suddenly you could all hear again. So I think we've solved the problem. If we just get rid of Dick, everything will be great.
I told you to blame Canada.
That's right.
So, Commander, I'm going to put you on the spot. So, yesterday.
Hang on a minute. Before you do that, I'm saying goodnight to you all. So,
Oh, yeah.
Nice to you all.
But I haven't heard my favorite words yet.
You big cocksocket.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm your little sausage. Your sausage loves you.
my Wickle Cumberland sausage. And
Actually, there's 2 sausages. Shayna's one too. So you little
Yeah, she's-
sausages love you.
you're my sausages.
2 sausages. That's a medical condition.
Yeah, you're all my little sausage. And we'll see you all again soon. I'll see you on Sunday, hopefully, for the pub chat. Best wishes for tonight. Hope things go out, lots of fundraising and lots of money being, sent over. So we'll see you all soon.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Love you.
Kisses. Love you.
Smooches.
No, so Commander, yesterday, there was something about on the stream about talking about last days that the U.S. was thinking they were going to see their last days, like Cuban Missile Crisis, and then you saw the thing where somebody said you could tell that story, but not here. I want to put dibs on that you could do it on a stream with me, because you'll get the whole time to talk about potential disasters, and he's like, "Oh, maybe not."
No. Hey, anytime you get to talk about Pavlov's Day is a good day.
But no, I'm inviting, and if you want to do it on the Shills, that's fine too, or the regular but I'd love to have you do it with me. I think that would be a very cool stream to do, but don't have to answer now.
Yeah, no, I'm up for it. Yeah, that'd be great.
Known for it, yeah. People love your stories. People love you. People love you.
I bamboozled them all. Maybe I should start selling NFTs or something.
There you go.
Let's be the water.
Start your own crypto.
God,
he's on his bathwater now.
No, the last part of the last thing that, and the team knows this because I've shared it with them. But I went through. God, it seems like it was So it was about in April. I was actually talking to Skits. I think I was on the phone or something, or on VC. And remember when I started laughing and I went, oh. And the next morning I was going, oh, and I went into the emergency room and I said, something's very wrong. People know I'm in healthcare. So when something on your body, it can hurt. I'm like, oh, that's just a pain. It's a Motrin moment. But this was like, no, something's wrong here. And I did go in, and the doctor was very attentive. I had seen him before for other things. And he's like, no, we need to get you scans and all of that. And then I got the bad news that they thought it was cancer. And because Iowa has now the second highest cancer rate in the nation behind Kentucky, they take it very seriously, but they could not get me scheduled for a biopsy. And and everybody around me freaking out. When's your biopsy? When's your biopsy? When's your biopsy? But it was so bad news. He's like, we have got to get you in. But that's the other reason I want to get the heck out of this place, is because the cancer rate is real. I ended up not having cancer. I got the biopsy the day my mom died, which was a double whammy because they were pretty sure I had it too, but it came back, and I'm like, okay, it came back negative. I'm so out of here because I'm not going to give it a chance to be positive, because they just keep saying, oh, but whatever. And finally people are waking up and saying, thanks Monsanto, thanks cornfields, thanks for poisoning all of us here. And I'm not sticking around to see it. People's animals die early because they're getting tap water, and that's like the last nail in the theoretical coffin. I'm not going to stick around to get cancer from this place. I had my scare. I got through it, and I'm done. I'm so done. And I buy all this bottled water. You should see my basement. It's got like 12 gallons of spring water in it. I buy regular water bottles. I'm always drinking this Propel stuff. And in the meantime, I all these things about microplastics, and I'm like, oh crap. So let's go to cans, and it's around us. I get it, but I don't want to be drinking the water here. I don't want to drink water that's even sold in the grocery stores around here. I'm running.
Yeah. No, my wife's family came in for an area in southern Illinois, which is very heavy farming community. And it was the same kind of thing. They started having all these cancer clusters start appearing, and everybody's going, "Oh, who knows what it is?" And it's like, it's so evident between the pesticides and all the chemical fertilizers you people are putting into the groundwater and the rivers that you drink out of. It's a wonder that you don't die at 30, let alone, in your 50s from cancer. Yeah. Jesus.
I've said the same thing on a few occasions. You get these areas where they're absolutely pummeled with stuff for spray and stuff. Noodle knows exactly what we're talking about. But then you've got runoffs, and then you've got waterways and stuff. And I really don't think that a lot of the regulations were in tune with the environment and how it affects everybody. The left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing when we got a lot of our supposedly safe things, The
other thing that's happening here, though, and Noodle probably knows this too, when it comes to legislation, the lobbyists are for the chemical companies. They're paying off all the legislature here, so they just
there's no money changing on hands under the table. That never happens.
And finally,
everything is pure and above board.
And there's articles. There was a really good one written in from the newspaper in Iowa City, and the guy, he got with AARP and he did all this investigation. Stellar article, and they ended up pulling it because he criticized the Iowa state government for saying you're ignoring this problem or saying no, it's something else, when the pesticide companies and the fertilizer companies are all greasing their palms. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Noodle, you're up.
Well, actually, hold on. I got to shout out LWD Farm. 2 donations minimum on the fundraiser. Big shout, LWD.
Thank you.
For it,
she's going through stuff herself. So
yeah.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to show you the effect of some of that runoff that we're capturing with these sunflowers here. You can see this particular, now I swear I am not adjusting the camera here. You see this sunflower? See how much taller it is? I'm 6'2". It's well over my head. I have not applied any nitrogen fertilizer to any of this. This is literally just runoff from neighboring fields.
Wow.
It has been absorbed into our pollinator strip. I'm now walking backwards and trying not to fall down. I'm literally about 20 feet from where the runoff is. And you can now see the height of the sunflower. And I have not really adjusted the height of the camera as best of my ability.
Yeah.
I'm not cheating here at all. But this sunflower.
Now it's shorter than you. Yeah.
So that's all nitrogen that we've absorbed.
Mm-hmm.
We've turned it into beautiful pollinator habitat. We've sequestered carbon. And we have basically put it into the soil.
Yeah.
And provided habitat and space for tons of different living creatures.
Yeah.
You know what the species is of those?
The benefits. Sorry?
I was asking, do you know what the actual species or whatever of the sunflowers?
Okay, so we got a couple of different ones here. We've got, let's see here. We've got Velvet Beauty over here.
I like the name.
This is Velvet Beauty.
Oh, that's cool.
No, sorry, Autumn Beauty. Autumn Beauty. I do believe that's Autumn Beauty.
That's really cool.
And let's see. These, I do believe, are Lemon Queen. Right there. Lemon Queen.
I'm so not used to seeing like sunflowers with more than one, big sunflower.
Yeah.
And let's see. Yes, down here we've got, there's a variety called Teddy Bear. It's a very short variety, so I'm going to have to kneel.
Oh, look at the red too.
That's cool.
And so for a lower species, we've also got some Cosmos here, some Bachelor Button.
Cool.
Like there's poppies, lots of other stuff.
Cool, man.
Do they all kind of draw their own unique pollinators, or is it all like a free for all?
It actually gets even more complicated because what you're continuing to think about and what most humans think about, I'm not being critical, is everything above ground. And we're even targeting the things that are below ground, the below ground ecosystem, the bacteria, the mycorrhizal fungi, the different insect communities below ground that each of these species bring to the table. And the fact that there's so much diversity means that no one species of above ground or below ground really has an advantage. So like, for example, if you had a monoculture of one species of flower, the honeybees would probably win out as far as pollinators go. They're specialized, they're colony based, they can communicate effectively, and they've got the numbers.
Yeah.
So when you have a multitude of different floral and things that can support the fungal community or the bacterial community underground, and you're timing it throughout the season, you're really not prioritizing any one or giving any advantage to any one particular group, insect or other thing in the ecosystem.
We got another shout out to do here. Dunk on You threw in a $50 direct donation to Annette's Move Fund.
Thank you so much.
Nice shout, Dunk. Nice.
You're the best
To bring it back
community.
to what you guys were discussing about chemicals and things like that being, put into the environment. This is a check strip, right? This is proof. There's no chemical that if I spray it over there, you're going to see it over there.
Yeah.
You're going to see my mistakes. If there's spray drift like today where I couldn't spray, even if I wanted to, it's way too windy. And, there's people that'll push the limit for economic reasons, but I can't. I've got a check strip right there. And it's everybody can drive by and inspect my work. You can see if I'm screwing up, because there's a lot of different species, and something, if I was to try and spray it, would drift and go over there. So you got to be really on game. I'm not saying that, people that are conventionally spraying in conventional agriculture aren't being extremely careful, because they have to.
Yeah.
Their goal is not to spray their neighbor's crops. Their goal is to spray their own crops.
Yeah, it's a waste of your own cash to let it go, right?
Completely. But the proof is in the pudding, right?
Yeah.
If you've got a bunch of living plants over there that are susceptible to all the various different chemicals that you're putting down, and they're still there and they're still healthy, and there's no leaf burn, and there's nothing going on over there that is indicative of bad behavior,
right?
Then it really shows it.
Yeah.
I will say that there are an awful lot of people that do not have any sort of licenses whatsoever that are in the residential space. There's very little control over what you put on your own backyard. And when you're talking about a farmer, they have a lot of control. They have the economic incentive to only spray what they need. They look at the label rates. They do the calculations. They look at the weather.
Yeah.
They do an awful lot of things. They time it for the season, for when the weed is of a certain size.
Right.
And there's a lot of other people that are getting things online, and there's a lot of other people that are getting stuff at their home box store that I couldn't spray on. Anything that we sell for food, everything that we sell for food has to be label rated for what we're doing.
Yeah.
And people can audit you. People can test your stuff. Every single nut that I send off the farm, I have to write down, a whole lot of details about what exactly I sprayed, when I sprayed, what it was. Right. They can come onto my farm, they can inspect it, and it's all part of the safety of our food ecosystem. It's very important. I'm very proud of that system, and I'm happy to participate in it.
Oh, 1 sec here, Noodle. Shayna Caldwell on the show with us right now has just thrown $50 onto the fundraiser as well. And we are, $30-ish away from 3,500 being the total now. So yeah, that's really, really good work, everybody. Oh yeah. Do I have
Thank you so much.
I'm wondering if I have a happy gag, because almost all my gags are like, to make fun of people, right? Here, we'll do the chat dance for everybody. Here, you get Captain Kirk's girlfriend. There you go. Thanks, everybody.
I've never seen her from this position before. My goodness.
I'm not sure you should admit that when you're on the air. That sounded like something came up. I gotta go. Here, hold on a second. Here, we'll see if he changes his position in his chair. I'll hit it again. That's funny. Oh,
Go to the ATM and get me some more fives.
That's proof right there that after matter replication is mastered, we will still have ATMs for peeler girls.
Of course. So, piggybacking on your comments about the farming stuff, what is the situation with regard to GMOs and the fact that, bees can carry GMO material into non-GMO fields and suits follow about, oh, you're stealing our GMO, or our...
I'd shoot them for being on my property, but...
Well, yeah, I agree, but... But yeah, I mean, apparently that's become a big thing about people who don't buy any GMOs, but because the bees carry it into their fields and, cross-pollination, and suddenly, oh, you owe Monsanto X number of thousands of dollars for what? I never bought any of your material. Yeah, but it got there and you obviously, bribed the bees to carry our special stuff into your territory. Crap. Oh no, it's true. I mean, I'm sure he'll back me up.
Yeah, I've heard this stuff. It's unbelievably ridiculous.
Yeah.
So it gets even more complicated than, well, first of all, I'd like to say that the hazelnuts that I grow on this farm, and for that matter, hazelnuts grown in the United States, which 99% of all hazelnuts are grown in Oregon. The rest of the percentage is probably grown in Washington State. There's a smattering in the Midwest and smattering.
There's two in Dunk's pants, but we'll leave that for another time.
None of them are GMO. So there's no, we try and use a breeding system to grow hazelnuts. It's very long, it's very slow. To grow a new tree, it takes 18 years between when you cross two trees together, the different kinds of pollen together, and you get a tree. It's 18 years that go by. They have to prove it. There's various food standard stuff. They want the processors on board. They want the major stuff. It is forever. So if you think like, oh, wow, like all this technology is like already here in all of these industries, like it's not uniformly spread out. For the most part, your commodity grain staples are the ones that are going to be GMO.
Beef?
And let's take a step back and go like, okay, why are we trying to be GMO? We're trying to be GMO because we want to chase yield. Per ground, we want to make that ground grow as much crop as absolutely possible. And what we found, like barring all other reasons for farming, we don't want, the pollinator benefit strip. We don't want weeds in our fields. We don't want insects taking portions of our yield away. We want maximum production per unit of ground and photosynthesis, and that translates into dollars. For the most part, we have created an industrial food system that has provided a wealth of food for people. And I think the scientific...
But it's also provided wealth for a few companies. That's the problem. We could be feeding this many people with older school farms, and you didn't need $800,000 tractors. It just took an extra day or two to harvest, and it's out of control, man.
Yes, and here we get into the stickier, darker sides of farming and what happens when you chase yield. You put yield, like how much you're growing rather than how you're growing or why you're growing.
Exactly.
And there are like people that I believe that are pretty genuine in their study that say that the orange that you bought, that your great grandfather bought, was more nutritious than the orange that you buy at the supermarket today.
Yeah.
It's less nutrient dense.
Yeah.
The oranges, you'd need like 3 to 4 oranges to eat those now.
Yeah, they're bloated and full of water because it's all about size and stuff, right? Well, in the area, Noodle, in the area I am in, which is, somewhat related to yours, we have some over bloated fat cherries, and they don't have any more flavor. They're just really cool because they're big. They're actually a little bit lighter in flavor, but they get shipped over to Japan and get sold for a small fortune, man.
Yes. So they've bred cultivars that are more shelf stable. They have a longer shelf life. They're more durable. And what you'll find when you travel throughout the world is that there are many different kinds that we don't have in our own grocery stores. Simply, there's 2 major kinds of bananas that you'll see in the grocery store. Let me break it to you. There's a hell of a lot more different kinds of bananas in the world.
Yeah.
And it's merely a fact that they are not shelf stable.
It actually
they do not transport well.
And because of the control of the whole system and market of them, literally you could have a couple of seasons of bad bananas in a row and we are kind of screwed.
Yes. We're screwed because most of the industrial supply of bananas it comes down to the Cavendish and a handful of others that are shelf stable, and there's different blights and parasites that are going after those things, soil borne, that basically mean you can never grow a banana in that area again. I shouldn't speak too much out of turn. I am not a banana farmer.
But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
General concepts.
To drag this back to GMO in an even more complicated way, in the Willamette Valley, we happen to have a really amazing cropping system here where we can grow grass seed, we can grow carrot seed, we can grow various brassica family seed. Those aren't brassica family, but cauliflower seed. We can do onion seed. We can do, you name it, there's a seed, we can probably produce it here because we have extremely dry summers where it's almost a guarantee that after July 4th, after you have your 4th of July barbecue and it gets rained on, you're pretty much guaranteed to not have rain for quite a few months. And when you're in seed production, having all of those fungus things attack your seed while it's sitting out there in the field, it's pretty tough.
One sec here, Noodle. I think Commander is about to be bidding us adieu.
Yes, I have to go torture myself.
Aw. Thank you, Commander, so much.
Thanks
for take care.
Yeah,
thanks.
Thank you for being here. It meant so much. Everybody, you need to know, Commander steps up for birthdays. He steps up for our all of our Shills stuff. He's just, what you see on streams is just part of how wonderful he is. Thank you.
You guys have a good evening. Talk to you soon.
Take it easy, buddy. It's funny. He's just, he's still totally in recuperation mode. He's on all kinds of really heavy dope and whatnot. And he's still just, hey, you guys go. I'm in. I'll see you in a bit. It's hilarious.
What happened? I missed what happened to him.
He went and seen
a little bit too.
Yeah, he went and saw Oscar Goldman and it was approved. So he went and saw Rudy Wells, the doctor, and he had bionic knees put in. And right now what the actual problem is every time Commander takes a step, he kicks a hole in the wall and he just has to learn the bionics. That's what's going on right now.
Play the noise. We have the noise for him.
I don't know where the noises went. That's why I didn't do it when he was on. I thought I had it all programmed and it all fell apart on me.
We have to get the Bionic Man thing back for him.
Yeah.
It really is the Bionic Man. Yep. He just said, everyone's worried that Commander's not okay, but he had a knee replacement. His knee was bad. I remember sometimes he would just say, I don't know if I'll make it. My knee's horrible. So this was a long time coming for him.
Yeah.
That Lee Chris Lundy says that Lee Major package was top of the line.
Totally. Yeah. I think it even came with a complimentary wink to the Jamie Summers Spa and Hotel, but I'm not really sure how that worked out.
You got a complimentary detachable penis with his surgery. While he was under, just knock it out.
Yeah, his gonads were turned into pumps, so he can just size it right now.
Like the Reebok pump up.
It's probably Jurassic Park style too, right? Spared no expense.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to tell him about this moment.
Nobody saves on the Shills.
Especially when they leave.
Yeah. This would have been a perfect moment for Nick to take his place.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of work though, getting his streams back up. So, Chris, if you have Nick's link for the downtime channel, Nick only needs 60 more subs to get his downtime channel above the 1,000 so he can have it remonetized. His in-time channel is okay, but the downtime channel sunk a little bit because he was still building that before.
Yeah.
And once it falls under 1,000, it's not, he can't do the monetization. And he gets super chats on his other channel,
but that's not fair because now it's 500 with 3,000 watch hours. The numbers went down. It's not fair that they're making him stay to 1,000. The fuckers, man.
I don't know, but I asked him and he's like, yeah, we fell under 1,000. And so I guess maybe I don't have the story right, but either way, 1,000 seems to be the number that he needs. So, and it's only 60 people. That's not a big deal. And thank you. That was a couple days ago. I actually didn't have time to check Friday or today, but I did talk to him about that. And, I said, as long as we have people going over on his in-time channel when he does the downtime stream, we'll direct people to get to the downtime and get that where he needs it to be. That's so funny. In-time, downtime, no time.
No time.
Yeah. Never on time. Yeah, the time joke is a good one, and the way it ties in, I get. But when you're like me and you wake up hungover a couple of days a week, it's confusing. You never know what's going on.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. Thank you, guys. I see a couple more people, and Chris said he needs 57. If it has to dribble in, it dribbles in, but we'll get him back to where he needs to be. Nick's certainly a treasure. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen anybody do such an in-person impersonation of a Bernstein bear the way he can do. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and his dry sense of humor too. You have to kind of know Nick to realize when he's going off on a tangent, and then the tangent is actually a joke. But he plays it off great, especially with you and Doug. He does it. That's the thing about what Dick. You talk about all the time. Guests have to compliment each other, especially hosts together. You and Doug play off each other great, and Nick is a compliment to that. Nobody's competing. You're all complimenting. It's huge.
Well, one of the things you have to be able to do in these situations, if you're somebody who wants to be streaming, listen to these words. You have to be self-deprecating enough to be the joke as much as you make something else the joke. That puts the you in YouTube. Otherwise, you're an arrogant fuck. And I've been told one many times, so I know.
We don't know any arrogant F words. So.
F words.
But
no, we don't know any. As my voice squeaks, no, we don't know any. We have a few. We have some. I see some new people have popped in here, and I do want to.
I feel sorry for them.
I know. I don't know if Blonde Bombshell or if you're still in here, but I want to up to date everybody. God, good English. So I had teased a big announcement yesterday and today on the stream, and a lot of people know that Blonde Bombsheller is going to Ukraine to do her thing and help everybody out, and she's got some service dogs. I have taken service dogs overseas to Russia. And obviously Ukraine is different, but inspection points are important, and also navigating, getting those dogs on the plane, off the plane, knowing the rules and knowing the paperwork, and it just
keeping Republicans from eating them. I mean, the immigrants or somebody. Fuck, I don't know.
So shout out to her, but I will be accompanying her over there. No dates, no times, and anything you donate today is not going towards that. The funding has been secured for that. It's been in the works for a while, but she asked me because I was advising her on some of the paperwork. I'm like, she would have not known, and bless her heart, she's really doing a good thing. And I'm a support person. I'm not a person that goes and does great things, but I can support her. So I'll be accompanying her over there. We'll say hello from Ukraine, and then I'll be bopping back again to be on the streams with you all again. But shout out to her. Shout out for all the good things she is, and I'm happy to help. So that's coming up. Yeah.
Cool.
Stay tuned.
Cool. We just crossed $3,600 on the fundraiser. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we had a famous guitar player jump in there and throw in $25, and it's not Paul Gilbert this time. But I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say this person's name because I know it's actually somebody else in the YouTube chat. It's one of those situations, I kind of think it doesn't match up and it's actually somebody else.
Okay. The real Vladimir Putin, he says it's a logistical nightmare. You're right. And the thing is we just in the last day or so, we've had some amazing doors that opened and put safe plans in place. And I'm so grateful because safety is paramount. Safety in traveling, safety in knowing the people. And wow. And I was always kind of on the line if this doesn't fall into place, but some safe plans fell in our laps literally yesterday, and it was because of her. We had some connections, but wow. So that was when I said, yep, you know what, we got it in place. It's going to be safe, and we couldn't have made it any better. So this community is amazing because it was people in the community who stepped up. Later on, we can name some names, but not now. But I floored.
She names names.
It's gonna be. But I had no doubt that this community would step up. No doubt. It's just a matter of making it all come together and work. Yeah. And I couldn't be more happy to help her out and make her, the contribution she wants to do happen.
I got an update on that. It was David N in the chat who threw in that last donation update that got us over $3,600. So thanks, Dave. Thank you very much.
So much.
There it is. Yeah, but I knew it was one of the names where there's some editing or something to be done, right? I see a lot of the same people over time on the show, and I've really got this mental list. I'm like, nope, that's one that has to be fixed. Nope, that's one that has to be fixed. And I have to look through the other services and go, oh, there it is. Yeah, it's funny.
I know our people, and I'm so happy to, and I'm not going to dox it. I see people and I know these people too. And we've got the best community. And, when Noodle, for those who maybe have just joined, Noodle gave the best description of our community, that we see the big people, Greg Terry, Operator Starsky, Dick Dawson, everybody's doing great things for our community, but don't cringe, Dick. He doesn't get compliments like that. But he said it right, that it's all these little things that people do that make the hugest difference. It's not the big, we see a lot of big giant things. But just like my guests that I had on last Sunday, those guys have been doing this stuff. They've been on the Ukraine scene helping Ukraine since 1997, way before 2014, way before all of this. And they've been helping, and they're so meek and mild, and they don't self-promote. And it just, I don't know. It just, those doors open, and I found them through other guests, and they have the most amazing stories, sending firefighting equipment over there, sending the ray of light, light boxes and cell phone chargers, and the big announcement. Whoever didn't see the community post that we put out a couple days ago, those of you who donated to the stream that I had Beyond the Headlines last Sunday, those guys collected over $600. And within a week, they had people assembling those things. They got on the trailer that Pastor Lee Schumann, the huge thing that he's sending over there with medical supplies and fire equipment.
Yeah.
It's already on its way.
Yeah.
That's the difference that this community makes. Literally, you have a stream, people donate, people assemble.
Yeah.
Dave took, actually, I take that back. He's taking them this weekend, and it's going to be out Tuesday or Wednesday.
But that's
Boom.
That's one of those things that we can do that a lot of people can't. And no big applause to us, because there's others out there doing it too. But we have our paws so deeply in the community that I can turn to Starsky, I can turn to Greg Terry, and a number of other people and go, where does this money need to go right now? And that's why we collect collectively as the Boom Boom Fund, because then I can talk to a few people and they can say, no, we're kind of okay right now. Holy shit, we're screwed. Okay, it goes there, right? You know, it's really cool. And it's all because we seem to all get together and have a drink. That's not a bad thing. You know, it's not a bad thing.
Well, Keith Kane just said in the chat, they've all been listening and wrapping homemade caramel chews for sale in Ukraine. There you go. You know, it's little by little, it's the little drips that make these huge things happen. So thank you. And there's so much we don't even know about that's happening. And you just have to be eternally grateful and just say thank you. So really amazing. Someday somebody's going to write a really good book. It won't be me because I don't write good books. But somebody.
I can write the guitar riff.
Nick can write. And Dick, you could do the score.
Not if he's writing it.
We need dancers for the musical, but we're gonna have a off Broadway.
That'll be awesome.
And then we can also perform it at the Crimea Beach Party.
Send in your suggestions for the outfits that Annette and Shayna should be wearing as our dancers for this.
Shayna just got her phone's dying, so we're gonna. Shayna, you need to put that thing on a charger. If you need to go off, then charge it and come back or do something. And Shayna, you know, I try to sing Shayna's praises on the streams that, you know, I have scheduled. She really is amazing.
I do that in the evening when I'm by myself.
That girl,
oh my!
She's there. She's like, before Saturday streams, before I write, hey, who do we have? Both her and Chris today said, I'm here. I didn't even write who's here. They're just like, I'm here. It's like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, are you mind reading? Who installed the chip? So no. But Elon Musk has snuck in while I was sleeping, installed that chip where all the Shills can see what I'm thinking.
Yeah. No, Shayna's here to stay on the team. We spend money on her now. You know, begrudgingly, but we, you know.
And Shayna's still a fangirl. That's what she says. When she says, thank I love you guys. Shayna was, I don't know, Dick, you could tell the story.
No
how we
accounting
got
for taste.
I might know the Shayna better though, the Shayna story, because it was a few years ago, and Dick was doing the other channel where we didn't care about getting hits or copyright strikes for the songs, and Shayna was always on there, and we were actually going to make an entire channel which was just going to be a music hangout, and I recruited Shayna for that because she's always there, and we were all like screening songs that would get copyright hits, and then it just kind of went blah, to the side because YouTube changed so much, nobody could play a song, all this stuff, and so
there was people with pitchforks on my front yard, like my lawn, it was really bad.
Yeah, but without even being assigned anything, because people don't hang around if they're not helping. They're like, why am I hanging around? And finally, it evolved. And that's why, people who are part of a team, if you're not, like people go, oh my God, you're so great. If you really love what you're doing, hang out, because there's going to be a place and people do see you. They see that you're there all the time. And Shayna's one of them. And she's finally evolving and coming into the place where she was always meant to be. But 2 years ago, did we know that? No, we didn't. So,
but you got to do these things slow. That's like, we've had more than a couple of YouTubers over time come to us and say, how do I build a moderator team that does what yours does? Because, you're live on and you've got all the information and, like Greg Terry today, he was like, your setup, your team is just, but it's true. We've had quite a few people come to us over time and they are, hey, how do we get my thing to be like your thing? And you can't rush it, even if you have the right structure, because it comes down to the people. Right? Where you want to slot people in, but that doesn't mean you're just going to put out applications. It doesn't work that way. It comes from your community, right? It has to be from within. That's what it is.
And Liam has been with us for longer than I've been here. And Liam has just now started really being, having the time to step up in moderating. And he's got such an eye. I tell you, he sees stuff that he catches stuff, and I don't see it until he actually is on it with the trolls.
Liam Wakefield has known me from the point when I had a shitty microphone for that little bit of time in the beginning. That's how long he's been around.
And he's an amazing musician too. I when I get settled on the West Coast, and last year I had COVID. We were going to actually do this music collaboration and all this stuff, and Liam was a big part of it. Then I got sick, but we're going to do it. But Liam is an amazing guitar player.
I can play like a bitch. And when I play for people, they usually go, wow, that's amazing. And when I play for Liam, he goes, hey, good riff. Right? Because, he can do it too.
He's got training that blows me away though. Like he actually is this guy that what's the famous school that's on the East Coast where musicians go? I always
Alcatraz.
Now Juilliard is the only music school that I know. Okay.
Liam talks like he went to Juilliard. He's got all this. I mean, sometimes my head just goes because the knowledge is just so much, but the guy's got that kind of knowledge. And I want to give a shout out to Chris Lundy, because Chris was actually going to be, I recruited him temporarily because I've been planning this garage sale for all the stuff in my house, and stuff has been coming up.
Is he going to run the lemonade stand?
But no, but he stepped up and he has now really done an amazing job. The weight that he has taken off of me on the Saturday stream is immense, because a lot of people don't know.
Dumbbells? Is he a good spotter?
When you see everybody going upside down exclamation point bot or something, then an announcement comes up. Part of the philosophy that's Dick and Dunks, we want real people, and we want people to be responding when we drop links or say things. And when we have 5-6 guests on Saturday, I'm like a link dropping crazy woman. And Chris, I made a sheet. He stepped in and he was
trying to keep up with my squirrel nature where I just go on a tangent and I'll say 3 things that need links and I'll be like, and then when I'm done, I always look in the chat and I go, see, the links are already there.
It just stepped into that. He said, shout out to Ashley for cooking dinner. No man is good without a good woman behind him. So thank you, Ashley.
Oh,
So,
I'm not. Thank you, Ashley.
anyway, I'm done. I'm off my pedestal. So, but and Skits Crasher, he is the rock that's behind the scenes. He is a host here on the channel. He is an amazing guy who works at the Veterans Outreach Center. That's his job. He's a veteran, a combat veteran. He can talk to Commander McMillan. He can advise on things, and he has been an emotional rock for me too. And
he doesn't
would go
pick his
all night
nose
about
on
all you
camera.
guys.
So that's always a good thing.
And he has an amazing voice. Yeah, but
Thank you.
Yeah, when he
go
goes
on
into
and
those
on.
lower registers, it really turns me on.
Oh.
I should have a hat that says "Make Dick inappropriate again." It just seems to happen. So
No, Dick gets wiggly when we get too many accolades on him. He's like, "No, I'm the asshole. No, don't say I'm nice because I'm the asshole."
Yeah, I take it off like an itchy sweater and just
I don't want to be nice. Yeah. No, so when you're in with the Shills community, you are in a more amazing community than it already looks.
Yeah, it costs $37 a month, but it's worth it.
Yeah, I try to be that balance, like the lady with the Lady of Justice, like this. Nick makes us go like this, and then I try to bring us back, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah. And then they always know there's that point. Oh, he's kind of drunk now, so he won't remember anyway. It's okay.
He's reached that level.
Yeah. But I do that after the show, Yeah, because, during the show, I don't have to have a memory. I can watch it back.
Like that son of a bitch said, what?
Exactly. So here, let's check our tally. We are clearly over $3,600 now with a total of 3633. You know what? I bet because I didn't refresh it, I could actually be wrong because I'm stupid like that. No, for once it actually worked in my favor. Look, see? You can see it right there. You see?
Smack my face on the microphone.
Yeah. Okay. So there was a donation of $20 in just now after David ends. But again, it's one of those situations where I have to check the live chat first, and that's not tying up. So somebody really cool that isn't named John in any way just donated some money. So thanks, John. Oh, man. Okay. And hey, we've got Blonde Bombsheller in with a super chat. I was stuttering it like you ain't seen nothing yet. And now you ain't seen yet.
Good.
Annette, you've been such a wonderful friend from day one. Ooh, Lucy. I love you so much. Dick Shills, you all know.
There's actually more to that joke because we were talking about this and she's like saying something about I'll be your Lucy if you'll be my Ethel. And I said, oh, you don't want to be Thelma and Louise. And I actually had a friend that it was a long-term friend and ended up not working out. It's, life does that to you. But
Yeah.
I'll never forget. She kept saying to me, because she's in a bad marriage, and she kept saying,
Would you get that
will you do a
fuck
Thelma and
off my
Louise with
dress?
me?
I'm trying. Okay, sorry. I just.
I was like, no, I will not do a Thelma and Louise with you. No.
Oh my God.
Because she was in that mindset. God bless her. It was just a bad place in life. But yeah, I could probably be the Thelma to no, I mean who is it? It's
Ethel.
Ethel.
This is that Paul Simon song. I could be your bodyguard. You could be my best friend. Whatever that is, with Chevy Chase in the video. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. You remember that? That's awesome.
Yeah.
We might have to play that now. I'm stuck on it. I don't think it's going to go away until I hear it.
Who are the ladies that were in the Flintstones?
Wilma and
Betty?
Betty, thank you.
Betty and Wilma. Yeah.
Yes.
Betty and Wilma, they were kind of cool. Yeah.
Who
Fred and
thinks,
Barney were stupid.
who thinks that Betty and Wilma got a little cuddly now and then when the boys were bowling, right? Could have happened, I think that would have been a great spin-off show, Betty and Wilma, because the boys aren't home.
How many years later?
some crazy animal as a marital aid, like, oh, it's a living. I'm like,
yeah, snakes and eels everywhere.
So you know what was really funny when the whole cat thing and Trump came up was this meme of Elf. In fact, somebody in our chat kept saying it, and they put up Elf with the cat in the bun.
Yeah,
in the microwave. He was always trying to put the cat in the microwave.
Yeah, where is that? I know
that. And I'm a cat owner, you guys. I know the cat jokes are kind of, but you gotta admit it. That stuff's funny. It is.
Yeah, where the hell is it? I had it loaded up. Oh shit! Hold on, I'll see if I can find it.
So little time.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, but yeah, I saw that, and that just. I wasn't a huge Elf fan. I don't even think I was at home when a lot of these programs were on. I was off doing stuff, but
sex and things.
No, I was, I might look like I look like now, but I was huge into ballet dancing. My mom put me in classes when I was about 4 years old, and
cool.
I danced all the way up till I was 18, and actually got invited to do a stint at. Actually, it was a. You know how baseball has farm teams? Well, the Chicago Ballet has a corps de ballet, and then they have like 3 farm teams. And all they did was during one summer, we always did these summer workshops, which were quite expensive. I have to say thank you to my mom for paying for those. It kept me out of trouble too. But yeah, a couple of principal dancers came and taught a workshop, and they invited like 3 or 4 people, but my parents said either we won't support you to go do that, but we will support you to go to university, and that didn't work out so well, and I ended up in the Navy. But no, that was I missed a lot of regular programming and all of that because I was just dancing my little heart out.
Yeah, for me, I was drunken guy with a guitar, but same difference. There's the Elf thing. First he steals my hair, then he steals my cat eating concept.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, that was a funny one. Okay, what time is it? All right, I'm all right still. but I might.
Pizza hasn't burned yet. Oh.
Well, no, all that's taken care of, but I'll have to check and make sure his next movie he's playing. He'll just laze out and not bother and then get annoyed because nothing's playing. But I might have to run around the corner.
That's okay. Skits has accompanied me on the last 2 closings of the New Year's show. When Dick has gone around the corner.
And these shots around the corner ended up...
No, but it's not that late right now. It's only 7 p.m. for me. This is not, this is not one of those other ones, Oh, yeah. There's been times when I sat down to have a snack, just 10 minutes to recharge. 5 in the morning, I'm asleep on the couch, Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If anybody watches the end of the New Year's show for 2024, what happened was Shayna kept having a problem getting back on. She kept dropping out, and Dick had to be there to help her get back on. And finally, when he went off, we couldn't get her back on. And I'm literally live because Dick has the controls. I don't have controls, but I do have the master stop stream. And I'm sitting here going, I'm talking. Okay. Okay. Well, let me look at this. That's all the stream was for the last 15 minutes was me going, well, let me try this. It was so ridiculous and it never got edited out. So it's like me just making a total fool out of myself. But I was really trying to help.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, no, we can't get Shayna back on, and we don't think Dick's coming back, and we're kind of out of jokes. And
I was probably thrown up in the toilet or something by that point, right? Who fucking knows?
Like, second time in history, I'm saying thank you, Skits, for being here with me.
That's funny.
But that was every New Year's been pretty memorable. It's been funny. But this year I think it's going to be really special because I think the community's tighter knit than ever. We have amazing people. We'll try to get more people on the team, and we'll have to think of something like in fact, I don't know how this would work, but like if we could have
all Bee Gees night. No, we don't want to do that. Okay, keep going.
But, people, obviously people could get, come bop in on the stream. That's fun. But also to do something where people can call in and just talk to us or ask questions. I don't know if we'd hook in Discord or what we would do, but it'd be fun to engage the community a little bit more.
That's a producer's nightmare. No, easy to do.
I know. I know it's a nightmare.
Actually, no, I can do that. No problem. It's just, me and microphones and stuff. But for that, we could,
I would love to have things where can people tell their stories, like the unsung heroes about things they've helped with Ukraine. Their little stories, and I think it'd be pretty memorable. And just also, or did you how did you help someone else do your thing? And I can't dox people, but I do know people that are doing behind the scenes things.
I could all the time. I just don't do it, but
and I can't say who they are and what they're doing because they don't want to be told. But wow, some people are just constantly doing things.
What we'd have to do is we'd have to separate it with bouts of, hanging out and play a tune and stuff, and then bring in another person. You got 3 minutes, tell your tale, and I mean 3. Fuck no. Go ahead. Take your
We'll work on Dick a little bit.
I'm not sure that's how it's going to go, but
no, since he has to do all the stuff in the background, we do have to be kind to him, and so that this doesn't turn into a nightmare, because things can turn into a nightmare quite quickly.
Oh yeah, it's never happened to me before.
There's an old school format on conventional radio where they do like a call-in style thing, and I'm not really trying to put words in here or change anything, but just thinking out loud, there's a style where people could maybe record 3 minutes of audio or something like that, upload it to the Discord. People could vet it and go, hey, they're not saying anything stupid or something like that.
Oh,
and then
no.
you
I'm
could
not
maybe play
worried.
it on the-
Hold on. I'm not worried about that. I actually welcome somebody trying to weasel in to say something stupid. I would love that to happen. I just hope that they actually spend $150 on a decent microphone. That's my problem.
Yeah.
It
I was just
really is.
thinking that, repairing the audio might be easier.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
would
obviously,
be.
all the sins of recording are there.
Yeah,
you can't
but
really necessarily fix them. But
It would be, but that defeats everything about us reacting live and stuff. Like, we're a live channel, right? It would have to be, it
Yeah.
would.
yeah, totally.
Yeah. It's just one of those things I avoid because I don't quite have enough control then. And well, you can't have too much control now, can you?
Yeah. You could have-
Boone said that Merc does it through his Discord, but I don't know how that works.
Oh, it's easy. I can mix Discord audio with VDO and blah blah, the touch of a hat, right? There's nothing easy to me. Like, to some people, it might not be so easy. I'm not making fun of anybody, and you would have to watch a video to learn. But I went to audio engineering school. That's just bus routing audio. I mean, it's no problem. I could do that in my sleep, right? It'd be easy.
So we have a resident expert.
Supposedly, yeah. It just drinks too much. Fuck. No. So, speaking of drinks too much, I'm gonna go and get a couple. So, blather on, and I'll be right back.
All right.
So, Skits, you have you've told me before that autumn is sort of coming up to be sign language.
Trying.
Love you, Dick. So tell everybody about stand down. I will tell you my experience. So stand down, I'll preface it. Stand down is this thing that happens in cities that have a lot of veterans, and it's usually done in a park where they put up a lot of tents, and they ask especially homeless veterans, but veterans who just need help, and they might have some medical screenings, some dental screenings, a lot of people that do the social work type stuff about services that could be available. And, it's kind of to capture veterans who have sort of gone through the cracks. Well, since Skits works for a Veterans Outreach Center, he is directly involved in Stand Down. And I've wanted him to be able to tell people about what he does because it's an amazing event. So.
Thank you. Well, first, I guess, the term stand down originally came about. It's an old military term. I believe it's based on World War I, where the military would give them given time to rest and recover during wartime. They would be able to regroup, regear, get everything that they need to carry on. Well, back in the late 80s, some Vietnam veterans back in down San Diego started up a concept of the stand down here in, not war. So what they did is it is developed into a multi-day event where veterans from the given area or surrounding areas, they come, they receive multiple, services. There's everything out there from, DMV to the VA, of course, civilian and veteran based healthcare, dental, of course, behavioral health, PTSD counseling, things along those natures. And a lot of gear is distributed as part of the VA. We get a bunch of the surplus gear, and we make sure it's serviceable, and then we hand it out to the veterans. So primarily it goes. Everything is for the underserved veterans, but all veterans are of course invited to participate. But they get everything from tents to sleeping bag sets, boots, of course, and all the good military gear that they're used to, rucksacks and all that good stuff. Yeah, a lot of good stuff that'll keep them covered in the summer and warm in the winter, primarily. Because we all know homelessness is a huge issue, and big, majorly so with the veteran community. But yeah, it's in some areas it's a 1-day event, some areas it's a 3-day event, depending on obviously the veteran population of that area. There are some stand downs that have like you stay for the whole thing, the whole 3 days. It's because there's so many services available. And you go there, they provide you with meals and place to sleep and shower and get haircuts, and of course it also gives time, like if you get like some dental work done on the first day, it makes gives it time to you can make sure you get a prescription filled by a doctor, and they can also follow up on a couple of days and say, okay, you're good there. Also working so closely with the VA, we as part of the VA, if like a vet comes in and they need healthcare that's beyond the scope of the healthcare professionals we have on site, we can make sure that they get to the actual VA, to a proper doctor, to the proper whoever they need to talk to, and get the actual work done. In some VA, in some stand downs, they even bring out a magistrate that can handle and adjudicate low level things, so they don't have to actually go to court and things like that. But yeah, it's a great thing that has a lot of services available. The community is huge within these events, because without them, we have no services to offer them. And it's something that we have everything from, of course, the things you think of with the stand down, like the gear and the healthcare and everything like that. But we also have people out there with comfort dogs that are literally just there, that you go and you just see vets, just hanging out with the dog. And they're just, like, oh, this is the coolest chill dog. And, we'll have some tense, Vietnam veteran or, current war veteran that is just doesn't like people and doesn't want to, and you can tell they're very high strung, and they'll just go chill with, some horses we have out there, or the dogs, and, and it's a great event. And there's a lot of services out there that, don't a lot of you may not associate with veteran needs, but veterans could use, and they're at these things, and they're great, and it's a lot of outreach and referrals and getting stuff done for all of these guys and gals.
You're absolutely right, and I think that the biggest thing about stand down is that it is in general just a once a year thing, and those services need to be extended a lot further, so that people don't drop out again. And I think that's probably in the general the general attitude. Somebody said, it's a shame that there are so many homeless veterans. It's a shame there's so many homeless. We don't, and I just think that when it comes to services, it is really the amount of knowledge and specialty people you need, because you're dealing with so much mental illness. It's and not everybody, you can't just assign someone a counselor and say, oh yeah, it's going to be magic. They might not get along with that person. I actually was in the Navy with a lady that she was a surgical tech in our department, and then she went out and she got her master's degree in social work. And her thing was, she actually was one of the people that went out into the canyons in San Diego, and she talked to these people. And her name was Jenny, and I said, Jenny, how you doing? Because I cleaned your teeth, and I was in dental. She was, afterwards we kept in contact, and she's like, Annette, she said, sometimes it's just hard to even get someone to say hello to you because of the brain space that they're in. And, Jenny was herself, she was struggling because she's like, Annette, I could go out there 365 days a year and never talk to the same person twice. And it's a societal problem, and everybody's got a solution. But in the end, when I was younger, I thought, oh gosh, by the time we get to this age, we won't see homelessness. We'll have it fixed. Well, that couldn't be more wrong. But these stand downs, if they even capture a small percentage of people to get them back on the track, it's worth it. Nothing is ever 100%. Nothing is perfect. But a few catching them in the net and not letting it can make a difference, and then they make a difference, and they make a difference, and it's just this constant thing. But hopefully, and I know Skits has talked to me about things that they are putting in place with the VA that are trying to capture people before, right when they get out of the military, before they get into society, and before they fall through the cracks. And so I know there's efforts being made.
Yeah, and that's another great thing about these events out there. Like with me, with my specialty with outreach is readjustment counseling, is getting veterans who have experienced trauma while in service or are having issues readjusting back into the civilian world into counseling, and make sure that whatever referral sources else that they need. But primarily, we see a lot of PTSD, military sexual trauma. A lot, bereavement of, and unfortunately the biggest thing that, a lot of things we see, at least on the news that you see with the VA are veteran suicides. And that is a big thing that we're working on. You hear a lot of numbers being tossed around, and, whether it's, you hear 22 a day, 18 a day, it doesn't matter. The fact is, if it's one a day, that's too many, and if it's preventable, we have the services out there. And, when I got out, it was, here, sign this, I want to go home, and it wasn't a great, transition for me. Like, they didn't put an emphasis on what services were available to veterans. They're like, just, okay, you don't want to re-enlist? Cool, go home. And like, it took years for me to realize that, not only was I not the same person that I did, I was when I came back, went off, my time in service, my deployment, my service in Iraq, it changed me, and I wasn't the same person. But I didn't know that I could, these services were available to veterans, and B, that, they were targeting me. They wanted to help me. And, it's the fact that I was able to find these services. It was the fact that somebody talked to me and said, hey, this is available to you. Come talk to this person. And it's the reason I'm not a statistic. I'm not the 22 a day. And one of the things is my particular niche in this whole VA system is, with the vet centers and with everything like that, there's no psychiatrists. They're all psychologists. They're all, accredited degrees and everything like that. There's nobody prescribing medications. It's therapy. It's readjustment counseling. We have, clinical, one-on-one therapies. We have clinical group counseling. We have, socialization groups that are fantastic, because a lot of veterans, they're not very social creatures. They want to stay where they are. They want to, not everybody, of course. And the groups that, they go out with other veterans to go play golf. We go hike. Yeah. And while we're out there playing golf, while we're out there walking a trail, we just talk. And, it's for me, as not just, I'm not a counselor, but, not just, as an employee, but as a veteran myself, it helps. You forget that you're talking about something that you've had bottled up for years when you're just chit-chatting with another veteran. Like, I get the most talking done with Vietnam veterans, not even my own generation, because you're surprised at how much you have in common. And the things that you've been battling for years, they've also been battling for years, for a lot of cases longer. So it's great that these things are available, and of course they're cost free. We, as veterans, we paid for them with our blood, sweat, and tears, and we want to make sure that veterans know that we're here, that they exist, and that if they need us, we're there. But that it works, that it helps.
Somebody said in the chat that it's peer to peer, and that's really important because I think we've all been in a place where, we've asked for some help, or somebody has reached out to us and said you need some help, but we're all a little afraid of being analyzed and things like that. Where if you're talking to someone who's been through the situation themselves, you're just two people talking about a common experience, and it's so important to recognize that. Skid says, well, I'm not a counselor, but he's not a formal one, but he may be more effective than some counselors, because I know I when it came to after my mom, or even during the time when my mom was passing and after she passed, I sat down in front of people that were like, oh, we're willing to help, and I'm just sort of like, but yet I talked to other people, where my mom was staying, daughters who their moms had the same dementia my mom had. We were going through the same struggles, and we just opened up, cup of coffee, turned it to 10. And it was a lot easier than people, sitting at a computer. This is the worst. I've said, if people have been through this, where you sit down in front of, well, how can I help you? And then you're talking and all they're doing is tapping on the computer. I'm going, excuse me, what are you writing there? Please tell me you're working on your Google Calendar, because I don't want you writing this stuff about me. And, and I'm just like, my first words are off the record. I don't want this there, because I'm pouring out my heart. I'm pouring out my feelings, and maybe I'm not begging for help, but it's just help just to talk to people. But having safe spaces is huge, especially for people that have been in the military. I know for me, I did experience some sexual harassment. People would turn inside out if I told them about that. Did I turn people in? No. But did I have to work through it in the end? But am I going to sit in front of a counselor and talk about that? Absolutely not. I'm more likely to talk to another woman who kind of went through it. And yeah, we can, cry about it, laugh about it. We can have our emotions. It's just hard to talk to official folks about some of that stuff and peer-to-peer. And what Skits does, it's monstrous. It's so
what did I miss?
huge.
Alien abduction conversation?
Oh, you got into another beyond the headlines thing. Okay, I'm done.
That's funny that you mentioned like the clickety clacks and the typing and whatnot. One of the funniest things, like when I first, the first group that I ever ran, right? Like I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, I'm going to be professional. I got this, I got my notepad, I got everything, right? And, I sit down, I pull out my notepad and I put it on the table, and they're like, oh, ho, Mr. Notepad, taking notes here. Okay. And I'm like, yeah, like, okay, like I just need your names. But yeah, like I learned, like you, as you said, they don't want somebody just taking notes. I mean, we take notes, absolutely, but you don't want somebody just, you feel analyzed, right? You feel like, okay, you're just writing down everything I say, but you're not actually listening.
How does that make you feel?
And especially in the military, your life is a file. Your advancement is a file. Your everything.
Is this for metal or wood? Is it a rasp or
you're and you think you're doing all this great stuff, and you are reduced to your file in the military, and hopefully you have your file and your medals and things like that. But yeah, we are, you walk into it's called PSD in the military, the personnel department, and they might say hello, but they just want your paperwork, your file. But I'm human.
Your property.
Yes, government property.
Yeah.
We're getting amazing good comments in the chat. I don't know if you guys are seeing, and I do see them all. They are amazing, and thank you so much. And that's the thing, guys. We're a Ukraine support community, but Skits is supporting the amazing people in the U.S. who are part of the huge support community. We're all doing our part.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are, like I was saying earlier, there are 1,000 different little tiny things that different people in our community, many of which it's extremely important that we don't overshare either, because sometimes oversharing and sharing too much on a platform like YouTube puts people's lives at risk. And, again, I'd like to extend my gratitude towards the community for all of those people doing all of those tiny little efforts that are keeping both people here in the United States, people in Canada, people in Europe, people in Ukraine safe by, controlling the flow of information, helping out in each possible unique way they can, and helping the helpers, helping the people that are supporting the other people that are helping people in the community. And I'm sorry that there's not going to be a plaque, there's not going to be a medal, there's not going to be an adequate reward somehow.
No, there is.
That I can somehow hand you and pin on your shoulder.
It's not external, but 20 years down the road, when you look back on this time in your life, you'll feel good about yourself. And that's better than some little trophy thing on your shelf anyway.
Absolutely. I just said that somehow expressed and did it justice to the gratitude and the sacrifice that our community does every single day around the clock. It's way more than any one person could do. It's from everybody that's liking, that's subscribing. It's a stupid phrase and I hate it so much, but it actually does help people's metrics, people's channels. When you share, when you like,
and I'm too Canadian to do it, so listen to him.
It's terrible. But
I hate it. Yeah, I hate having to do that. And I know that we would be bigger if I would do that. But it's not. Yeah. No, I'd rather not. I just can't do it, man. That's why during the credits, Dunk has to do the whole, that part, because I doesn't work for me very well.
I'm good at it because I don't mind, because in the end, I tell everybody, if you like, if you share, if you subscribe, all of that, we get more people and more hearts and minds to help others. Because without that, we can't exist in a vacuum. But liking, sharing, I'll repeat it. I have a pretty strong marketing background because we were in all cash practice in one of my dental practices. And the
That's
thing
not
is
sus at all.
But you know what? In the end, it was a very good lesson because we all had to be the best people. We couldn't lie. We couldn't manipulate. We had to treat people well, and we had to treat people respectfully, and we had to give a service that was worth what we charged. And it was a big lesson to me.
Isn't that the red light code?
Remind me to change that light bulb too. I saw it was out. But in the end, it was a big thing because I was worried. I'm like, well, what if we don't reach enough people? We have to take out an ad. It's like, and I see it in the chat now where people saying, Skits, you're amazing. You're a hero. You're doing the right thing. And our channel's growing. Our channel is growing slower than some channels, but we retain so many more people and we are so much more authentic. And we
swear too much. YouTube hates us. It's true. We get demonetized so often. YouTube just can't be bothered.
Dick he wrote me, he said, can you get the duct tape out and just shut the fuck up? No, but and I see it in our chat. Dick doesn't like this part of me because I make our channel nice, but it's but honestly, it's and I want to actually call out somebody who came into the chat. Danny Carver. Danny Carver
got a sharp knife.
Has been with us since for a very long time. He has actually been on the Janine train, helping Janine, even when she and I aren't doing streams. And
he was shoveling coal to keep that thing running.
Yep. And Danny Carver, you're amazing. Thank you for your donation to me. But Janine has been such an inspiration. She was one of my inspirations. And when people support her, they're supporting me because she has given so many women the courage to go over there and be like, yeah, air raid sirens. Oh, I guess I'm going to take a nap. Or it's not that simple, but She's that woman, and she has single-handedly raised money for one battalion, single-handedly to get medical kits, to get Starlinks, to get drones, single-handedly, and she is the most. Like I don't want the acknowledgement. I don't want this. But I know the people. And Danny, sorry for calling you out but you're one of the original ones that really stood out, that supported Janine. And I remember this. And she's yeah. And I'm gonna have her on again. She needs some winter clothes and she needs some stuff because. I've been to Russia, man. I destroyed so many pairs of expensive boots over there. Forget it. You buy $18 boots if you're going into that crap. Yeah, you don't. The mud, it's horrible. But yeah, she needs a few winter things, and plus she was I can't upset this, but she was relocated, and everybody knows the last place she was in was bombed. Then she went into Kyiv. Now she's been relocated. Some of the stuff that she had was actually in the original location. She didn't take it with her when she went home because her aunt died. So we do need to recoup her. And Chris, if I know it's my fundraiser and I appreciate it, but if Chris, you could throw Janine's link in there. I am going to have her on, but Janine needs our support too because she's been a full year there now.
And they say I have the attention span of a squirrel.
But
Just
Danny,
saying.
thank you from the bottom of my heart for Janine. She's sleeping now. Actually, she might be up working, but.
Frozen bottom of her heart.
She's that in the Midwest, we call those good eggs. Ken from UTV and Ham, he knows that word. She's a good egg.
Yeah.
Oh, Danny, thank you. And she sees it and I see it.
We got some. Did we get the shout outs from LWD in the chatter there?
I thanked her in the chat, but I didn't shout her out. So go ahead.
Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3 gifted memberships from LWD Farm. You know, I gotta say, huge thanks, LWD Farm. But when I see your username, I always in my head translate it to an acronym for lewd. And I often wonder if it's like a trailer park where everybody's swapping keys to see who they end up with for the night. Just kidding.
All right, toss your keys in the punch bowl.
Oh, yeah. It's funny, though. I don't know why that happens. I don't have a porn addiction in any way.
And no, you cannot see my search history.
Yeah. But I wonder if anybody else saw that, or am I just like, that screwed up?
Oh, totally.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. He dropped my OnlyFans link. Don't click it. I have no idea where you're going on that one. Don't do it.
We just had, I'm watching Shayna here. Lisa Van Vellen, she asked about a channel. Skitz doesn't have a channel. If that's what you're talking about, because he's with the government, they can't do things like that. So if that's what you're talking about, if you're not, then please put something in the chat so Shayna sees it and we know what you're talking about.
Government AIs are allowed to join a channel but not have their own. So
I'm with the government and I'm here to help.
Oh, that's scary. Oh yeah, Lisa, he knows. He is an actual government employee with the US, and they can't do promotion like that, which is kind of a shame, but they can't control it either. They get some mega guy on there.
But he's also proof that not all government employees are complete idiots, because actually
most of them.
Well, you showed up here, so I think you're probably at about 50% on the vote now.
This is actually kind of an enigma. He has a physics degree. That guy's smart.
Interesting. No, I actually know this.
Very smart. Yeah. I'm like, so let's talk about art and painting. It's like, because I can't touch it.
I go and I get my degree in physics and and mathematics, and then the funny thing is, like, I was on my way to the East Coast to take a job with NOAA, and then but I got the job, the opportunity I had currently. I'm like, yeah, you know what, physics isn't going anywhere. Yeah, I'll be fine.
Yeah, you should. Oh, what's his name? 1 second here.
But that's kind of a commentary on. I've said this before on the Beyond the Headline streams, that we don't always end up with what we went to school for, but we end up doing what we love, and in this world it's a little more important. Noodle, I'm not going to tell your story, but you're one of them. Your story's huge, man. Holy crap. I hope someday you can tell your story and you want to tell it, because it's amazing. And with me,
I'll give you $75 for it right now.
I'm in healthcare, and if somebody says I didn't know you're in healthcare, when I went to the Navy, I had a nursing degree and no dental experience, and I ended up going in the Navy, and they were going to put me
sail the 7 seas.
But I ended up, I was like, I don't like poop, I don't like urine, and I'm okay with blood. So they actually gave me dental, and I ended up in surgical prosthetics, and I got out and I had an amazing career. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's rare somebody shits through their mouth, so you're probably good on that one.
Exactly. And I'm not licensed here. I can be in California. I'm not sure I'm going to go back to that. Will I work in healthcare? 100%. But and the job I'm doing now here is, I don't like it, but it's online, and I don't know. And that's why your help for me is really, again, I keep talking about all this stuff about getting out of Iowa, but getting back there, I can do what is going to help people. I could be a better person for the Shills. I could be a better person for humanity. I would love to take a trip over to California and help and be a volunteer at the stand down that they're doing, that Skits is doing.
The hot dog stand near Long Beach, right?
There you go. Yeah, Venice Beach. Everyone wants to Venice Beach.
There's no higher calling than helping somebody get a hot dog, right?
So
that's the prostitute code.
Yep, I have my red light bulbs packed too, Dick. I got to change the one up front, but that'll leave 5 left out of the 6-pack. So,
well, I should be looking for rentals up here for you then. So,
you live in a beautiful area, man.
Yeah.
Jealous over that. Holy crap.
Yeah, I'm in a very cool, exclusive little. Well, it's not exclusive. It's just not that well known, and it's everything you wish your place of residence was. Yeah. Somebody, the way I describe it, every now and then somebody actually knows where I am. Then they put the word for my region, and somebody did it the other day in the chat, and I was like, oh, I know that place. Yeah, that's pretty close, but they actually had it right. It was really funny. Yeah. I mean, I don't actually care, because it's not like any of you are going to jump a plane and show up at my door, because there's been plenty of stories told about my tolerance for people that annoy me in life. Like I don't see that happening. I wouldn't show up at my fucking door. I mean,
It's so funny, you guys. When we get a new team member, they're like, yeah, Dick, I'm going to come to Canada and have a beer with you. And the rest of the team's back here laughing because we can see him cringing through the chat. One time I sent Dick this thing that said, here's something with Felix. And I sent him one of those things that says virtual hug. He even react, no, not even that. No. But we'd sit there and laugh because you're like, yeah, Dick, I'm going to show up in Canada. We're going to have a beer. And we're like,
yeah. I hate people in 3 dimensions. When you're all in 2 dimensions, it works for me really well. It's that's where we're going to keep it. No, but I get like real social anxieties. I can't handle talking to more than a few people at a time. And if I have like 5 social media networks all beeping my phone at once, I'll just grab it and throw it against the fucking wall. Yeah, that's what's going to happen, you know? I can't do it. You know?
Did you see Heather Wiley wrote at Mr. Dawson, so I can't deliver a mariachi band to your place? I dare you.
Yeah, okay. Nobody gives her Felix's email because he'll say yes and they'll fucking show up. You know? Yeah.
Yeah, and then you'd never hear the end of that song. Like it just play on repeat over and over and over and over again.
Totally, man. Oh, that would just kill me.
Yeah, when you're in Mexico, she's probably had some stories when you're just at like a street taco stand and the roving mariachi bands come. They know yes, but they don't know no. You're like, thank you, here's money. Stop. No. They're like, oh, more.
Yeah, they're like
and then
those.
You literally have to get up and just leave.
Yeah, they're like those Peruvian pan flute bands that tried to take over the world in South Park. You know.
If only we knew the Spanish word for no.
Oh, they're well-meaning though. But you know what? I think they have as she wrote at Annette. You have no idea. I've been in Mexico quite a bit. So I think they have a secret pact with restaurant owners to clear the tables. If you could, even if you're ordering beers and you're not ordering tacos anymore, they tell the mariachi band they're not ordering tacos, just beer. Get them out.
Yeah. Yeah, the beer's so cheap, they make their money on the food. It's a completely different business model, right? You know,
real.
Yeah. Oh, Heather, I bet she's got some stories. Oh my gosh.
Oh. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, there's a Heather thing, right? Wait a minute. This is really hard to do when you're watching yourself on the screen backwards. You see the little kitty thing there on the Coca-Cola fire truck bus? That's one of the Mexican trinket things that she sent up as well. She sent a little kitty, and I think it's a little dog. I'd have to go and look in Felix's room to make sure. And then that cool skull thing. And I had to ask Felix nicely if I could have the little kitty so I could put it on the set behind me. It was funny.
Can I have the kitty?
Yeah. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, your backdrop looks beautiful. The flag that Greg gave you and the painting from I got a bunch of things up there, and you might not know what they all are, but they all have little significance and stuff, like things that have been sent to me and whatnot. You know, almost all of it is at this point, right? You know, it's getting there. And there's a couple of spots on the flag where, you know, like right, like about here, there's no real signature action. So I'm going to put a couple other things up just, you know, because I've got more things that have been sent in. I think it's Liz in the chat, or she's usually in the chat anyway. She sent Felix a couple of VHS movies that he really likes, and I can't remember which one it is now, but one of them made it onto his prize shelf, you know, of his things. And we don't even have a VHS, but he wants the VHS copy because that's when the movie was first released. Right.
I was going to ask, is he watching all these in VHS?
Yeah, no, I just download them on torrents and put them on our Plex server, right? Yeah, you know, totally. Yeah, exactly. You know.
Hooray!
But he likes to have the physical copy. Like, we started collecting records. I think we got about 50 records at this point, Audio Technica turntable and whatnot, and we've got like an Onkyo receiver and stuff. So we've got a decent setup for audio. I went to audio engineering school. You know, my system isn't built by Fisher Price. It's pretty good shit. You know,
we were talking about music earlier. Dude, what kind of music do you listen to?
Me? Dear Lord, man, my thing goes all over the place. So I'll give you a couple of my absolute. Oh, not me?
Noodle.
Oh,
But you do,
sorry.
I mean-
Yeah. I wasn't. I couldn't quite hear you. You were phasing in and out on my side. Well, hey, Noodle's doing that whole. Is this what's that Australian guy? The Mad Max. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was running out of sunlight, so I sort of faced the tractor towards the sunset to try and get as much fill light as I could. And then I've got the dome light turned on. But yeah, I'm sort of running out of daylight.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I just noticed it's dark here too.
I actually rigged up like my whole like streaming rig and then like reset it all inside the cab while we were streaming. So it's been a little bit of a chaos here, but yeah, we got a power inverter, we got 2 battery banks running the display. So yeah, it's pretty wild.
Nice.
Cool. I think I fixed the audio. I hear you guys proper now. When you were talking there, Skits, it was phasing in and out. Like I was in an AM radio up in the hills. No, it's not you. It's the service. I could tell. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Better now, though?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Had to refresh it on my side. Okay. Holy.
Okay. But yeah, Noodle, the question standing, what kind of music you listen to?
Charlie Daniels.
Not exactly. No. I don't know. I'm all over the place as far as stuff. Shayna and I were talking about this. We're both of roughly the same age, and we both sort of like grew up with like a lot of 90s music and stuff like that, like in the alternative sort of genre. Although that's sort of been co-opted and it's become popular and it's become like remixed, and I don't know.
There's.
I mean,
yeah, remixed. I like how you're being polite, but the word you were looking for is ruined. Go on anyway.
Right. So it's hard to just say like, oh, such and such, exactly. Yeah. So it's hard to say like, oh, such and such band or whatever like that.
Fair.
I mean, there's certain bits that are extremely enjoyable as far as like the old classics of like classical music and stuff like that. And then there's all the way stuff to like more modern stuff like Nirvana and, stuff like that. So I don't know.
Absolutely. I'm perfectly all right.
I was born in 70 and I wasn't the biggest fan of Nirvana when they came out because it was after the 80s where you had these people who were just shredding on their instruments and showing off with every track they could record. And I grew up during that, as a musician, that virtuosity movement. And then grunge came in and it was all about not being that. It was more like Bob Dylan in a rock band or something, right? And at first, I didn't get it. I didn't want to get it. I didn't like it. But once I got over my high horse and actually listened to it, there was a bunch of good stuff in there. But still, there's the odd song where you're just trying to be so different, it sucks. Primus is an extreme example. They're so talented and they literally try to make your ears puke with every song. Why do they do that?
Right. There's a lot of like electronic music and stuff like that, like house and stuff like that. That's really great too. But it's for more of a different sort of mood. Like if you're really focusing in on something or if you're really trying to do certain type of like repetitive activity.
Yeah, like sex with drugs.
I sort of borrow the whole like sea shanty sort of style where those were originally written for a certain piece of movement or a certain particular rhythmic activity that they were doing all over, and they had to do it on a coordinated schedule. And it makes my brain sort of focus in on a particular task or topic that I'm trying to work on. And it makes me have a curve to it where I have an intense moment of, say, like back in the day, I used to do a little programming or a little different activity or something like that. and it would help me sort of balance out my particular mood. But if you were to listen to it when you were not doing that particular activity, you'd probably throw up. You know, it's sort of like, oh my gosh, why on earth would you listen to drum and bass? It's like, you know, like it's all over the place. It's chaos. It's whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it might not be the same sort of thing that if you were sitting back, like say in a nice chair, sipping, you know, some nice evening coffee or whatever. You might want to listen to something like a light classical piece or something like that. So
right.
yeah, I'm really all over the place when it comes to music.
Same. Same. I can go
perfectly
from,
okay.
you know, I can go from like Commander Prankster in the chat there just mentioned Yngwie Malmsteen to Frank Sinatra, then The Clash, then to Boston, you know, like no problem.
I listen to, and I know that Dick might have a stroke, but, you know, a little bit of country here and there.
I like
you know,
old country, like Cash and stuff. I really like me some old country. You know, when they were proper old school, what's the word? Heroin addicts. Yeah, that's it, right?
There's in fact, there's a Green Day concert happening next weekend. Way down there, but yeah, like, and they're going to be there with Smashing Pumpkins, and like I went to I think one of the last actual concerts I went to was a Smashing Pumpkins concert.
Really?
And they had to haul me. Yeah, they had to haul me out though, because somebody I was there with a friend and my brother and his wife, and somebody decided, I'm just gonna throw a metal chair at the back of this dude's head, and yeah, I hit the ground like a sack of bricks. Like he knocked me clean out. And yeah, and like people, and the funny thing is like he, I assume, had this like sense of anonymity. Like it's like, oh, I'm in this huge crowd. Like there's hundreds of people here. No one's gonna know. Everyone turned that guy.
Yeah.
And he got arrested for assault with a deadly weapon.
Wow.
And I am not huge on like concerts anymore. Like, ones with that just have metal chairs.
Yeah.
Like, and they were straight up. This was the new Golden One Arena. They just opened up the new Golden One Arena, and they were just serving straight up hard alcohol. Just here, you want to buy shots? Just people were just getting shit faced. And yeah, so that was this guy's excuse. I was so drunk, I don't remember doing it. I'm like, dude,
who gives a rat's ass? You're a piece of shit anyway. Doesn't that count? Yeah. You know,
and it's part of my court stuff, because I didn't want to, like, I was like, dude, like, you know, like, I'm a vet with PTSD. It's like, it took a lot for me to go out to this place, this huge crowd. I don't like it. And then you club me like a seal. Like, what the hell, man? Like,
yeah. I remember, hey, Shayna's back. Hey, Shayna.
Hi, Shayna.
How's it going? I remember when metal got a little bit too rough and it started to be more like a punk rocker, everybody beating the shit out of each other pit in the floor, and became the mosh pit and whatnot. And I was not into that. You know, I didn't want Friday night drinks with friends at the bar to be a fight. You know, I always found that when that was the case, I usually met a lower class of girl. Just saying. You know? You know, and that counts for something. Let me tell you, you know, I once had a libido and the ability to see through and to follow it up. But you know.
The mind is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Oh yeah. Well, if I only looked my age, you would all think that I was like, you know, the next rise of the Sith.
I'm really interested in what maybe non-traditional people that have musical interests, maybe that were interested in certain types of music, but never had the tools or ability to share and create a certain particular kind of music. I'm wondering what they are going to be empowered to do with AI tools. I know that AI art has unlocked a lot of people's potential for creating art. Some of it, in fact, let's say most of it, is probably terrible. but it has unlocked a unique perspective for people that never felt comfortable with creating art. And I think that that might actually unlock something interesting with people who want to create music. But I'm not entirely sure.
Great thought.
Yeah.
I had not thought about that. And that is a fantastic thought.
Or
yeah.
it could give us more people like Tone Loc, but we'll hope for the better, right? You know.
I mean, how much of that sort of music is popular because people say it's popular versus people who actually listen to it because they enjoy it? I mean, I'm not saying that like the record industry is fixed like boxing. I'm saying it's more fixed like maybe wrestling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would say that the record company was actually the business model that Vince McMahon took to wrestling, to be honest. It's unbelievable.
I hate that guy.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. I forgot to fill my fridge, so I actually have to get up, but I will get more than one beer so I can fill my fridge. So, right.
Fair.
I feel like we have seen how disruptive YouTube has been to sort of traditional media. So, you know, it follows a natural sort of QED sort of progression into, you know, perhaps this AI music generation service will be equally disruptive to traditional media spaces in disrupting, you know, areas and genres that we haven't really even thought through all the way yet. So I don't know.
How long before like the terms of service and like AI software, but like, yeah, we partially own anything that you may start making millions of dollars on or something like.
Well, Liam and I have got into it like over VC of like, where is the line drawn when you look at people that are getting into sampling, let's say, when you talk about people like artists like Mike Snow, where he's taking a bunch of different audio clips from various different songs, or like, for example, Beastie Boys, like the flute that's in a rap song, right? That flutist or flautist, however you pronounce it, was basically, I think that's from like some record that was recorded many, many years in the past. Line that they then took and remixed and then put in, and it's a signature piece now in that song.
Well, here's the thing, and I, as somebody who made money, like I've recorded jingles for radio as a musician, and you know, hired gun and whatnot. I've been in bands that weren't my band, they just paid me to go and do the tour and stuff, right? I like the idea of the paid music thing. And when you look at the sampling and you look at the rules for copyright in music, Ozzy Osbourne famously did this to Jakey Lee, his guitar player. The only thing that counts for royalties in music is lyric and melody. So when you start taking that do 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 and whatnot, you know, and putting it in your song, it's not the melody of the lyric, but does hip hop have melody? And isn't that the hook of the song, that little blue blob? And to me, the whole idea of how the music industry works that way is broken, right? It's wrong because like Jakey Lee, the guitar player from Ozzy's records, Bark at the Moon and Ultimate Sin, he sat down with Ozzy, they wrote those songs, and then Sharon and Ozzy screwed him on royalties because they said, no, it's only about lyric and melody. Well, you wouldn't have had the melody if I wasn't there playing the guitar for him to sing over. And nope, sorry, you're fucked. Next. Right? You know, but I still like what we have better than AI shit, because I don't want people just sitting down at AI creating music when you could have brought real musicians in to write you a fucking song. It's supposed to be human creativity. It's an art form.
How about if the AI wrote the song, but humans performed it?
No, same thing. Same thing. Do you want AI artwork hanging in the Louvre and whatnot? No, because they're historic pieces from people. I see no difference in the commercial for Burger King on my FM radio. I don't want mechanical garbage that's been trained by marketers to make sure it has the right hook for my brain and all this other bullshit. I just want dudes like me brought into the studio that write a hook and they go, yeah, we like that one. Let's use it. Right. I want real dudes doing it. No dudes. I mean, folks. Right. Sorry. I don't,
the royal dudes.
Yeah. I don't mean that as it's a neutral, I don't, okay. Anyway,
Not gender specific.
Yeah. I am that stupid. Just follow along. You'll be all right.
It's like people in chat that know that me or Shayna is behind the Shills account, obviously ladies, and then someone will go, "Oh, bro, so happy I'm here." It's like, really?
I see it in our live chat. There's a lot of people that think when you're saying hi to the Shills, if they're new on the channel, they think they're talking to Dunkerai, right? And yeah, not quite. No. It's funny. I see that too, but it's natural, right? Because but imagine how, Mr. Roboto, would I have to be able to be in the live chat like that and be doing what I do on the show at the same time? How could,
Either that or they think there's no way that Dick would have some women supporting them.
It's actually a habit of mine. It works out really well. What
did you say earlier? Behind every man is a man is a woman. Like,
I got
do
caught.
you really know what you're doing behind that account?
Dudes get intimidated and they won't tell you when you're being a jerk. Chick will. She'll just be like, "Oh, stop being an asshole, will you?" It's true.
Dick, you're being a dick.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You're your own namesake now, you fucking asshole. Or,
I didn't know your name was asshole. Okay.
Mr. to you, sir.
In your asshole.
Oh, I'm a Republican now. Damn it. No.
Somebody, LG Techie said, haven't there been many women behind Dick?
Ew.
PJ's gonna go off.
That's
PJ,
why we're sponsored by Analese.
PJ, it's 4 a.m. Thank you for being here. You don't. You just keep recovering. You take as long as you need, but we also love you, and you're so appreciated here for everything you do.
He must have. He must have had that nurse from Ferris Bueller's Day Off visit him today because he seems to be quite energetic.
Sexy nurse.
Hello, nurse.
Yeah.
I hope you're taking care of yourself, DJ.
Because I'm the nurse who likes to.
Would you like that blanket change? No, I'm just fine. Oh, he slept. So, yep. Good night, PJ. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
What a great guy.
Yeah, he's healing up. He's doing good. And you know what that means? That means that our crazy news that we the crazy news we bring you on the 42 show along with the stuff that actually matters, it's more focused when PJ's on the job. So you'll see. That's why on Friday with Nick, this is no offense to anybody. I did this on purpose. I changed the 42 show up a bit and structured it around what Nick is really good at. And it actually worked that way instead of trying to get Nick to just fall in line with what we've done lately, right? That would have been, okay, ready? I'd have been, in the background, okay, 20 seconds, 10, and here we go. And, it would, Dunk and I, we watched the clock, the whole, it would have been, it worked out. But it worked out well. We got some really good comments on that one because, just stay within your wheelhouse and right? Yeah, it worked out good. Yeah. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Nick was when we were going live in the beginning, he was like, I'm kind of tired. I don't think I can do an after show, but we'll get through the show here. But it was a busy day. And then in between shows before the after show, I'm like, you got 20 minutes in you? Oh, yeah, I'll be good. He was, just energized, man. Yeah, it was good. Right?
Yeah, we see a whole other side of him when he's with the Shills. It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's the same with Starsky. When Starsky's on our channel and people from his channel come over for the first time, they're like, what the hell is going on? He's talking about sushi and whatever.
Yeah. Well, at least the people that think we were disrespecting Starsky about joking about stuff, that's kind of tapered off because I think enough people have cycled through. But man, when he was on, they weren't used to seeing him joke around, and it eased up a little bit when he'd say, "Hey guys, Shills is family," and they're like, "Oh, okay," but some people were still like, "No, you can't laugh."
We had some people getting properly mad at us for having a good time while talking to operator Starsky on the channel. It was unbelievable. But he's the one. Fuck! I got nothing. Like what?
Well said. You asked him for the throwback stories for him to talk about his childhood, and most of the time, because he's such a great storyteller, it was, and he's got his channel now, Ukraine Vibes, that he's doing storytelling on. But when people remember when he started doing the shorts, joking around, like he'd play a Russian guy, and he'd go, "But Mama, you don't love me. You'd rather have a Lada, And yes, son, go. Oh, Mom, you love the Lada more than me." And then
you have new Papa now.
When he would play the reporter or something, like the reporter was like, "Oh yes, I'm Russian. I'm here reporting." And then you told me to go to new location. And then his things are, he's so talented.
Oh yeah. We leaned into that. Like it didn't take 3 or 4 months. And we were like, wait a minute. Never mind getting him parroting the news everybody already knows. Who are you, dude? And that's when he was like, oh, okay, home stream, right?
Yeah, it's been the evolution of that whole. I mean, how lucky are we to see the evolution of channels, to see Starsky, to see Greg go from. I mean, the guy surpassed us on subs, but he didn't. We were sending subs over to him, and we're going to see the evolution. With Slavi too. She's going to come into her own. She's an incredible journalist, and an incredible opinions and insight on the news and everything. And we're going to see. And we are front row seats the evolution of these amazing channels. It doesn't get any better than that.
We are David fucking Attenborough, and we're watching the evolution. It's broadcasting from the Galapagos. It's the Shills.
We're bringing the dinosaurs back to life. Oh, I meant channels.
See Heather in the chat. Heather Wiley there in the chat. She's here because of Greg's channel. So, and I don't quite remember the last time Heather missed one of our shows. I think it's been quite a while.
And the thing is too, is that yes, there are the majority of topics are so serious, but the feel good stories are important. But remember, laughter is the best medicine, and that's been proven scientifically. So if you want to come here and laugh and get a break from all the other BS stuff, the Telegram, all the channels that are like doom and gloom, it's healthy to laugh, and it doesn't cost you a darn thing on the channel. So donate to me. No.
Yeah, there you go. Donate. Yeah, right now in comment.
It doesn't cost you anything to laugh, and YouTube's still free unless you're, paying that. I don't even have paid YouTube,
and troll me in the live chat if you dare, because I'm sure there's a few people in here that have seen what happens.
And Liam said it's good to be shilly, and we've sort of bucked the system. You have, Dick. I can't say we. You have.
No, it's us.
The system to say, listen, there's so much serious news, but we're going to still laugh, and it's okay. Yeah, for sure.
I can't take it seriously all day. I've got to have some fun. And these moments when we're live and doing our thing and stuff is pretty much when I'm hanging out with my friends. So I don't want it to be some stoic experience where I'm more concerned with the starch level of your tie versus the, joy you had on the show, right?
David Allison, I laugh in your general direction.
Yeah. My father was a hamster, so
Squirrel.
Oh no, mother and your father smelt of elderberries. Oh, I can't remember which way that goes. Yeah, shit.
Oh, we got the best viewers here.
It probably goes without saying that our enemies to our informational warfare space are more organized, they are better funded, they are more prepared against us in numerous ways. But the way that we approach our community with honesty, integrity, credibility around the horn in a non-credible way, it's extremely powerful. Each in our unique way, we are each very vulnerable and lost people, but together we form something even more powerful that cannot be dissuaded from our mission, from our goal. And that is not singular, but it is diverse, because most problems are diverse. They are messy. They require a multitude of different solutions that, pulling together, all of us can help solve.
That's a good call. And it's definitely the pull together. I mean, that's kind of our channel's goal. We, being, what's the word? Jokers for the most part, but maybe not so much as we kind of portray, we fulfill our thing, not by being experts in the field, but by providing a platform where people can show who they are because they're in the field. I think it's still valuable, right?
Well, it's extremely valuable to create the space where people can come in and have a laugh and, be able to, deal with things that are extremely serious. There are people in our community I know that are really experiencing a lot of tough things.
Yeah.
And so, occasionally having a space where we can laugh about things, maybe not always talk about limes on maps or things that are a little more ephemeral.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really super important. And I'm really grateful that everybody, including all of the familiar names that I've seen in the chat throughout these years, that we've been part of our community together. I recognize all your names, and I know certain people in here that are working extremely hard on projects that are, extremely important. So kudos to all of you.
I just want to point out something in the live chat. LJ Boone there. Experts of your own opinion. Vatnik Biker. That's got to be, oh my God, Vatnik Biker. Okay, I'm making a stinger. I'm making a fucking stinger. There's no way this is that.
Yeah, we can't lose that moment in time. That guy repeated it so many times. There, you just, all you have to do is tune in and you can hear him say that. God, that guy is so irritating.
You have to do it like the 1960s DC Justice League cartoons. Turn down, Vatnik Biker. comic savior for injustice. It has to be like some kind of big. Oh, I can see it now.
And then
Oh yeah.
it like turn it around serious, and I'm an expert in my own opinion. It's gotta be like a straight face serious moment. Shayna.
I can talk them into what's it called? Patreon inside of 2 minutes, Batman. And give me this one, like.
Shayna remembers this. This is going to be a throwback. And this was more of a team thing and I don't know that Dick saw it too much. He sees everything in chat, but I don't know if he remembers. So there's a Jason Mraz song. It's called Details in the Fabric. And Jason Mraz is from San Diego, and he used to just
Felix loves one of his older tunes. It's no idea. Anyway, go ahead.
But Jason was beloved in the community. He's actually all he wanted to do is make enough money to have an avocado farm outside of San Diego. I think he's in Encinitas or something. But he used to literally just put stuff out there and say, "Hey, concert tonight," and he could fill a stadium, and I think they hated it because it was like a last minute throw together. The tickets were $15 and everyone's like, "Oh, we're there." But there's a song it's called Details in the Fabric, and it sounds so, oh gosh, it's going to be so wonderful. But Shayna, remember when I used to, people would compliment the Shills, like, "Oh, you guys are so great." And I would come back with, "Yes, we're like an island in an ocean of diarrhea." You remember that? Because that's from Jason Mraz song, and it's such a great song. And to hear those lyrics, but yeah, that's how I refer to the Shills. Yep, we're an island in an ocean of diarrhea. The Shills. I finally did give it up.
You know what an island in an ocean of diarrhea is? That's the landing point of a Taco Bell toilet. That's where they lead to, right? If you were to go on a Goonies adventure through a Taco Bell toilet, that's where you'd end up.
Yeah.
Graphic.
But I'm just quoting a lyric of a song. I didn't make it up. I can't take credit, but that is priceless. I think it was a friend talking about how another friend was,
Did he sing a song called Fireflies? What the fuck was one of his early songs? Okay, I said I wouldn't do this. Okay, anyway, here, I can fix this.
And now for something completely different.
Sometimes you just got to know what button to hit.
Thanks to everyone who stuck with us. I see we've lost a few people to say goodnight, but thank you so much. These nights are so special, and you guys are just wonderful for all the support.
We're almost, speaking of support, we're almost at $3,700. We're really close. We're, 2 nipple pinches and a tickle away. So, hey, everybody has their own measure of money. It's just, it's one of those things.
I would say that, the experiences that I've had on this channel and the friends that I've made and the people I've met, just in my life. And I'm not joking.
I thought she was going to say worthless.
No, I'm not one to throw out compliments. I'm kind of a serious person, and I'm more critical than I am on anything. Some people I've actually, when I was, doing patient care, people would say, "You're so nice. Ooh, you're so nice." I am a really nice person.
How does it, ooh, and so nice?
Very critical. Shayna knows I hate chaos on the teams. And so I'm very critical, and everyone,
Jeff Goldblum, do you hear this?
I beg
fuck your theory.
Please fall in line. It hates chaos. And so
the fundraiser though, thank you, Danny ×2. Like, yeah, he gave twice in the last hour.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And
he's got a really sharp knife.
And Byron.
We're gonna, and when all get all this behind me and get settled again, and It just keeps going. It's perpetual. Pay it forward, and more people and more help, and we're all going to get through this as Chris Lennon keeps us in line.
Well, she's going to be doing a travel blog as she goes, and we've already picked the intro song. It's going to be the tune from The Littlest Hobo,
He's already orchestrating the whole trip. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Maybe tomorrow or whatever that song was.
Which trip? My move to the West Coast or the Ukraine trip? I don't know. We got two of them.
No, that's more of a West Coast trip.
Okay.
Yeah. For the Ukraine trip, we might have to get some, maybe something from the Who or,
Yeah, we'll have to. I mean, we have to have musicians, choreographers. This is going to be entire production.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, well, I got a hold of Mariah Carey. I said, look, you owe me a favor. So we need this, choreographed out, right?
Kay says,
but
Annette,
I'm doing Christmas songs. I don't care,
She says, Annette, you hate chaos, and here you are dealing with Dick. And yet,
irony dies a horrible death.
La 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 la, and just doing, UTV and Tam, Ken, thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Thank you for always being here. Thank you for the things that you do on other channels like Nick's channel. I see you. He sees you. And I'm talking into the chat. I should be talking in here. You are amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I see you on other channels, and I'm sometimes watching and not writing, but I see you, and you are so valued.
I told you she was going to kiss your ass till you do her laundry. I told you it was coming.
Hello, Wisconsin. He's in a better stomping ground than I came from. So
hey, yeah, he's got the cheese place, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I like cheese.
Cheese curds.
Yeah.
Can't beat them.
Yeah, I like cheese.
I'd like to correct something you said, Annette. You said that we were losing people, and I would like to correct that. We are not losing anyone. People are logging off. They need to recharge.
Oh, I know.
Tomorrow is another battle.
We have Teslas watching us.
Yeah.
Everybody is recharging, and tomorrow the fight continues. And since the Shills is an amazing place in our community, there are communities that are waking up and starting out their day right now.
That's right.
And they are tuning in. So all I see is beautiful people doing troop rotations. Our little online community just doing their little rotations.
Hey, it was even in a Beatles song.
I like it.
Woke up, got out of bed, used the Shills to fill my head.
There you go.
Right? I mean,
Danny, I got it. So Janine woke up. Speaking of that noodle, Janine woke up and she says hi to everybody. She's going into the kitchen at the Magic Food Army where she volunteers. Danny has a photo of himself wearing a baby Starsky shirt, and is asked us to, Danny, I have to say this again. Can we post this to everybody? Do you want us to see this, or is this just
send it to me? Yeah. Let me do this.
I want to make sure I get this permission because she found the photo.
I don't care about his permission anymore. I just want the photo. As long as there's no testicles in it. It's just
no.
But one testicle is okay.
Yeah. That's true. As long as it's not plural. As long as it's not plural.
I had this, but Janine ended up changing her number. He says, sure. Thank you, Danny. I had it, and then Janine changed her number. And so I didn't get confused. I deleted her other WhatsApp number, and I just have this one. And I didn't realize when I deleted that, I deleted a lot of photos that came with it.
I just want to point out to Danny Carver, it was not up to you. I had already decided. Okay.
All right. I'll put it in the production room. Wait. Yeah, it's been on the Shills fridge in the breaker for weeks, Chris. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, truth be known, there's like 9 of us, and we all live in a tiny home. right? It's New Mexico. It's yeah, yeah. That's Dana's the only one that shows one of the real rooms. That's why with the color and everything, it's New Mexico. Where's this whole? Okay, yeah.
Yep, I'm getting it to you. Because I have to get to my. It has to go from my phone to the computer.
Get an apple.
Obviously.
It happens faster.
No, I'm joking.
I'm not.
And remember, I'm a girl. I can't figure that out. Duh. No, I'm actually. Nope, just downloading it, throwing it in the. I'll throw it in the green room here. Boop-a-doo-ba-doo.
Okay. It's like being one of Charlie's Angels waiting for the speaker to speak. I'm just sitting there staring at it and I'm just waiting for it to happen.
Make it stop. There we go. Okay. Yep. It's already in there. Honestly, this photo is beautiful. It's the quintessential supporter. I just love it.
Okay.
So this is our own Danny Carver, and he has the baby Starsky shirt.
That's great.
Yeah. He's also holding some cold steel.
That's some hardware right there.
Yeah.
Go, Danny. Thank you.
Exactly. And Danny, I would just like to say that you're one step behind because you've got a little bit of that bowling pin with legs look going on, but mine is significantly more rotund at the bottom before the legs. So keep up. Come on. I'm sure you can do it.
That actually gives us a good idea. If people would allow it, they could send in their photos with their Ukraine stuff.
I thought you were going to say their pudgy tummies.
Their Ukraine wear, or hold up their patches, or just all kinds of stuff. There's Shills, stuff, and just every once in a while, do some music. That's like for another idea for the New Year's thing. Show pictures of people just saying, "Hey, support."
Oh, that's a good idea.
Sprinkly, just sprinkles.
I've got a picture of Ashley Lundy with a baby Starsky mug as well. And I was told I could show it on the show, and I totally don't think I ever did, or did I once and forget? But
he just said something about show our mug photos.
Yeah. See, but this will take me like 5 minutes in the background because it's lost on the drive that was backed up because the server screwed up because I'm an idiot. But then I learned not to be an idiot. But then I became an idiot again. And you see where I'm going with this, right? It's not a
stop the chaos. Send it to me.
I've almost got it all fixed because everything works really good now. I had a stumbling block that I was able to get over, but yeah. So we'll get that going on because we'll be able to do a thing soon where we have synchronized folders, and if one of the production team in the background put some photos in a folder, I'll have one button on all my little trigger stuff here to just show them, and that's what we're going for next. I just need a day where I'm not hungover so I can implement it.
The folder is secretly called the folder is secretly called Annette, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's called Annette hates this folder, but yeah, that's close.
What folder? Okay. I didn't see any folder.
But that will work. It'll be really cool. And we're going to get in the chat AI Alchemist in to start doing some of those cool images and stuff for some of the news stories, right? Because, Dunk could do it, but Dunk has to take the stories, reword them, make them his own and whatnot, and that's what I have to do as well. And we just don't have that much time, even though you're capable of doing it, right? You need some help. There's no way you can do this. You know, I homeschool somebody who can outsmart me on any given day, but really doesn't want to be fucking around with the dumb shit I'm trying to teach them. I got a lot on my plate, you know, like, oh yeah. So, you know, you need, you know, yeah, you need the team. You need the team, man. It's a big deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We've had a lot of people over time, you know, that have learned you need the team because they were recurring guests on our channel and they saw how valuable our structure is and how we do things. And they were just like, I need that. You know, that makes you feel good, doesn't it, Annette? That's not a bad day, right? You know?
Yep, 1,000,000%.
Yeah.
Richard Stevens is going off. Thank you so much for being here. Peace out. We'll see you soon. And like Noodle said, recharge to fight another day.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I'll see you on the other side, the next rotation.
Yeah. Okay, let me refresh. We've got oh my god, we're so fucking close. We have $7 US to get to 3,700 on the donations now. Somebody else came in just near the end there to push us so close. It's not funny.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. And I think that most of you have been here and you heard, you know, all your support helps me get to the West Coast. But in the meantime, we help those who we can help. And I am a support person. I'm not one of those people who goes off and trailblazes on my own. But, you know, going to be with Blonde Bombsheller. We're going to take the dogs, dogs to Ukraine, and we're going to get it done.
Don't do this whole hold on, but that's that slight thing of justification. Your thing on this channel has generated so much money in support of Ukraine over the last few years that it's totally, let's just help somebody who helps everybody else. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing, right? You know, yes. And it's very worth it, you know, especially to me. So, yeah, I'd be screwed, chewed, and tattooed in a way I don't want to be, you know.
As Noodle said earlier, helping the helpers, you know.
Yeah. You know,
I think one of the biggest
I think I stole that from Mr. Rogers, I do believe.
But you did it so much better. Oh. And you didn't have the sweater. Oh.
Yeah, just overalls.
He taught me how to put my slippers on like a gentleman.
He was cutting onions around here.
What was the deal with that too? Because I think he had like indoor sweater and like outdoor sweater.
Yeah,
like I mean,
indoor shoes.
I'm surprised he didn't change his pants. You know,
as I get older, I'm kind of like, you know, maybe it would be nice to have indoor sweaters and outdoor sweaters. It didn't really make sense then, but
I do it.
Gosh, you know, something kind of snuggly.
I do it. I learned that lesson. Because I've got slippers that I wear inside, and then I've got shitty shoes that I wear outside, but then I've got real shoes and stuff that I wear to actually go places. And I have my indoor cozy sweaters, my outdoor, it's kind of crappy, but I'm going to sweep the yard or whatever, you know. Oh, yeah.
And the thing is there's sweaters that like I have one sweater that I wore outside just for snow blowing because there's massive amounts of snow here because it fits.
And everybody knows that snow needs blowing,
amongst other things. And I have sweaters that I wear inside because the heat's on and they don't need as much. But yeah, layering sweaters that be worn by themselves. Yeah, there are definitely categories of sweaters. For sure.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I have old hang off me, but oh so comfortable sweaters that I wear on a Monday night to watch a movie, but I wouldn't even answer the door for pizza in. And oh yeah, you could do an entire dresser of shelves, but it would have to be a bit skinnier because it's only for those sweaters that have categories and places, right? You know, like that horrific puke-inducing thing that you wear at Christmas because some asshole in your family bought it for you, right? You know.
All right, Danny, you did it. He brought us over.
Well, Blonde asked if we were over, and I was writing, yes, your super chat did, but we just have to make sure that your super chat makes it to me.
Yeah. That's the whole thing with the super chats. I have to go and deal with that after and send them over. But super chats, you don't actually get them until the 21st of each month. But we carry a little kitty of money for these types of moments, right? You know, so.
Thank you so much. She's been, she has been working with these dogs in the background, and we'll be able to tell more about this, but she's got her dogs and I can't wait to meet them. The training that they have, and me being like no chaos and stickler for detail, I sent her all the links. I'm like, you gotta have this paperwork, you gotta have this paperwork, gotta have this, and I didn't think she would say, okay, yep. And I said, do you understand how critical this is? Because if you don't, you aren't getting on that plane. And she got it, and she made it happen. I couldn't do that.
What are the dogs' names? Like Ozzy and Harriet, Abbott and Costello?
Can you write the dogs' names in the chat? My brain's full. If I thought about it, I would remember, but because she says their names all the time. But that is no small feat, because some of this paperwork, literally, when you know your flight time, you have to put this paperwork in, and literally the clock starts ticking, because if that paperwork doesn't come back on time, or your flight gets delayed and you don't have the time, it is such a sweat bullets moment, and you are never so much out of control of something in your life when you're waiting for government to put the stamp on your paperwork that literally you can, but I've done it, and she followed all the instructions, and I don't have any doubt it's going to work out. But there are,
this is why I have fish. I'm just saying.
It is David, customs is no joke. And animal transport, international animal transport and inspections is no joke. You hear about all these stars that try to smuggle their dogs on planes and stuff and take them into countries like Australia. And they're like, but it's just a puppy dog. It's like, no, it's a vessel of disease that you're transporting into another country.
That's what I call children. Oh.
Yeah.
And you have no, those are little reservoirs of mutation. I don't.
Jesus Christ.
No, it's kind of a joke, because viruses. Let's get scientific here. Viruses actually reproduce in kids versus adults, like the flu. That's why I call them literal reservoirs of mutation.
You mean children are demented sex freaks? Is that what you're saying?
So anyway,
wasn't monetized before.
I'm getting roasted in the chat, so I'm muting. I do say a lot of stuff that can be roasted, and it's fine. In fact, before the stream, Doug was like, I don't know if I can make it. It's going to be late. And I said, oh, come on. You got to come on and roast your little sausage.
Here. I've got Annette pre-recorded this to anybody who has an opinion.
Today we're making fuck off pie. With 1 cup of no one cares, a dash of kiss my ass, add some fuck yous, a pinch of blow me. You're going to want to stir it all together and shove it up your ass.
sometimes you have to play a public service announcement. YouTube makes us do it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a good one, and it does kind of explain how it can be sometimes.
Kinda. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
Oh, sometimes it's great to be the guy with the buttons, but other times it's really great. Guess which one that one was?
Yeah, I might have to change channels because all these people you see are getting to know me too well. I need to reinvent myself somewhere else.
Heather, I'll send it to you. No problem. I know how to get a hold of you.
So, let me look here. Blonde says, you actually want us to show those dogs? Have you put them somewhere? She said she was going to show the dogs. So we'll see if we can get those photos.
So she's going to paint them green. Just trying to make heads or tails of things.
Actually, Shayna's keeping track of it too. So I'll let Shayna do that. Because for me if I pop out of a screen, there's a chance I won't come back. I know what she says. I'm too busy laughing my ass off at Dick. Yep, he's distracting for sure. Especially that hair. Look at that hair. I want to see him in shampoo commercials, conditioner commercials.
I use the headphones to keep it out of my face, right? So I can actually let it. I could do a mustache. Here. Look at this.
Mustache.
Oh yeah,
He wins the best hair contest on the Shills, hands down.
I win that competition anywhere I go.
Oh, Sally. Been crazy busy day, so I'm looking to see who's live and wow. Yep. Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Oh, yeah. When it comes to being late, silly, and stupid, we always take the hat and throw it out the window because it wasn't ours to begin with, but we're still going to own it. Does that make any sense? Hey, you know what? I think we'll rehearse. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1.
How about them Niners?
So the question is like wherever we end up, and we're all going to end up in like some facility somewhere where somebody serves us our lunch and changes our diapers. Are we still going to be doing Shills from there too?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it'll be hilarious because it'll be 2 hours of what the fuck were we talking about?
And they can just get his beer IV'd into him instead.
Yeah. I'm so they won't get the damn teenagers on my lawn.
We're gonna have a special segment called Dick's Dementia Corner.
Dick's Dementia. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that we are all just brains on a shelf in some laboratory, like plugged into something as we speak now. And whenever the Shills comes on, it's like the heating system, and it has like some listeria or something, and it blows across all of our jars and gives us a combined hallucination. And that's the secret sauce of the show.
Yeah, but I hold an issue to that because if I'm just a brain in a jar, why am I so sore? Who set up the electrodes wrong? Can't you fix it? Because damn it, man. Fuck.
Maybe your jar fell off the shelf.
Yeah, my liquid is slowly bleeding out.
Yeah,
right?
You're just like draining on the floor.
Oh, that's
doing a terrible job.
Dick, quit leaking.
Oh, somebody will have to take care of my son's jar for me then, okay? Oh. Okay. So what time is it? We've been doing this for almost 6 hours. That.
Yeah, you can wrap anytime you want. Everyone's been so wonderful hanging in with us, and Yeah.
I'm not overly concerned yet. My son doesn't care. He's probably happy that I'm not bugging him. But I will have to go up and put another movie on for him after. But I don't know. For everybody still awake, it's only 8:48 in here. I can do another half an hour or something. I'm just gonna have to, partake in copious amounts of alcohol and other smoky things.
Shayna, how are you doing? And Skits, how are you doing? We can't keep, these guys have lives too.
Fuck all that. Who cares?
If you can't say it live, write it in the room.
Yeah, I could probably stick around until like 9 or something. I'm starting to struggle a bit, to be honest.
Yeah, he's had a really long week.
Yeah. Well, I could use the time because it'd be better if I eat so that tomorrow I don't wake up with this like piercing hangover headache. And it's just a mild hangover headache, so that would be a good thing.
And you guys have PubChat tomorrow. I don't have a Beyond the Headlines tomorrow because I figured that tonight would be kind of a marathon thing and, we can all recuperate and live to fight another day. But I will have, as soon as I kind of know my schedule, move schedule and other things going on, the Ukraine thing, I do have my guests from Beyond the Headlines, when they were the guys that were on with the firefighting equipment and Dave with the Ray of Life, I got an email from, in fact, this goes to the audience, to our viewers. He said, you guys are so amazing. And he loved it so much that he lined up. He actually wrote me an email within 15 minutes of the stream ending for suggestions for more streams. Cool. That's how. And he's just like, these people, and I said, Lee, I don't know some of these people. I'll arrange it. And I said, okay.
Yeah.
That's what, again, the extension of the amazing people we had. And he was really, really just, and he didn't even see see the chat, but he did watch the stream back and he's like, wow. And Dick, this is a testament to you. He said the stream was so professionally done. It just, yeah. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah. I strive for that and I like hearing it. So I'll take it.
Knocked it out of the park because he's a first time streamer, a first time watcher, first time everything. And he's like, yep, so professionally done.
There you go. Probably quite a bit of that has to do with you hosting. I do a lot of technical stuff, but on your show, I can literally get up and make breakfast. Right? I just have to know when to bring up a picture or something, but yeah, but all the prep and stuff, it matters, right? That's why I go anal about having that VDO service versus the other ones, because you can tell when we're using one of the other services, it doesn't sound as good. It's not the same, the whole bit. It drives me crazy. You know what? I'm going to rant if I don't stop. So 3, 2, 1, breathe in.
So the dogs' names are Diesel and is that H and N as in Ukrainian, or Badana? Diesel and Badana. She did tell me how to pronounce that. And then Shayna, are you able to grab those pictures, or you do want me to? Okay, she's going to let us show some pictures of the German Shepherds. They're beautiful dogs. Bodana, there we go. Bodana. Diesel and Bodana.
Oh, okay.
I grew up, the thing is like, you can't, if you are not familiar, I grew up with one. It was when I was born into a family with a German Shepherd, and that dog lived a long time. And German Shepherds, hers are very well trained, but they are unique dogs because they're very loyal to their trainers, very loyal dogs. But they're also, sensitive too. So it'll be interesting to see if my experience with that transfers over a little bit, but I'm comfortable with them for sure.
Yeah. Holy shit. Okay. I had this weird thing happen with my user interface and everything almost crashed for a second. So you know what? I think the powers that be have just given us a warning. Yeah.
Warning.
I know. I switched screens and everything went black. This is about an hour ago. So here, see, Dick, could you just throw these up really quick in the green room? Just a couple photos.
Well,
and then
I haven't eaten them, but I'll try.
You need a little sweet barbecue sauce with those. Yeah.
There's puppies. Everybody likes puppies. Yeah. Everybody likes puppies. Everybody likes puppies.
Say it again, Sam.
See? Smart. Me smart, Cro-Magnum. Me smart.
Yeah, show these last two, and yeah, we could. And he's putting the thank you everybody, and I always say that I love you guys in the chat, and it's no joke. Our job is to keep the chat safe for viewers, make it enjoyable, make you feel welcome, and it is so not work with our community.
Oh, I'm shocked how you can say that with a straight face.
Like, share, and subscribe. Let's win some hurt. No, I'm saying it jokingly, but you guys know I'm. It's hard for me to not be authentic.
Yeah.
It's like, ha ha ha.
Well, sometimes I forget when to stop being a jerk and actually listen, right? That was probably one of those moments. So, I know this. It's just, slight delay.
And thank you, everyone who donated. It makes such a huge difference. This move's going to happen, and I'll find a way to film the chaos and give you guys an update. And we can't give dates on Ukraine right now. It's just not something we can do, but you'll get all updated about that, and amazing things are going to happen for sure.
3,700 has been hit. Thank you, everybody. And there is some donation cash that came in as well that has to be shuffled over. So I would put that at about 3,765 or something. We're talking about Canadian pesos to American dollars. So it's one of those things, right?
You and your funny money.
Yeah.
And when money goes out of Canada, they automatically take a beer tax.
Yeah, for me, right?
Specifically.
Yeah. But I mean, it is as low value as the Canadian peso is. At least it's not an orc ruble.
Fair.
So I'll take that. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Thanks for contributing and being a part of something that, could actually make a difference. Because if we can keep Annette happy, my life is happy. And as such, we can get better donations in. So,
and your laundry gets done, your fridge gets filled.
I had two
off the floor.
I had two pieces of paper. One was to say, one was not to say. Okay. So hold on. Let me try this again. No, but thanks everybody for, pitching in and helping. It means a lot. It's not cheap when you live in America to move across the country, because to re-register for Obamacare in every state you go into costs about $300 on its own. Right. So
Doodle, thank you, Shayna. Endless thanks. Skits, I love you. Thank you. And to everybody else who was on the stream who might see this later, thank you. And especially to everyone who stuck with us through this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the amazing ride with the Shills.
And remember, if the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. Whether it be with a spanner or a buzzy buzz.
Or both.
Okay. Say good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
No,
Take
I
care.
said say good night, everyone. Try
Love
again,
you,
okay?
Brittany. Hello,
Not
Slava.
everyone.
Everyone.